Hello friends, about of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be really happy if you do so. Also, don't forget to hit the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you. My name is Leroy H. Haskins, and back in 2014, I took my old RV down to the bayou near Houma, Louisiana. I was hoping for a quiet week of fishing and solitude, a nice change from the bustling streets of New Orleans where I drove a taxi for a living. As someone who enjoyed the simple things in life, a cold beer, a good joke, and a peaceful sunset, I figured the swamps would be the perfect getaway. The drive itself was uneventful, filled with the kind of roadside attractions that make you wonder who in their right mind thought a giant ball of yarn was worth stopping for. Eventually, I arrived at a small, rustic campground, more of a cleared patch of land than an actual site. But it had a dock, and that was good enough for me. The owner, an elderly Cajun named Earl, warned me about the mosquitoes and the gators. I chuckled and told him I wasn't planning on becoming anyone's lunch. Setting up my RV, I realized I was the only camper there. Guess everyone's missing out on this prime real estate, I muttered, cracking open a beer. The swamp was alive with a symphony of sounds, the croaking of frogs, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle lapping of water against the dock. It was peaceful in its own wild way. The first day was pure relaxation. I spent most of it casting lines and telling myself corny fishing jokes. Why do fish always know how much they weigh? Because they have their own scales. I'd laugh at my own silliness, appreciating the solitude. As evening approached, I grilled some freshly caught catfish and watched the sunset paint the sky with hues of orange and purple. It was the kind of scene that made you forget about the troubles of the world. Settling into my RV for the night, the gentle sway of the swamp lulled me to sleep. Around midnight, I woke up to a soft thudding sound. At first, I thought it was a branch knocking against the RV, but then I heard it again, rhythmic and deliberate. Thud, pause, thud. Curiosity got the better of me. Probably some raccoon looking for leftovers, I reasoned. I stepped out with a flashlight, the humid air wrapping around me like a damp blanket. Scanning the area, I saw nothing unusual. The swamp seemed unchanged, though the usual chorus of insects had quieted down. Shrugging it off, I headed back inside. Just as I was drifting back to sleep, the thudding returned, louder this time. Annoyed, I grabbed a broom, my makeshift raccoon deterrent, and stepped outside again. "All right, buddy, show's over," I called out. This time, the beam of my flashlight caught a figure standing near the edge of the swamp, about 30 yards away. It was a man, tall and lanky, wearing tattered overalls. His face was obscured by the brim of a worn-out hat. "You lost, friend?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if curious. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the swamp's dampness. Campgrounds closed for the night. "Come back in the morning," I said, hoping that would send him on his way. The man took a step forward, the water around his feet rippling. That's when I noticed he was holding something, a sack that seemed to be dripping. "Look, if you're here for fishing, you need a permit," I stammered, gripping the broom tighter. He lifted his head, and the flashlight caught his eyes, cold and unblinking. Ain't about fishing, he drawled. His voice was rough, like gravel being crushed underfoot. Then what's it about? I asked, my heart pounding. Part of me wanted to retreat into the RV, but I was rooted to the spot. He reached into the sack and pulled out a string of small animal skulls, each one polished and gleaming. Collection's missing a piece, he said. His gaze locked onto mine. Listen, pal, I think you got the wrong guy, I replied, attempting a nervous laugh. I'm not exactly museum material. He took another step forward. Everyone's got something to offer, he muttered. I decided then that this conversation was over. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on him. I'm heading inside now. You have a good night, I said, trying to sound casual. As I turned, he lunged forward with surprising speed. I swung the broom instinctively, the bristles smacking against his arm. It did little to deter him. He grabbed the handle and yanked it, pulling me off balance. I stumbled, but managed to break free, dropping the flashlight in the process. Darkness enveloped us, but the faint moonlight reflected off the water, providing just enough visibility. I scrambled toward the RV, my feet slipping on the wet grass. Behind me I could hear his footsteps, deliberate and unhurried. Reaching the RV, I slammed the door shut and locked it. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my cell phone. No signal, of course, I muttered. Should have paid extra for the coverage out here. A heavy thud hit the side of the RV, causing it to shudder. I looked out the window to see him circling the vehicle, dragging something metallic along the exterior. The scraping sound was grating, setting my nerves on edge. I searched the drawers for anything that could be used as a weapon. A fishing knife, not ideal, but better than nothing. Clutching it, I tried to think of a plan. The keys were still in the ignition. Maybe I can drive out of here, I thought. I cranked the engine, and it sputtered but didn't start. Come on, not now, I pleaded, turning the key again. The engine roared to life, and I felt a surge of relief. Before I could shift into gear, the driver's side window shattered. The man had thrown a rock, or some heavy object. Shards of glass rained down on me, cutting into my arm. He reached through the broken window, trying to grab me. I slashed at his hand with the knife, and he recoiled with a grunt. Taking advantage of the moment, I put the RV into drive and pressed the gas pedal. The vehicle lurched forward, tires spinning in the mud before gaining traction. As I sped down the narrow dirt path, branches scraped against the sides, and potholes jostled the RV. In the rearview mirror, I could see his figure standing in the middle of the road, watching me leave. I didn't care where I was going, I just needed to get away. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a paved road. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the cuts on my arm stung. I needed medical attention and a stiff drink. I drove into the nearest town, a small place called Bayfield, parking outside a diner that was just opening for the morning. I stumbled inside, my appearance a mess. The waitress looked at me with wide eyes. "Sir, are you all right?" she asked. "Been better," I replied, attempting a smile. "Got a phone I can use?" She handed me a landline, and I called the local sheriff's office. After explaining what happened, they agreed to send a deputy over. While waiting, I sipped on a cup of black coffee, the warmth comforting. A few locals eyed me curiously, but I was beyond caring about appearances. Deputy Martinez arrived within 20 minutes. He was a stocky man with a kind face. "Mind telling me what happened?" he asked, pulling out a notepad. I recounted the night's events, trying to remember every detail. When I mentioned the man and his collection of skulls, Martinez's expression hardened. "Did he say anything else?" the deputy inquired. "Just that everyone's got something to offer," I replied. "What does that even mean?" Martinez sighed. "We've had reports over the years about a fellow matching that description. Locals call him the Collector." "You're kidding," I said, incredulous. "Is this some kind of local legend?" "Wish it was," he responded. "A few folks have gone missing in those swamps. Never enough evidence to pin it on anyone." "Well, he's definitely out there, and he's dangerous," I insisted. "We'll send a team to check the area," Martinez assured me. "In the meantime, let's get you patched up at the local clinic." A nurse cleaned and bandaged my cuts. "You're lucky," she remarked. "Could have been a lot worse." "Story of my life," I quipped. "Always dodging bullets, or, in this case, creepy swamp dwellers." She chuckled. "You should stay away from the bayous. They have a way of keeping secrets." "Noted," I replied, though I wasn't planning on making a return trip anyway. Later that day, Martinez informed me that they searched the campground, but found no sign of the man. Place was empty, he said. No footprints, no disturbed ground, nothing. "That's impossible," I protested. "He was there. He attacked me." "I'm not doubting you," the deputy said calmly. "But the swamp can be tricky. Terrain changes, evidence gets swallowed up." Frustrated, I shook my head. "So that's it? He's just out there, free to do whatever he wants?" "We'll keep an eye out," Martinez promised. "Best thing you can do is stay away from those parts." I left the station feeling a mix of relief and anger. Relief that I was safe. Anger that the man was still out there. A few days later, back in New Orleans, I couldn't shake the experience. Deciding to dig deeper, I visited the city library to look up any information on disappearances in the bayou. Hours of research led me to old newspaper articles about missing persons dating back decades. One name caught my attention: Samuel Pritchard, a recluse believed to have died in the 1980s. Rumors suggested he practiced dark rituals, collecting bones for some twisted purpose. An old photograph accompanied one of the articles. The grainy image showed a man resembling the one who attacked me. "It can't be the same guy," I mused. "He'd be, well, too old." I brought this information to Deputy Martinez. "Samuel Pritchard," he said, eyebrows raised. "That's a ghost story parents tell to keep kids from wandering into the swamp. Ghost or not, someone out there is using his name," I insisted. Martinez sighed. "Look, Leroy, I appreciate your concern, but without concrete evidence, there's not much we can do." I left feeling defeated. Maybe it was a dead end, but at least I tried. A week later, while watching the evening news, a report came on about a hiker who went missing near the same area. Authorities found his campsite, but no sign of him. My stomach churned. The Collector was still at it. I contemplated reaching out to the hiker's family, but decided against it. What could I possibly say? Instead, I contacted a private investigator named Clara Reynolds, whose name I'd come across during my research. Meeting at a crowded cafe, I shared my story. Clara listened intently, her sharp eyes never leaving mine. "You're not the first to bring up Samuel Pritchard," she said. So others have seen him? I asked. Descriptions match, but sightings are rare. Most people who encounter him don't come back, she replied. Then how do we stop him? I questioned. Clara leaned forward. We find his lair. If we can gather evidence, the authorities will have to act. Back into the swamp? I hesitated. Afraid so, she said with a faint smile. But this time we'll be prepared. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Maybe it was guilt over the hiker's disappearance or a stubborn need for closure. Equipped with better gear, a satellite phone, weapons, and a solid plan, we headed back to the bayou. Clara navigated the swamp with ease, her background in environmental science proving useful. As dusk approached, we came upon an area that felt off. The air was heavier, and the usual sounds of wildlife were absent. We're close, Clara whispered. We stumbled upon a dilapidated shack, hidden among the cypress trees. Bones hung from the porch, clattering softly in the breeze. My throat tightened. Stay alert, Clara cautioned, drawing her handgun. We approached cautiously, peering through a grimy window. We saw a room cluttered with jars, trinkets, and more bones. On a table lay various knives and tools, some stained dark. Looks like we found his workshop, I said quietly. Suddenly, a creak sounded behind us. We spun around to see the man, Samuel Pritchard, standing a few yards away, eyes fixed on us. Visitors ain't welcome, he growled. Clara didn't hesitate. Hands where I can see them, she commanded, pointing her gun at him. He smirked. Guns don't scare me. Before we could react, he threw a handful of powder into the air. A blinding flash erupted, and we staggered back, disoriented. My vision cleared just in time to see him lunging at Clara with a knife. I shouted a warning, but she was already grappling with him. They struggled, the knife glinting dangerously. I rushed forward, grabbing a fallen branch and swinging it with all my might. The wood connected with his shoulder, knocking him off balance. Clara seized the opportunity to disarm him, twisting his wrist until the knife dropped. Samuel snarled, throwing a punch that caught me in the jaw. Pain exploded in my face, but I held on, tackling him to the ground. Resilient, aren't you? He spat, wriggling under my grip. Clara retrieved handcuffs from her bag. Hold him still! We managed to cuff him, though he continued to thrash and curse. You're making a mistake, he yelled. Tell that to the families of the people you've taken, I retorted. We dragged him back toward our vehicle, a grueling trek that took hours. Once in town, we handed him over to the authorities, providing the evidence we'd gathered. This time, Martinez couldn't dismiss the facts. Looks like you were right all along, he admitted. Better late than never, I replied, exhaustion creeping in. Samuel Pritchard was charged with multiple counts related to the disappearances. As it turned out, he was the grandson of the original Samuel, carrying on a twisted family legacy. In the end, justice was served, though it didn't erase the horror that occurred. Clara and I parted ways, both agreeing that the swamp could keep its secrets. We were done with it. As for me, I went back to driving my taxi, appreciating the chaos of city life a bit more. Sometimes the scariest things aren't in the shadows, but in plain sight. The name of the man who haunted those swamps, Samuel Pritchard Jr., a relic of a dark past, finally brought to light. It was the third night this week I had spent in the fire lookout tower scanning the vast expanse of the Black Hills National Forest. I joined the Forest Service 2 years ago after my brother. They went missing during a hiking trip. I'm Carlton Nyberg, and my job was to keep others from disappearing like he did. The woods held their secrets well, but I was determined to uncover them. The lookout tower offered a commanding view, and on a clear day you could see miles of dense forest, rocky outcrops, and the occasional glint of the Missouri River far in the distance. Tonight, however, the dark shapes of the trees below blended into a seamless black sea, broken only by the moon's cold light filtering through the clouds. The radio crackled, breaking the monotony of my vigil. "Carlton, you there?" Over came the voice of Ethan, my partner stationed at the ranger station. "Yeah, Ethan, what's up?" "Over," I responded, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "We got a report of a missing hiker near Baird. Family says he hasn't returned, and it's been over 24 hours. You're closest. Can you check it out?" "Over." "Roger that. I'll head out now." "Over and out," I replied, grabbing my gear and descending the tower's narrow steps. Bed was a few miles from my post. The path there was rugged, winding through dense underbrush and over uneven terrain. I carried a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a radio, my only lifeline to the outside world in these deep woods. As I treed through the forest, the towering pines and thick foliage seemed to close in around me, their silence almost suppressive. The night air was cold, and every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I had always loved the forest, but tonight it felt different, like something was watching halfway to be. But I came across a small clearing. The ground was disturbed, and a backpack lay discarded by a fallen log. I recognized it as the one described by the missing hiker's family. My heart pounded as I scanned the area with my flashlight, looking for any sign of the hiker. "Hello? Anyone there?" I called out, my voice sounding small against the vast darkness. No response. I moved closer to the backpack, noticing deep gouges in the ground nearby. It looked like something had dragged the hiker away, and the marks led into the thick underbrush. Swallowing my fear, I followed the trail, my flashlight beam cutting through the dense foliage. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close in branches, snagging my clothes and the undergrowth tangling my feet. I pressed on, driven by the hope of finding the missing hiker alive. Then I heard it, a low, rhythmic sound almost like breathing. I stopped listening intently. The sound was faint, but unable, coming from up ahead. I moved cautiously, every sense on high alert. The breathing grew louder, and soon I could see a faint light through the trees. I approached slowly, my flashlight off to avoid giving away my position. As I neared the source of the light, I saw it was coming from a small makeshift campsite. There was a fire burning low, and decided the missing hiker. But something was wrong. He was lying on the ground, motionless, and his clothes were torn and bloodied. I rushed to his side, my heart pounding. He was still alive, but barely. His breathing was shallow, and his eyes were wide with terror. "Hey, can you hear me? What happened?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. He didn't respond, just stared past me with a look of sheer horror. I followed his gaze, turning slowly, and that's when I saw it standing. At the edge of the campsite, partially obscured by the shadows, was a creature. Unlike anything I had ever seen, it was tall, easily 7 ft, with long, gangly limbs and a body covered in knitted fur. Its face was grotesque, a twisted parody of a human face with a gaping mouth full of jagged teeth. But the most disturbing thing was its eyes, or rather, the lack of them. Hollow sockets stared back at me, empty and dark. I froze my mind, struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature let out a low, guttural sound and took a step forward. I grabbed the hiker, pulling him to his feet. "We need to go." "No," I whispered, my voice shaking. We stumbled away from the campsite, the creature following close behind it, moved with an unsettling grace, effortlessly navigating the dense forest. My mind raced as I tried to think of a way to escape. We couldn't outrun it, not in the dark, and with the hiker barely able to stand as we pushed through the underbrush. I remembered a small cave not far from here. If we could make it there, we might be able to hide. I changed direction, pulling the hiker along. The creature was gaining on us, its presence a constant, terrifying shadow. We reached the cave just as I felt the creature's hot breath on my neck. I pushed the hiker inside and followed, pressing myself against the cold, damp wall. The creature stopped at the entrance, its head cocked to one side as if listening. It let out another low sound and stepped back into the forest, disappearing into the night. I waited, hardly daring to breathe, until I was sure it was gone. The hiker collapsed beside me, his body shaking with sobs. "Thank you," he whispered. "It came out of nowhere. I didn't think anyone would find me." "We're not safe yet," I replied, peering out of the cave. "We need to get back to the ranger station." We waited until dawn before making our way back. The forest, which had seemed so menacing in the dark, now looked almost serene in the early morning light. But I knew better. I had seen the darkness that lurked within these woods, and I was determined to find out what it was. When we finally reached the ranger station, Ethan was waiting for us. He took one look at the hiker and called for medical assistance as the paramedics tended to him. I pulled Ethan aside and told him everything we need to find out what that thing is. I said before it takes anyone else. Ethan nodded, his face grim. "We will, but for now let's get you both checked out." The hiker was airlifted to the nearest hospital, and I spent the rest of the day going over maps and reports, trying to piece together where the creature might be hiding. As night fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The next few days were a blur of search parties and dead ends. We found more signs of the creature: deep gouges in the trees, half-eaten animals, and occasional sighting by terrified campers. But it remained elusive, always one step ahead. One night, as I was reviewing our findings, Ethan burst into the room. "We got it," he said, out of breath. "A couple of hunters found a cave. They think it's where the creature's been hiding." I grabbed my gear and we headed out. The cave was deep in the forest, in a part that was seldom visited by anyone. The hunters, Tom and Jerry, led us to the entrance. "Be careful," Tom warned. We saw the movement inside. We entered the cave, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The air was thick with the stench of decay. As we moved deeper, the walls closed in and the floor sloped downward. Then we saw it, a nest of sorts made from leaves, branches, and bones, and there in the center was the creature, It was crouched over something, gnawing on what looked like a human arm. I felt a surge of anger and revulsion. This thing had taken my brother and countless others. It had to be stopped. No, I whispered, and we opened fire. The creature let out a horrible screech and charged at us. Bullets tore through its body, but it kept coming. It was only when Tom managed to land a shot in its head that it finally collapsed, its body twitching before going still. We stood there panting, staring at the lifeless form. It was over. The creature was dead. We dragged its body out of the cave and radioed for backup as the others arrived. I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of relief and sadness. We had found the creature, but my brother was still gone, and no amount of revenge could bring him back. In the days that followed, the forest slowly returned to normal. The missing hiker recovered, and the disappearances stopped. But I knew that the forest held more secrets, and I was determined to uncover them. For now, though, I was content to sit in my lookout tower, scanning the horizon and waiting for the next call. The forest was a dangerous place, but it was my home, and I would protect it with everything In 1998, I found myself renting a small cabin in the middle of nowhere, just outside Flagstaff, Arizona. I was working as a freelance photographer back then, which meant I had all the time in the world, but not much to show for it. I'd always liked being out in the wilderness, away from people. People could be complicated. Nature, however, made sense to me. It was predictable, even in its unpredictability. I'd been at the cabin for about a week when things started to get strange. The first few days were uneventful. I spent my time hiking around, snapping shots of landscapes and getting a few good photos of the local wildlife. Nothing special, just enough to keep me busy. But by the end of that week, something felt off. Not in a creepy, ominous way, but in a way that gnawed at me subtly. I wasn't alone anymore. The first night I noticed something was wrong. I'd been sitting on the small wooden porch outside the cabin, smoking a cigarette and flipping through some of the shots I'd taken earlier. The sun had set hours ago, and the only light around came from the small lantern hanging beside the door. I liked the quiet, and the woods surrounding the cabin gave me a peace I hadn't felt in a long time. Then the sound started. At first it was just a shuffle in the underbrush, maybe 50 feet away. That wasn't unusual. I'd seen deer, raccoons, and even the occasional coyote out here before. But this sound was heavy, deliberate, like something big was moving. I turned my head, but all I could see was darkness stretching between the trees. Could be an elk, I muttered to myself, trying to brush it off. But the feeling persisted, that unsettling sense that something was watching me from out there, just beyond the reach of the light. I went inside, locking the door behind me. The cabin wasn't much, just a small one-room setup with an old cast-iron stove, a rickety bed, and a couple of worn-out armchairs. I poured myself a shot of whiskey, hoping to shake off the unease, but the sound didn't stop. It circled the cabin now, slow and purposeful. I told myself it was just an animal, a large one maybe, a bear or something. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The following day, I decided to check around the cabin. Maybe I'd find tracks or some sign of what had been lurking in the night. I grabbed my camera and headed out, walking the perimeter. What I found chilled me. The ground near the edge of the clearing was disturbed. like something had been pacing around the cabin. But the tracks were strange. They were too big for a deer, too wide for a bear, and they didn't resemble anything I'd ever seen before. The indentations were deep, clawed, and spread far apart, like whatever had been making them walked on two legs, but with an awkward, loping gait. I snapped a few photos, more out of instinct than anything else, and headed back inside, feeling more paranoid than ever. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I tried to focus on work, but my mind kept drifting back to those tracks. As the sun began to set, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been out there last night would return. This time, though, I'd be ready. I grabbed the only weapon I had, a hunting knife, and kept it close as I sat by the window, waiting for the darkness to swallow the cabin once again. Hours passed, and I began to feel foolish. Maybe it really had been just a bear, a sick or injured one that walked funny. But just as I started to relax, I heard it again, the sound of something moving through the trees. This time, I didn't run inside. I stayed on the porch, gripping the knife tightly in one hand while my heart pounded in my chest. The footsteps were louder now, closer. I could feel the weight of whatever it was pressing down on the earth as it moved toward me. I squinted into the blackness, trying to make out a shape, but all I could see were shadows. Then the lantern beside me flickered, casting long, thin beams of light across the yard. And for the first time I saw it. It was hunched over, its back grotesquely arched, moving on two legs like a man. But it wasn't human. Its skin was mottled and gray, stretched too tight over its bones. The creature's head was too large for its body, with a jaw that jutted forward like a predator's, and its mouth was wide, filled with teeth that reminded me of a wolf's, sharp and uneven. I froze. The thing stood just outside the light, sniffing the air like it was trying to figure out where I was. It took a step forward, and that's when I saw the blood-fresh streaks of crimson smeared across its body, like it had torn into something or someone recently. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at it, unable to move or breathe. It felt like hours, though it was probably only a few seconds. And then it moved fast, too fast for something that size. It crossed the distance between us in a blur, and I barely had time to react. I swung the knife, slashing blindly, and felt the blade connect with something solid. The creature howled, a terrible, guttural noise that shook me to my core. It backed away, clutching at its side, and I saw the blood pouring from the wound I had made. But it didn't stop. It kept coming, slower now, more deliberate. I scrambled back into the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me and bolting it. My heart was in my throat, my breath coming in ragged gasps. For the next hour, it circled the cabin again, the same as before, only now it was hurt, angry. I could hear it outside, scraping at the walls, testing the windows, but it didn't try to break in. Maybe it knew it was too weak, or maybe it was just toying with me. I didn't know, and I wasn't about to find out. When the sun rose the next morning, it was gone. I stepped outside, knife still in hand, and looked around. The ground was stained with blood where I had struck it, deep red smears leading off into the forest. I followed the trail for a while, hoping it had bled out, but after a mile or so, it just disappeared, vanished like it had never been there in the first place. I didn't stick around after that. I packed my things and left the cabin that same day. I never told anyone what happened, and I don't plan to. They wouldn't believe me anyway. They'd just think it was a story, something I made up in the middle of the woods to scare myself. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a bear or a man or anything else I could explain. Whatever it was real. And somewhere out there, in the woods, it's still lurking. It was the third night this week I had spent in the fire lookout tower, scanning the vast expanse of the Black Hills National Forest. The scent of pine needles and damp earth filled the air, a familiar comfort that did little to ease the gnawing loneliness. I joined the Forest Service 2 years ago, after my brother went missing during a hiking trip. I'm Carlton Nyberg, and my job was to keep others from disappearing like he did. The woods held their secrets well, but I was determined to uncover them. The lookout tower offered a commanding view, and on a clear day you could see miles of dense forest, rocky outcrops, and the occasional glint of the Missouri River far in the distance. Tonight, however, the dark shapes of the trees below blended into a seamless black sea, broken only by the moon's cold light filtering through the clouds. The radio crackled, breaking the monotony of my vigil. "Carlton, you there? Over." It was Ethan, my partner stationed at the ranger station. "Yeah, Ethan, what's up?" "Over," I responded, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "We got a report of a missing hiker near Bear Butte. Family says he hasn't returned, and it's been over 24 hours. You're closest. Can you check it out?" "Over." "Roger that. I'll head out now." "Over and out," I replied, grabbing my gear and descending the tower's narrow steps. Bear Butte was a few miles from my post. The path there was rugged, winding through dense underbrush and over uneven terrain. I carried a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a radio, my only lifeline to the outside world in these deep woods. As I trekked through the forest, the towering pines and thick foliage seemed to close in around me, their silence almost oppressive. The night air was cold, biting at my exposed skin, and every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I had always loved the forest, but tonight it felt different, malevolent, like something was watching me from the shadows. Halfway to Bear Butte, I came across a small clearing. The ground was disturbed, and a backpack lay discarded by a fallen log. I recognized it as the one described by the missing hiker's family. My heart pounded as I scanned the area with my flashlight, looking for any sign of the hiker. "Hello, anyone there?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the vast darkness. No response. I moved closer to the backpack, noticing deep gouges in the ground nearby. It looked like something had dragged the hiker away, and the marks led into the thick underbrush. Swallowing my fear, I followed the trail, my flashlight beam cutting through the dense foliage. The deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close in, branches snagging my clothes and the undergrowth tangling my feet. I pressed on, driven by the hope of finding the missing hiker alive. Then I heard it, a low, rhythmic sound, almost like breathing. I stopped, listening intently. The sound was faint but undeniable, coming from up ahead. I moved cautiously, every sense on high alert. The breathing grew louder, and soon I could see a faint light through the trees. I approached slowly, my flashlight off to avoid giving away my position. As I neared the source of the light, I saw it was coming from a small makeshift campsite. There was a fire burning low, and beside it, the missing hiker. But something was wrong. He was lying on the ground, motionless, and his clothes were torn and bloodied. I rushed to his side, my heart pounding. He was still alive, but barely. His breathing was shallow, and his eyes were wide with terror. "Hey, can you hear me? What happened?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. He didn't respond, just stared past me with a look of sheer horror. I followed his gaze, turning slowly, and that's when I saw it. Standing at the edge of the campsite, partially obscured by the shadows, was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with long, gangly limbs and a body covered in matted fur. Its face was grotesque, a twisted parody of a human face, with a gaping mouth full of jagged teeth. But the most disturbing thing was its eyes, or rather, the lack of them. Hollow sockets stared back at me, empty and dark, filled with an ancient hunger. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature let out a low, guttural sound and took a step forward. I grabbed the hiker, pulling him to his feet. "We need to go." "No," he whispered, his voice shaking. We stumbled away from the campsite, the creature following close behind. It moved with an unsettling grace, effortlessly navigating the dense forest. My mind raced as I tried to think of a way to escape. We couldn't outrun it, not in the dark and with the hiker barely able to stand. As we pushed through the underbrush, I remembered a small cave not far from here. If we could make it there, we might be able to hide. I changed direction, pulling the hiker along. The creature was gaining on us, its presence a constant, terrifying shadow. We reached the cave just as I felt the creature's hot, fetid breath on my neck. I pushed the hiker inside and followed, pressing myself against the cold, damp wall. The creature stopped at the entrance, its head cocked to one side as if listening. It let out another low sound and stepped back into the forest, disappearing into the night. I waited, hardly daring to breathe, until I was sure it was gone. The hiker collapsed beside me, his body shaking with sobs. "Thank you," he whispered. "It came out of nowhere. I didn't think anyone would find me." "We're not safe yet," I replied, peering out of the cave. "We need to get back to the ranger station." We waited until dawn before making our way back. The forest, which had seemed so menacing in the dark, now looked almost serene in the early morning light. But I knew better. I had seen the darkness that lurked within these woods, and I was determined to find out what it was. When we finally reached the ranger station, Ethan was waiting for us. He took one look at the hiker and called for medical assistance. As the paramedics tended to him, I pulled Ethan aside and told him everything. "We need to find out what that thing is," I said, my voice tight with anger and fear, "before it takes anyone else." Ethan nodded, his face grim. "We will. But for now, let's get you both checked out." The hiker was airlifted to the nearest hospital, and I spent the rest of the day going over maps and reports, trying to piece together where the creature might be hiding. As night fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The next few days were a blur of search parties and dead ends. We found more signs of the creature, deep gouges in trees, half-eaten animals, and the occasional sighting by terrified campers. But it remained elusive, always one step ahead. One night, as I was reviewing our findings, Ethan burst into the room, "We got it," he said, out of breath. "A couple of hunters found a cave. They think it's where the creature's been hiding." I grabbed my gear and we headed out. The cave was deep in the forest, in a part that was seldom visited by anyone. The hunters, Tom and Jerry, led us to the entrance. "Be careful," Tom warned. We saw movement inside. We entered the cave, flashlights cutting through the suffocating darkness. The air was thick with the stench of decay. As we moved deeper, the walls closed in and the floor sloped downward. Then we saw it, a nest of sorts, made from leaves, branches, and bones. And there in the center was the creature. It was crouched over something, gnawing on what looked like a human arm. I felt a surge of anger and revulsion. This thing had taken my brother and countless others. It had to be stopped. "No," I whispered, my voice raw with grief and rage. We opened fire. The creature let out a horrible screech and charged at us. Bullets tore through its body, but it kept coming, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It was only when Tom managed to land a shot in its head that it finally collapsed, its body twitching before going still. We stood there, panting, staring at the lifeless form. It was over. The creature was dead. We dragged its body out of the cave and radioed for backup. As the others arrived, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of relief and sadness. We had found the creature, but my brother was still gone, and no amount of revenge could bring him back. In the days that followed, the forest slowly returned to normal. The missing hiker recovered, and the disappearances stopped. But I knew that the forest held more secrets, and I was determined to uncover them. For now, though, I was content to sit in my lookout tower, scanning the horizon and waiting for the next call. The forest was a dangerous place, but it was my home, and I would protect it with everything I had. I used to think truck driving was just a job, nothing more than a way to pay the bills, keep a roof over my head, and put some food on the table. But last summer, I found out it can be a whole lot more than that. I was driving a rig for a small, all-time freight company, hauling heavy machinery parts from Pittsburgh to some remote mining towns in the Appalachians. You'd think the quiet roads and the thick encroaching woods would make for an uneventful trip, but you'd be wrong. My name's Wesley Dykes. I'm not a guy who scares easily. I've seen my share of accidents, engine failures, you name it. But what happened on that run still sends a chill down my spine when I think about it. I had a late load out of Pittsburgh, bound for a mining operation tucked away in the hills near Big Stone Gap, Virginia. It was one of those drives where you start off with plenty of daylight, but the further you go, the more you notice the sun dipping lower, until you're left with just the dim glow of your headlights to cut through the thickening night. The roads up there aren't like the highways closer to the city. They're narrow, winding through the mountains, flanked by dense forests that seem to swallow the road whole. I had just passed through a tiny town, I think it was called Pound, when I noticed something odd. I was checking my mirrors, making sure the load was secure, when I saw a pair of headlights far back down the road. At first, I didn't think much of it. Other trucks ran these routes too, after all. But those headlights didn't seem to be in any hurry to close the gap. They just hovered there, way back in the distance, like whoever was driving wanted me to know they were there, but not get too close. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. I pushed on, trying to shake the eerie feeling gnawing at me. But every time I glanced back, those lights were still there, keeping their distance. It was like a game of cat and mouse, except I couldn't figure out who was hunting whom. After about an hour of this, I came upon a stretch of road that was as isolated as they come. It was one of those places where the trees press in so close on either side that it feels like a tunnel. I figured I could finally lose whoever it was, so I hit the gas and took the turns harder than I usually would. The trailer groaned as the load shifted slightly, but it held steady. Then, without warning, the road opened up into a small clearing, and there, standing in the middle of the lane, was a man. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and his clothes looked like they hadn't been changed in weeks, jeans and a flannel shirt, both caked with dirt and oil. His face was obscured by a thick beard, but what struck me the most was how still he was. He didn't move a muscle, didn't flinch, as my truck barreled toward him. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as they fought for traction on the rough asphalt. The rig came to a stop just a few feet from him, the whole cab shuddering with the force. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stared at him through the windshield, waiting for him to do something, anything. But he just stood there, staring back at me with a look that was more vacant than menacing. I honked the horn, a loud blast that echoed off the trees. He didn't even blink. After what felt like an eternity, he finally turned and walked off the road, disappearing into the woods without a word. I sat there for a moment, the smell of burnt rubber filling the cab, my hands still gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. Part of me wanted to turn the truck around and head back to civilization, but the load had to get to the mine by morning, and I wasn't about to lose my job over some weirdo in the woods. I shifted into gear and started moving again, my eyes flicking to the mirrors, half expecting those headlights to reappear. But the road behind me was dark and empty. As I navigated the winding road, my mind kept going back to the man. Something about him wasn't right, like he didn't belong there, like he wasn't entirely human. But I shoved those thoughts aside, focusing on the job at hand. The sooner I got to the mine, the sooner I could put this whole strange encounter behind me. About an hour later, I finally reached the turnoff that led to the mine. It was a rough gravel road that wound its way up into the hills, barely wide enough for my rig. The trees closed in on either side, branches scraping against the sides of the trailer as I slowly made my way up. The road was steep, and I had to keep the truck in low gear to make the climb. I was almost to the top when I saw something that made my blood run cold. Parked off to the side of the road, hidden in the shadows of the trees, was an old pickup truck. It was rusty, beat up, and looked like it hadn't been driven in years. But there was no mistaking the fact that it was the same one I'd seen tailing me earlier. I eased off the gas, my mind racing. There was no way that truck could have gotten ahead of me, not without me seeing it. I pulled the rig to a stop, staring at the pickup, trying to make sense of it all. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end, and every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of there. But before I could decide what to do, the man from the road stepped out from behind the pickup. This time, I could see him clearly. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with shoulders broad enough to block out the moonlight. His clothes were even dirtier than before, and his hands were stained a dark reddish brown. The sight of him made my stomach churn. but it was his face that really got to me. It was gaunt, almost skeletal, with skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones and a mouth that was set in a thin, straight line. I couldn't see his eyes, thank God for that, but I could feel them on me, boring into me like he could see right through the windshield and into my soul. He started walking toward the truck, his steps slow and deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. I threw the truck into reverse, the engine roaring as I backed down the road as fast as I dared. The man didn't speed up, he just kept walking, that same eerie measured pace. I knew I couldn't go much further in reverse without risking the truck tipping over or getting stuck, so I slammed on the brakes and shifted back into drive, flooring it as I sped up the hill. The trees whipped by in a blur as I pushed the truck to its limits, praying that the road didn't give out beneath me. I didn't dare look in the mirrors. I didn't want to see if he was following me. When I finally crested the hill and saw the lights of the mine up ahead, I nearly cried with relief. The road leveled out, and I drove straight for the loading dock, not stopping until I was right under the bright floodlights. The workers there must have thought I was crazy the way I came barreling in, but I didn't care. I was just glad to be out of those woods. I jumped out of the cab and ran to the foreman, telling him what I'd seen. He listened, his expression growing more serious by the minute. When I finished, he nodded and told me to stay by the truck. Then he rounded up a few of his guys and headed back down the road with rifles slung over their shoulders. They were gone for what felt like hours. But when they finally came back, they didn't have much to report. The pickup was still there, but the man was gone. They didn't find any tracks or signs of where he might have gone. Just that old truck sitting there like it had been there for years. The foreman told me to unload my cargo and head back the way I came, but I refused. There was no way in hell I was going back down that road, not after what I'd seen. So they let me sleep in the cab for the night, and I left with a convoy of other trucks in the morning. I don't know what that man was doing out there, or how he managed to get ahead of me like that. But I do know one thing. I'm never taking that route again. Whatever was going on in those woods, I want no part of it. As I finished unloading, I noticed one of the workers standing near the edge of the clearing, looking off into the trees. His face was pale, and he had a haunted look in his eyes. I walked over to him and asked if he was all right. He didn't say anything at first, just kept staring into the woods. But then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "That truck's been here before, same spot. About 10 years ago. The driver back then, he never made it out." I didn't stick around to ask any more questions. I got back in my rig and headed down the road, making a silent vow to myself to never look back. This is a fantastically creepy story. The atmosphere of the Pine Barrens, the gradual reveal of the creature, and the unexpected encounter with Rye all contribute to a truly unsettling experience. Here's the story with a few minor edits to enhance the flow and imagery. The Pine Barrens. I've never been much of a hiker, but after losing my job in '95, and with my fiancée Leslie suggesting I take some time to clear my head, I thought, why not? It's not like I had anything better to do. I always hated the idea of getting lost in the woods, but she said it might help with my anxiety. So I packed up an old rucksack I found in the attic, threw in some granola bars, and took off to the Pine Barrens in New Jersey, where I grew up. The place had this eerie charm, all tall pines and sandy trails, the kind of spot where the silence is a bit too loud. I parked my car near Batstow Village, where the pine barrens start to stretch out in every direction. I didn't plan on going deep into the woods, just enough to find a quiet place to sit and think. Maybe read the paperback I'd been carrying around for a year. I left the trailhead around noon, figuring I'd be back by evening. It was supposed to be a simple, uneventful day. There was this guy, Rye, I met at the trailhead. We both grew up around here, and he was heading in the same direction, so we decided to walk together. Rye was the kind of guy who looked like he belonged out there. Rough hands, thick beard, clothes that seemed to blend into the trees. We talked a bit about the old days, how the place hadn't changed much, except for the occasional lost hiker or camper gone missing over the years. He laughed about the stories people told, legends of strange creatures in the woods. I didn't pay much mind. Everyone has a story, right? After a couple of hours, we split up. Rye wanted to check out a spot near an old cranberry bog, and I just wanted to find a quiet place to sit. I wandered off the path, a little big mistake. The woods started getting denser, and the sky turned overcast. It was like someone flipped a switch, and suddenly the whole place felt different, darker. The pines seemed to crowd in on me, their trunks twisting in ways I hadn't noticed before. I wasn't lost, not yet, but something didn't feel right. I found a small clearing, perfect for a break. I sat down on a fallen log, pulled out my book, and tried to relax. But the silence was unsettling. It wasn't peaceful, it was oppressive. The kind of silence where you can almost hear your own thoughts echoing back at you. After a few minutes, I heard something, a rustling in the bushes, probably a deer, I thought. But the rustling didn't stop. It got closer. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, a flash of something dark, low to the ground. I stood up, trying to get a better look, but it was gone. I wasn't sure what it was, but it didn't feel like any animal I knew. I'd seen deer, foxes, even coyotes around here, but this was different, too fast, too quiet. I shook it off, chalking it up to my imagination running wild. I sat back down, but I couldn't focus on my book. My eyes kept darting to the edge of the clearing, waiting for something to emerge from the underbrush. Then I heard it again. This time the rustling was accompanied by a low, wet breathing. It was a sound I couldn't place, like something exhaling with a mouthful of water. I stood up again, heart pounding, trying to pinpoint the source. I knew I should leave, but something kept me rooted to the spot, like I was in a trance. The thing came into the clearing slowly, almost cautiously. It was low to the ground, moving on all fours, and covered in what looked like dark, matted fur. But its shape wasn't right. The proportions were all off, too long in the body, too short in the legs, like someone had stitched together parts of different animals and tried to pass it off as one creature. The face was the worst part, too flat, with a snout that was almost human, if a human face had been stretched out and twisted. No eyes that I could see, just dark, sunken sockets. I froze, hoping it hadn't seen me, but it had. I could tell by the way it stopped and lifted its head, sniffing the air like it was tasting my scent. I backed up slowly, trying not to make any noise. The creature moved closer, each step deliberate, as if it was savoring the moment. It was then that I noticed the smell, rotting flesh mixed with something sour, like spoiled milk. It was overpowering, almost enough to make me gag. I took another step back, and my foot hit a branch. The crack echoed through the clearing like a gunshot. The creature snapped its head toward me, and I saw its mouth open, a maw lined with jagged, uneven teeth, yellow and stained. It let out a noise, a kind of wet, rasping sound that chilled me to the bone. I ran. I didn't think about direction, didn't care where I was going, as long as it was away from that thing. I heard it behind me, crashing through the underbrush, closer than it should have been. I ran harder, my breath coming in ragged gasps, legs burning, lungs screaming for air. The ground was uneven, roots and branches tripping me up, but I didn't dare slow down. I burst out of the trees and onto the edge of the cranberry bog. The ground was soft, wet, and my foot sank into the mud, nearly sending me face first into the muck. I scrambled to stay upright, and that's when I heard Rye's voice. "Get down!" he shouted. I didn't think. I just dropped to the ground, and something whizzed past me, a hunting rifle. The sound of the shot rang in my ears, deafening in the stillness of the bog. I rolled over in time to see the creature stumble, a gaping hole in its side, black ichor oozing out. It let out a shriek, something that sounded almost like a human cry, and then collapsed, twitching. Rye came over, panting, rifle still trained on the thing. "You okay, man?" he asked, but I couldn't answer. I just nodded, trying to catch my breath. Rye kept the gun pointed at the creature until it stopped moving, and then he nudged it with his boot, making sure it was dead. "What the hell is that?" I finally managed to ask, my voice trembling. Rye shook his head. "I don't know, but it's not the first time I've seen one out here. It's like the forest spits these things out every few years. The locals have a name for it, the Jersey Devil, but I don't think anyone really knows what they are." We stood there for a long moment, staring at the body. It was wrong in every sense of the word, an abomination that didn't belong in this world. But it was dead, and that was all that mattered. Rye eventually turned to me. "Let's get the hell out of here," he said. I didn't argue. We left the creature where it lay, its twisted form sinking slowly into the bog. The smell lingered in the air as we made our way back to the trail, but I didn't look back. When we got to the parking lot, I asked Rye what he was going to do. "Same thing I always do," he said, lighting a cigarette with shaky hands. "Tell the ranger, let him deal with it. They'll come out, clean it up, make sure no one finds out. You'd be surprised how many people just disappear out here, and no one's the wiser." I didn't say anything. I just got in my car, hands still trembling as I gripped the wheel. Rye gave me a nod, like we'd shared something unspoken, something no one else would understand. I drove off, leaving the Pine Barrens behind, but I knew I'd never be able to forget what happened out there. As I pulled onto the highway, the sun finally broke through the clouds, casting long shadows across the road. I didn't feel relieved, just numb. It was over, but the memory of that thing would stick with me for a long time, even if I never talked about it again. My name's Hank Dryden, and I've been a park ranger for as long as I can remember. I grew up in the Midwest, smack in the middle of nowhere, on a farm that barely scraped by. My old man had a way of fixing things that shouldn't have been fixable, and he passed that down to me. though I traded tractors and plows for trails and wildlife. My life wasn't glamorous, but it was steady, predictable. Until yesterday. The Darby Creek Preserve, where I've worked for the last decade, is one of those places you probably wouldn't know existed unless you were lost or had a fondness for the kinds of dense, untamed woods that make you question your choices. It's a sprawling area, full of gnarled trees, ancient oaks, and a creek that snakes through it like it's forgotten its way out. Not many people visit, which is fine by me. Fewer people means fewer problems. Or at least, that's what I used to think. Yesterday started like any other day. I was doing my rounds, checking the usual spots where teenagers sneak off to smoke weed and making sure no one had decided to go camping without a permit. It was quiet, eerily so. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and the distant cawing of crows. But that wasn't out of the ordinary. The place has always had a sort of uneasy calm to it. It wasn't until I reached the northern edge of the preserve, where the creek bends and disappears into a dense thicket, that I noticed something was off. There was a smell in the air, something foul, like rotting meat left out in the sun too long. I'd smelled dead animals before, sure, but this was different, heavier, like whatever was causing it was big, real big. I made my way through the brush, pushing past branches that seemed to claw at my arms, the stench growing stronger with each step. Finally, I found the source. A deer, or what was left of it, lay sprawled on the ground, its torso torn open, entrails strewn across the forest floor. I've seen predators take down deer before, but this wasn't like any kill I'd ever seen. The deer wasn't eaten, just destroyed, like something had ripped it apart for fun. A wave of nausea washed over me, but curiosity, as always, got the better of me. I decided to follow the blood trail, a clear path of crimson leading deeper into the woods. Every step I took, that putrid smell got worse, thicker, almost tangible in the still air. After about half a mile, the trail led me to a small clearing I'd never seen before, which was strange in itself. I knew this park like the back of my hand. The ground here was different, softer, like it had been recently disturbed. I knelt down to inspect it, brushing aside leaves and dirt, and that's when I saw it. There, half buried in the earth, was a bone, a human bone, partially covered by a shredded piece of what looked like a denim jacket. My stomach lurched. I wasn't looking at an animal kill anymore. This was something else, something far worse. I dug a little more, my fingers trembling as they pulled at the loose soil. More bones. A skull shattered in places like it had been crushed. This wasn't just a body, it was a massacre. I stood up, the weight of what I'd found pressing down on me, my heart pounding in my chest. And that's when I heard it, a sound, faint at first, like something dragging across the ground. It was coming from the other side of the clearing. Slowly I turned, my eyes scanning the tree line, but there was nothing there, just the trees swaying gently in the breeze. But the sound didn't stop. It was getting closer, slithering through the underbrush like a snake. Then I saw it. It emerged from the shadows like a nightmare, something I couldn't have imagined even in my worst dreams. The creature was massive, easily 9 feet tall when it stood on its hind legs, covered in matted, oily fur that clung to its frame like a wet blanket. Its face was elongated, more wolf-like than anything else, with a snout filled with jagged, uneven teeth that seemed too large for its mouth. But it wasn't a wolf. not by a long shot. Its limbs were too long, ending in hands, actual hands, with fingers that were too thin, too long, ending in claws that looked like they could tear through steel. But the eyes, or rather the lack of them, were the worst. Where there should have been eyes, there were just empty sockets, dark and hollow like pits leading to nowhere. Yet somehow I knew it could see me, feel me even, like it was probing my very thoughts. It let out a sound, not a roar, but more like a deep, rumbling exhale. And I knew it was sizing me up, deciding if I was worth its time. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, but my legs felt like they were made of lead, frozen in place as I watched this thing, this impossibility, step closer. And then it lunged. It moved faster than anything that size should have been able to, covering the distance between us in a heartbeat. I didn't think, didn't have time to. I just reacted, throwing myself to the side as its claws swiped through the air where I'd been standing a moment before. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. But I didn't have time to feel the pain. The creature was already on me again, its jaws snapping inches from my face. I rolled out of the way, scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins, and ran. I didn't look back, didn't dare, because I knew if I did, I'd see those hollow sockets, and I couldn't bear that. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the branches that tore at my skin or the roots that threatened to trip me. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the trees, its breath hot on my neck. Somehow, I made it to the creek, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I plunged into the water without thinking, letting the icy cold shock me back into some semblance of sanity. The creek wasn't deep, but it was wide, and I fought the current as it threatened to pull me downstream. I could hear the creature on the other side, pacing along the bank, its claws scraping against the rocks. But it didn't follow me into the water. Maybe it couldn't, or maybe it just didn't want to. Either way, I didn't care. I just kept moving until I reached the other side, dragging myself onto the muddy shore. I lay there for what felt like hours, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. The forest was silent again, that eerie calm returning as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. Something had happened. Something terrible. And it wasn't over. When I finally made it back to the ranger station, I must have looked like I'd been through hell. My uniform was torn, my face scratched, and I was covered in mud. But I didn't care about any of that. I just wanted to report what I'd seen, to get someone out there to deal with it. I burst into the office, startling Marv, my supervisor, who was dozing off at his desk. "What the hell happened to you, Hank?" he asked, eyes wide with concern. I tried to explain, to tell him about the creature, the bones, but the words wouldn't come out right. I was rambling, incoherent, my mind still reeling from the shock of it all. Marv stood up, placing a hand on my shoulder, trying to calm me down. "Slow down, Hank. You're not making any sense. What creature? What bones?" I took a deep breath, forcing myself to focus, to speak clearly. "There's something out there, Marv. Something wrong. I found a body. Human. And this thing, it's not natural." Marv looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but I could see the concern in his eyes. "Are you sure, Hank? You know how the woods can play tricks on you. especially if you're out there alone for too long. I'm sure, Marv. I know what I saw. He hesitated, then nodded. All right. We'll go check it out first thing in the morning, but for now, you need to rest. You're exhausted, Hank. Go home, get some sleep, and we'll deal with this tomorrow. I wanted to argue, to insist that we go now, but I was too tired, too drained, so I agreed reluctantly and headed home. But sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing, felt its presence, and I knew that whatever it was still out there. Morning came too soon, and I was back at the station before dawn, waiting for Marv and the others. They were skeptical, I could tell, but they humored me, probably thinking I'd just seen a bear or maybe a rabid wolf. But when we reached the clearing, their expressions changed. The bones were still there, just as I'd left them. And the smell was undeniable. Marv's face went pale as he knelt beside the remains, the reality of it sinking in. Jesus, Hank, you weren't kidding. I told you, I said, my voice hollow. And there's more. I don't know what that thing is, but it's dangerous, and it's still out there. Marv stood up, his expression grim. We need to report this. Get some experts out here. Whatever this is, it's beyond us. We made our way back to the station in silence, the weight of what we'd found hanging over us like a dark cloud. But as we reached the station, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that somewhere out there, in those woods, that thing was waiting. But that's the thing about Darby Creek. You never know what's out there until it's too late. When the police arrived later that day, they cordoned off the area and began their investigation. They found the body, the bones, just as I described. They even brought in a team of wildlife experts, but none of them could explain what had happened. The official report listed the cause of death as animal attack, but I knew better, and so did Marv. I'm not sure what comes next. Maybe they'll close the park, maybe not. But one thing's for sure, I'm never going back to that clearing. And whatever that thing was, it's still out there, lurking in the shadows of Darby Creek, waiting for its next victim. It's not often that a park ranger in the United States National Park System encounters something truly unexplainable. But let me tell you about the day that changed everything I thought I knew about the wilderness. The morning started off as usual, with a cup of black coffee and a half-hearted perusal of the ranger station's logbook. The previous day had been quiet. A few hikers reporting minor injuries and the odd lost item. I was preparing for another uneventful day when I noticed something strange. There was an entry made late at night by one of the rangers, Jackson, reporting a series of guttural noises coming from deep within the forest. He mentioned something about the sound being unlike anything he had ever heard before, and that it seemed to be moving closer to the station. My name is Ledford, and I've been a park ranger for nearly a decade. I pride myself on knowing every inch of this park, its flora and fauna, and even the odd sounds that come with the territory. But as I sat there reading Jackson's log, a sense of unease crept over me. Jackson was not one to exaggerate or let his imagination get the better of him. If he thought there was something unusual, there probably was. I decided to head out to the area he mentioned, a remote part of the park that didn't see much foot traffic. Before I left, I radioed Jackson to get more details, but there was no response. That was odd. Jackson was diligent about keeping his radio on him at all times. I tried not to let my mind wander to the worst-case scenarios, but I grabbed my rifle just in case. Driving out to the remote trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest was eerily quiet, even for early morning. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just a heavy, expectant silence. I parked the truck and began my hike into the dense woods, following the path described in the log. The air was thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth, but beneath that, there was another scent, faint but foul, like something rotting. After about an hour of walking, I found Jackson's patrol car. It was parked haphazardly, door ajar, keys still in the ignition. This was entirely unlike him. I radioed again. "Jackson, this is Ledford. Do you copy?" Still nothing. I proceeded cautiously, moving deeper into the forest, the smell of decay growing stronger. The trail led me to a small clearing, and that's when I found the first sign of trouble. Scattered around the area were the remnants of a campsite, but it wasn't the usual mess left by careless campers. This was different. The tents were slashed open, belongings strewn about, and the ground was torn up as if something or someone had been in a violent struggle. And there was blood, a lot of it. My heart pounded in my chest as I followed the blood trail. It led deeper into the woods, towards a place known as Devil's Hollow. The name was a relic from the park's history, a nod to the numerous stories and local legends about strange occurrences in that part of the forest. Most of us dismissed them as just that, stories. But as I moved closer to the hollow, the air grew heavier, the silence more oppressive, and the smell of rot almost unbearable. Suddenly I heard a rustling behind me. I spun around, rifle at the ready, but saw nothing. The feeling of being watched, however, was unmistakable. I moved quickly now, driven by a mixture of fear and determination. I had to find Jackson, and I had to find out what was causing this chaos. As I entered the hollow, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. There, partially hidden by the underbrush, was a massive figure hunched over what looked like a body. It was covered in matted, dark fur, and its limbs were grotesquely elongated and powerful. It had the posture of a predator, its back arched, ready to pounce. I could see the remnants of Jackson's uniform on the ground nearby. My instincts kicked in, and I raised my rifle, shouting, "Get away from him!" The creature looked up, and for a moment, our eyes met. I've never seen eyes like that, intelligent, yes, but filled with a primal rage that chilled me to the bone. It let out a sound, not quite a roar, but more like a deep, resonant growl that seemed to vibrate through my very core. I fired a shot, and the creature recoiled, letting out another unnerving shriek before darting into the forest with astonishing speed. I rushed over to Jackson, but it was too late. His body was mangled beyond recognition, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at the sky. The creature had been feeding on him. Nausea rose in my throat, but I pushed it down. I knew I had to get out of there and report what I had seen, but I also knew I couldn't leave Jackson's body to be desecrated any further. I wrapped him in my jacket and started the arduous task of dragging him back to the truck. The journey back was a blur. My senses were on high alert, every sound amplified, every shadow a potential threat. But the creature didn't return. When I finally reached the truck, I radioed for backup and sat there, rifle in hand, until the other rangers arrived. The park was closed off, and a search team was deployed to track down the creature. I was questioned extensively. My story met with skepticism but ultimately corroborated by the evidence at the scene. Jackson's body was taken away, and an official statement was released attributing his death to a bear attack. Despite my vehement objections, I knew what I had seen was no bear. But as the days passed, the search yielded nothing. No tracks, no sightings, just an ominous silence that hung over the park like a shroud. Eventually, the park reopened, and life resumed its normal rhythm. But for me, things were different. I carried on with my duties, but with a heightened sense of awareness. I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, watching, waiting. The official report may have closed the case, but I knew better. I knew that somewhere in the depths of Devil's Hollow, an unseen beast lurked, and that one day it might return. When you've been raised in a town like Harrington, New Mexico, you learn pretty quickly how to spot a phony from a mile away. Born and bred in a small place where everyone knows everyone else's business, it's hard to keep secrets. That's why what happened last year still gnaws at me. I'm Jericho Kincaid, and this is my story. The day started like any other. I was nursing a hangover from the night before, courtesy of one too many shots with my buddy Lyle at the only bar in town. The Hollow Oak was more like a second home than a watering hole. I remember Lyle cracking a joke about how I'd hit rock bottom if I started talking to the furniture. But it was home, and so was Harrington. I loved the place, even if it didn't love me back. Sometimes, anyway. That morning I dragged myself out of bed and decided to go for a walk. I needed to clear my head. Walking had always been my therapy, and out here in the desert there's plenty of space for it. So I headed towards the old Harrington mine. It had been shut down for decades, but it was my go-to spot for thinking things over. The sun was high, and the sky was an unbroken blue. I trudged along, kicking up dust and wishing I had brought water. As I approached the mine, I noticed something odd. A car was parked by the entrance. Now, no one had any business being out there, especially not on a weekday. Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked over to check it out. The car was an old Ford, beat up and rusted. I peered inside but didn't see much, just some trash and an old map on the passenger seat. Weird, but not weird enough to spook me. I shrugged and moved on, heading towards the entrance of the mine. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling sound coming from inside. "Hello?" I called out, half expecting to see Lyle jump out and scare the hell out of me. But there was no answer. Just that rustling getting louder. I stepped inside, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. The place smelled of damp earth and decay, a scent that hadn't changed since I was a kid exploring these tunnels with my brother. I walked deeper, following the sound. It's probably just an animal, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. But then I heard a voice. A low, almost inaudible whisper. It sent a chill down my spine. "Is anyone there?" I called out again. This time, the whisper turned to a groan, a sound so human it made my blood run cold. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest, and that's when I saw it. A figure hunched over on the ground, covered in dirt and grime. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, my voice echoing through the tunnel. The figure didn't move. I stepped closer and reached out to touch its shoulder. It was cold, lifeless. I recoiled in horror, realizing I was looking at a dead body. The man's face was twisted in a grotesque mask of pain, his eyes wide open, staring into nothingness. I backed away, my mind racing. Who was he? How did he end up here? I turned to run, but something caught my eye, a flash of movement deeper in the mine. Against my better judgment, I followed it. The tunnel curved, and as I rounded the bend, I came face to face with the source of the noise. It wasn't human. It stood on two legs, but it had the twisted, muscular frame of something primal, something that didn't belong in this world. Its face was half hidden in shadow, but I could see enough to know it wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. The creature let out a low, guttural noise, its breath hot and foul. I stood frozen, my mind screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The creature moved closer, and I finally snapped out of my trance. I bolted, sprinting back the way I came. The tunnel walls seemed to close in on me as I ran, my breath ragged and desperate. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy footsteps echoing off the stone. I burst out into the daylight, nearly collapsing from the effort. I looked back, expecting to see the creature emerging from the mine, but there was nothing, just the silent, gaping mouth of the tunnel. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and dialed Lyle's number. "Lyle, you got to get out here," I panted, trying to catch my breath. "What the hell's going on, Jericho?" he asked, his voice a mix of confusion and concern. "Just get here. The old mine. Hurry." I hung up and paced around the entrance, my mind racing. A few minutes later, Lyle's truck came tearing down the dirt road. He jumped out, looking around frantically. "What's going on?" he demanded. "There's a body in there, and something else. I don't know what it is, but it's not human," I blurted out. Lyle looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but he knew me well enough to take me seriously. We grabbed a couple of flashlights from his truck and headed back into the mine. The tension was thick, every sound amplified in the oppressive silence. We found the body right where I'd left it. Lyle knelt down, his face grim. "This is Hank Decker. He went missing a few days ago," he said quietly. I didn't recognize the name, but that didn't matter. What mattered was finding out what had killed him, and whether it was still in the mine. We pressed on, moving cautiously, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The deeper we went, the more the air seemed to thicken, as if the mine itself was alive and aware of our presence. We rounded the bend, and there it was again, the creature. It stood in the middle of the tunnel, its eyes locked onto us. This time there was no mistaking its intent. It wanted us dead. Lyle and I exchanged a look, and without a word, we turned and ran. The creature let out a deafening roar and gave chase. We sprinted through the tunnels, the light from our flashlights bouncing off the walls. I could hear Lyle cursing under his breath, his footsteps pounding beside me. We burst out into the daylight once more, but this time we didn't stop. We ran to Lyle's truck and jumped in, slamming the doors behind us. Lyle floored it, the tires kicking up a cloud of dust as we sped away from the mine. "What the hell was that thing?" Lyle shouted, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't know, man, but it killed Decker, and it almost got us too," I replied, my voice shaking. We drove straight to the sheriff's office and reported what we'd seen. Sheriff Taylor was a no-nonsense kind of guy, not one to buy into wild stories. But when he saw the look on our faces, he knew we weren't making it up. He rounded up a few deputies, and we all headed back to the mine, armed to the teeth. When we arrived, the place was eerily quiet. We ventured inside, moving slowly and deliberately. The creature was gone, but the body was still there. Sheriff Taylor ordered a full investigation, and the mine was sealed off. They brought in experts, scientists, even a couple of folks from some government agency I'd never heard of. They poked around, took samples, and asked a lot of questions. But they never found the creature. Or if they did, they sure as hell didn't tell us. The official report said Decker died of exposure and dehydration, but Lyle and I knew better. We saw that thing with our own eyes, and there was no way we were ever going to forget it. A few days later, I was back at the Hollow Oak, nursing a beer and trying to make sense of it all. Lyle sat next to me, staring into his drink. "You think it's still out there?" he asked quietly. I shrugged. "I don't know, Lyle, but I do know one thing. I'm not going back to that mine. Not ever." Life in Harrington returned to normal, or as normal as it could be after something like that. People whispered about what had happened, and some folks moved away, unable to shake the fear. But most of us stayed. This was home after all. Months went by, and the incident at the mine slowly faded from memory. But every now and then, when I was out walking in the desert, I'd feel it, that uneasy sensation of being watched. I'd stop, look around, and see nothing but sand and scrub. But I knew it was out there somewhere, waiting. One night, I was sitting on my porch, looking out at the stars. The air was cool, and the town was quiet. I thought about Decker, about what had happened to him, and about that creature. And then I realized something. Maybe it wasn't just a mindless beast. Maybe it was protecting something, or someone. I never told anyone about that thought. It seemed too crazy, even for me. But it made me wonder, what if we were the intruders? What if we were the ones who didn't belong? As for me, I've made my peace with it. I still walk out in the desert, still go about my life. But I'm more careful now, more aware of my surroundings. Because out here, in the vast empty expanse of the desert, you never know what might be lurking just out of sight. And sometimes, it's better not to know. You ever have one of those days where nothing seems to go right? It was one of those for me. It was 2015, and I was just a guy trying to make ends meet in Helena, Montana. I had just moved back in with my folks after a rough breakup, trying to sort my life out. My name's Enoch Weber, and that day turned out to be anything but ordinary. My parents had gone to visit my aunt in another town, leaving me to watch the house. It was a lazy Saturday morning, and I had no plans other than to enjoy some peace and quiet. The house was this old, creaky thing on the outskirts of town, surrounded by dense woods, perfect for some solitude, or so I thought. Around midday, I decided to take a walk in the woods. It was something I did often to clear my head. I grabbed a bottle of water, slipped on my boots, and headed out. The air was crisp, with the scent of pine needles and damp earth filling my nostrils. The sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling were almost therapeutic. I walked deeper and deeper, just following whatever path looked interesting. I found myself in an area I hadn't explored before. It was oddly quiet, like the birds and insects had decided this part of the forest was off limits. I shrugged it off and kept walking. That's when I noticed something odd, a strange smell, like rotten meat mixed with wet earth. It was pungent, almost making me gag. Curiosity got the better of me, and I followed the scent. It led me to a small clearing, and there, in the middle, was a mutilated deer carcass. Now, I'm no hunter, but I've seen my fair share of dead animals. This was different. The deer looked like it had been ripped apart by something with serious strength, and not in a clean way, like a bear or a mountain lion might do. I felt a chill run through me, but I brushed it off. I mean, this is nature, right? Stuff happens. But then I heard it, a low guttural noise that sent every hair on my body standing on end. I spun around, trying to pinpoint the source, but saw nothing. The forest was still, eerily quiet. My instinct screamed at me to leave, but my feet seemed glued to the spot. I took a deep breath and forced myself to move, heading back the way I came. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I picked up my pace, heart pounding in my chest. I was about halfway back when I heard it again, that same noise, but closer this time. I started running, not caring about the path, just desperate to get out of there. I tripped over a root and went sprawling. As I scrambled to my feet, I caught a glimpse of something in the trees. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and long, sinewy limbs. I couldn't make out its face, but its eyes. They were watching me. I bolted, not daring to look back. When I finally burst out of the trees and into my backyard, I slammed the door behind me and locked it. I was breathing hard, adrenaline coursing through me. I told myself I was just imagining things, that it was probably just a bear and my mind was playing tricks on me. I spent the rest of the day trying to distract myself, TV, video games, anything to get my mind off what I had seen. But as evening fell, the sense of unease returned. I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see those eyes staring back at me. Around 9:00 p.m., I heard a noise outside, a heavy thud, like something had landed on the porch. I froze, straining to listen. There it was again, followed by the sound of wood creaking. My mind raced. What the hell could that be? I grabbed the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, a rusty old hatchet my dad kept in the garage, and slowly made my way to the front door. I peered through the peephole and saw nothing. Mustering up some courage, I cracked the door open and stepped outside. The porch was empty, but the air felt thick, heavy, like a storm was coming. I took a few steps forward, hatchet raised, and then I saw it. Just beyond the porch light, in the shadows of the trees, it stood, that same hulking figure watching me. I backed up slowly, keeping my eyes on it. "Get the hell out of here," I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. It didn't move, just kept staring. I stumbled back inside, slamming the door and bolting it. I called the police, my hand shaking as I explained what I had seen. They arrived about 20 minutes later, but of course, by then, there was no sign of the creature. They chalked it up to a bear sighting and told me to stay indoors. The officers left, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in danger. I locked all the windows and doors, double-checked everything, and tried to calm down. Just as I was beginning to think I might be overreacting, I heard the scratching. It started softly, like nails on a chalkboard, coming from the back door. I crept over, hatchet in hand, and listened. The scratching grew louder, more frantic. I peeked through the window and saw the door vibrating as if something was trying to get in. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I didn't know what to do. Call the cops again? They'd think I was losing it. Instead, I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the door. Then, with a splintering crash, the door gave way, and the creature barreled in. It was even more terrifying up close. A mass of matted fur, long limbs ending in sharp claws, and a face that was a twisted blend of human and animal features. It let out a guttural noise and lunged at me. I swung the hatchet wildly, connecting with its arm. It howled in pain, but it didn't stop. It swiped at me, claws raking across my chest. The pain was blinding, but I managed to dodge its next attack and scramble toward the kitchen. I grabbed a knife from the counter and faced the creature. It was bleeding, but still very much alive, and very angry. It came at me again, and I stabbed it in the side. It howled again, swiping at me with its claws, but I managed to stay just out of reach. The fight was brutal, and I was running on pure adrenaline. I stabbed and slashed, dodging its attacks as best I could. Finally, I managed to drive the knife into its neck. The creature let out a final gurgling roar and collapsed. I stood there, covered in blood, gasping for breath. The creature lay motionless at my feet. I didn't know what it was, but I knew I had to get help. I stumbled to the phone and called the cops again, trying to explain through the pain and shock. When they arrived, they found me slumped on the floor, clutching my bleeding chest. The creature was still there, a grotesque heap of fur and muscle. The officers looked stunned, but they quickly called for an ambulance and secured the scene. I spent a few days in the hospital, recovering from my injuries. The police questioned me repeatedly, trying to make sense of what had happened. They couldn't identify the creature, and the whole thing was quickly labeled a bizarre incident. I moved out of my parents' house soon after, unable to stay there after what had happened. The events of that day still haunt me, but I've tried to move on with my life. I never found out what that creature was or where it came from. Some nights I lie awake, wondering if there are more of them out there, lurking in the woods, but I survived. And as much as it scared the hell out of me, it also made me realize how strong I can be when I have to be. Life goes on, and so do I. When my father died, leaving me with a mountain of debt and a crumbling construction business, I had no choice but to step up and try to salvage what was left. My name is Rayan Tallchief, and I hail from the Osage Nation in Oklahoma. The business was my father's dream, and it seemed cruel that I had to inherit it only to watch it fall apart. Yet here I was, on the verge of bankruptcy, trying to complete one last contract that could save everything. The project was a new wing for the University of Oklahoma Science Building, situated on the outskirts of Norman. It was supposed to be straightforward, a few months of hard work, and then we'd be paid enough to clear most of our debts. I'd even assembled a solid crew, guys I could trust, like Marcus Redwing and Teddy Whitebloom, both of whom I had known since high school. It was a typical late October morning when we started work, the kind where the sky was gray and the wind carried a chill that hinted at the coming winter. We were in the middle of laying the foundation when the backhoe hit something that wasn't earth or rock. The sound was a dull, metallic thud, and Marcus, who was operating the machine, jumped out and signaled for me to come over. "What do you think it is, Rand?" Marcus asked, wiping his brow with a dirty rag. "I don't know," I said, peering into the hole. "Could be an old pipeline or something." I climbed down into the pit, the damp earth cold beneath my boots, and started clearing the dirt away with a shovel. Teddy handed me a flashlight, and as I brushed more dirt aside, I saw it. It wasn't a pipe. It was a box. A large metal one, rusted and worn, but still intact. We managed to pull it out and pry it open with a crowbar. Inside were old documents, brittle and yellowed with age, and what looked like human bones. "Jesus, Rand, what have we got here?" Teddy whispered, his eyes wide. "I don't know," I said, staring at the skeleton, "but we need to call the authorities." The police arrived quickly, and the site was soon swarming with officers and forensic experts. They took the remains and the documents, promising to let us know what they found. Work was halted for the rest of the day, and we were told to stay away from the site until further notice. That evening, back at my small apartment, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The discovery was unsettling, but more so were the documents. I hadn't gotten a good look at them, but I'd seen enough to know they were old, possibly dating back to the early 1900s. The next day, the university's administration called us in for a meeting. There were serious faces around the table, and Dr. Eleanor Parsons, the head of the history department, was there too. "We've done some preliminary research," Dr. Parsons began, "and it appears the documents pertain to a series of experiments conducted by a Dr. Lanahan Hawthorne in the 1920s. He was a biologist known for his controversial work on animal and human hybrids." "Hybrids?" Marcus asked, frowning. "You mean like crossing different species?" "Precisely, Doctor," Parsons said. "He was trying to create a new species, combining human and animal traits. The university shut down his experiments and buried everything, including the bodies of his subjects." "That's messed up," Teddy said, shaking his head. "Yes, it is," Dr. Parsons agreed. "And now it's out in the open again. We need to handle this delicately. The university wants to keep this quiet, at least until we know more. You'll be compensated for your trouble, but we need you to continue working as if nothing happened." We agreed, albeit reluctantly, and returned to the site with a sense of dread. The atmosphere had changed. What once felt like a straightforward construction job now felt like we were digging up ghosts. Days passed without incident, and we resumed our work. But then strange things started happening. Equipment went missing, only to turn up in bizarre places. Tools were found bent or broken, and one morning we discovered the remains of a raccoon, mutilated and left at the edge of the site. One night Marcus and I decided to stay late, determined to catch whoever was sabotaging our work. We set up a couple of old hunting cameras around the site and sat in my truck, sipping coffee and talking about old times. Hours passed without anything happening, and just when we were about to call it a night, we heard it, a low, guttural sound that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. "What the hell was that?" Marcus whispered, gripping his flashlight. "I don't know, but we need to check it out," I said, grabbing my own flashlight and a crowbar for good measure. We followed the sound to the edge of the construction site, where the forest began. The moon was full, casting eerie shadows through the trees. The noise grew louder, more insistent, and as we pushed through the underbrush, we saw it. A creature hunched over, with features that seemed to blur the line between human and animal. "Jesus Christ!" Marcus yelled, stumbling back. The creature looked up, its face a grotesque mask of fur and flesh. It snarled and lunged at us. I swung the crowbar, connecting with its shoulder. It howled in pain but didn't back down. Marcus grabbed a fallen branch and started swinging wildly. The creature turned its attention to him, giving me a moment to think. I remembered the hunting cameras and knew we had to lead the creature towards them to get some kind of proof. "Marcus, this way!" I shouted, running back towards the site. We ran, the creature close behind. Just as we reached the edge of the clearing, Marcus tripped and fell. The creature was on him in an instant. I swung the crowbar again, hitting it square on the head. It stumbled, giving Marcus a chance to get up and run. We made it to the truck and locked ourselves inside. The creature slammed against the doors, snarling and clawing at the metal. But eventually, it gave up and disappeared into the woods. The next day, we reviewed the footage from the cameras. The images were blurry but unmistakable. There was something out there, something that shouldn't exist. We took the footage to the police, who were skeptical at first but agreed to investigate. They searched the woods and found evidence, blood, fur, and more mutilated animals. They couldn't deny something was out there, but they kept it quiet, just like the university wanted. The site was shut down and the university paid us off. I used the money to pay off some of the debts, but the business was still in trouble. We never found out what happened to the creature, or if there were more like it. The documents and the bones were taken by the university, locked away where they hoped no one would ever find them again. We moved on, trying to forget what we'd seen. But sometimes late at night, when the wind howls through the trees, I think about that creature and the experiments that created it, and I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for someone else to uncover its dark secret. Back in 1985, I was working as a deputy sheriff in a small town called Mill Creek, tucked away in the forests of northern Minnesota. I liked the place well enough, even if it was quiet most of the time. It suited me. I wasn't one for excitement, not anymore. My wife Kelly had passed away a couple of years before, and I didn't care much for anything beyond my daily duties. Mill Creek was a town of fewer than 1,000 souls. Everybody knew everybody else, and gossip was as common as the coffee at Bert's Diner. But crime, not so much. A few drunken brawls, the odd burglary, and once in a while, a case of missing livestock. I was content with the routine. But that year, something changed. It was early spring when the reports started coming in. First, it was Old Man Sutter's cattle. 3 of them found dead and torn apart in the morning, as if some animal had gone on a rampage. Sutter was known for his tall tales, so nobody took him too seriously at first. Wolves, the others said. But I'd seen wolves, and I knew this wasn't their work. The bites were too large, the wounds too deep. It was something else. A few weeks later, the Jenkins boy went missing. Nathan Jenkins was only 12, always running around with his dog Max. The dog came back bloodied and limping, but Nathan was nowhere to be found. His parents were frantic. We organized a search party, combed through the woods for days, but there was no trace of him. just the dog. And that wasn't much comfort. I didn't want to believe it, but I started to connect the dots, the cattle, the missing boy, and the stories I'd heard from the old folks, the ones who still believed in the old legends. They spoke of a creature that roamed the woods, something ancient and wild. I dismissed it as folklore, the kind of nonsense that kept kids in line. But the fear in their eyes, that was real. I had to find out what was going on. I spent every spare minute after work driving out to the woods, patrolling the areas where the incidents had occurred. I didn't find anything at first, just the usual signs of wildlife, deer tracks, foxes, a bear or two. But then, late one night, I found something that chilled me to the bone. I was out by the old lumber mill, long abandoned. The roof had caved in, and the windows were shattered. The place had always given me the creeps, but I figured it was as good a place as any to check. The moon was out, casting long shadows across the clearing, and the air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. That's when I saw it movement, just on the edge of the tree line. At first, I thought it was a bear, but it was too tall, too hunched. It moved with a strange, jerky gait, like it wasn't quite sure how to walk on two legs. My heart pounded as I reached for my flashlight and drew my service revolver, a .357 Magnum, from its holster. The beam of light cut through the darkness, and I saw it clearly for the first time. The creature was monstrous, a twisted mix of animal and something else, something almost human. It was covered in thick, matted fur, but its face was all wrong. It had a snout like a wolf, but there was intelligence in its eyes, a malevolence that sent a shiver down my spine and made me want to turn tail and run. But I didn't run. I couldn't. This thing had killed, and it would kill again if I didn't stop it. It stared at me, unblinking, as if sizing me up, deciding whether I was worth the trouble. My hand shook as I squeezed the trigger, firing a shot. The bullet hit it square in the chest, and it howled, a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. But it didn't go down. It lunged at me, faster than I could have imagined. I fired again and again, emptying my revolver as I stumbled backward, tripping over roots and rocks. It was on me in a flash, its claws raking across my arm, its breath hot and foul in my face. I managed to roll to the side, scrambling to reload, but it was too fast. It swatted the gun out of my hand and roared, baring its teeth, jagged, yellow, and dripping with saliva. I thought I was done for. Then, just as suddenly as it had attacked, it stopped. It sniffed the air, its ears twitching, and then it bolted, disappearing into the woods like a shadow. I lay there for a while, bleeding and shaking, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It was real, the thing I'd seen, the thing that had killed Nathan Jenkins. It was real, but nobody would believe me. Who would? The next morning I went to the station, arm bandaged and nerves frayed. I told Sheriff Donovan what had happened. He looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but I showed him the claw marks on my arm and the torn sleeve of my uniform. Reluctantly, he agreed to send a few men to search the area. They found nothing. No sign of the creature, no tracks, nothing. But they did find Nathan's body, torn to shreds and buried under a pile of leaves not far from where I'd seen the thing. It was enough to convince the sheriff that something was out there, even if he didn't want to admit it. The town was on edge after that. People stayed indoors at night, and the gossip at Bert's diner turned dark. The old folks whispered about the legend again, but now the younger generation listened. I spent the next few weeks recovering, haunted by the memory of that night. I couldn't let it go. The thing was still out there, and I knew it wouldn't stop. So one night I went back to the woods, back to where it had all started. I was armed to the teeth this time, determined to end it once and for all. I didn't have to wait long. The creature found me. It charged at me, but I was ready. I emptied my shotgun into it, the blasts echoing through the trees. It stumbled but didn't fall. I drew my revolver and fired the last of my rounds, each shot hitting its mark. It roared, staggered, and then collapsed at my feet. I stood over it, panting, watching as its body twitched and then lay still. It was dead. Finally, the proof was there, the body of the thing that had terrorized my town. I took a deep breath, knowing I could return to Mill Creek with the knowledge that it was over. I walked back to my car, not bothering to look back. The forest was silent, but it felt different now, somehow. Lighter. The creature was dead, but the encounter had changed me. I was no longer the same man who had sought peace and quiet in Mill Creek. I had seen something ancient and wild, something that defied explanation, and I knew that the wilderness held secrets that were best left undisturbed. Back in 2004, I'd finally saved enough to buy a little place up in the Ozarks. Nothing fancy, just a small cabin tucked away deep in the woods. I needed the peace and quiet after a rough couple of years dealing with my divorce and the sale of the family home. It wasn't just a hideaway, though. I'd always been someone who liked his solitude, a little too much maybe. But living off the grid had a certain appeal. So when I found the cabin on that dirt road outside Jasper, Arkansas, I took the chance. My name's Clyde Harper. I've been working as a welder for over 25 years, but things took a sharp turn after the divorce. My ex got the house, the dogs, and most of what we built. I didn't fight it. There wasn't any energy left to fight. So I packed up my tools, sold what I could, and decided to start over somewhere no one could find me. The cabin was an old structure, maybe from the 1970s, but sturdy enough to make a home. It had the essentials: a wood-burning stove, a couple of solar panels, and a well for water. The first few weeks out there were the best I'd felt in years. No traffic, no phone calls, just the wind in the trees and the occasional deer passing through. I spent my days fixing up the place, learning how to live without relying on grocery stores or electricity. I thought I had found paradise. Then came the noises. It started small, at night, after I'd shut down for the day and turned in. I'd hear what I assumed were animals outside. Usual forest stuff, rustling leaves, the crack of a twig. I'd lived in more rural areas before, and the sounds of the forest didn't usually get to me. But this was different. These sounds weren't coming from a distance. They were too close to the cabin, almost like something was pacing just outside, testing the boundaries. I brushed it off at first. Probably just raccoons, maybe a stray dog. But after a week of this, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. One night, the sounds were louder, more deliberate, heavy footsteps circling the cabin. It was like someone was out there walking around the perimeter. I grabbed the old .22 rifle I kept near the door and stepped outside, hoping to catch sight of whatever it was. I pointed the flashlight out into the dark and saw nothing, just the endless stretch of trees and underbrush. The woods were still, too still. The usual night sounds were gone. No crickets, no frogs, just an unsettling silence. I stayed out there for a few minutes, scanning the area, but nothing showed itself. I went back inside, locked the door, and told myself it was nothing, just my imagination, but things escalated. The next night I was sitting on the porch, sipping on some whiskey and watching the stars, when I heard it again, heavy footsteps coming from the woods. This time, though, it wasn't subtle. Whatever was out there wasn't trying to be quiet. It was bold, crashing through the underbrush like it didn't care who heard it. I stood up, rifle in hand, and yelled out into the dark. "Hey, who's out there?" No response, but the footsteps stopped. I listened, heart pounding, but the woods were dead silent again. That was when I saw something, just a flicker of movement in the trees, low to the ground, something big crouching behind the tree line. I couldn't make out much in the dark, but whatever it was staring at me. I could feel it. I took a step back, and the thing moved fast. It darted between the trees, too quick for me to get a clear look, but I caught a glimpse of its shape as it crossed a patch of moonlight. It was low to the ground, its back hunched like a mountain lion, but bigger, much bigger. Its body moved in a strange, jerky way, almost like it wasn't used to its own limbs. I didn't waste any time. I fired off a shot, the sound tearing through the still night. The thing let out a sharp, guttural noise, nothing like I'd ever heard before from any animal. It took off into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there, rifle trembling in my hands, not sure what the hell I'd just seen. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair by the door, rifle across my lap, eyes fixed on the windows. Every little sound outside sent my heart racing, but nothing came back. The next morning, I went out to the spot where I'd seen the thing. There were tracks, huge clawed prints in the soft earth, unlike anything I'd seen. They were too big for a bear, too strange for any predator I knew of. I started thinking maybe I was losing it. Cabin fever, stress, it could have been anything. But then I found the deer carcass. It was about a mile from the cabin, just off one of the trails I'd started clearing. The animal had been ripped apart, its body torn to shreds. I've seen predators take down deer before, but this was different. Whatever killed this thing didn't eat it. It was slaughtered, left there like a warning. The wounds were deep, jagged claws, maybe teeth, but it wasn't an attack for food. It was savagery, plain and simple. That's when I realized I wasn't alone out here. Something was watching me, and it wasn't afraid. For the next week, I didn't leave the cabin after dark. I kept the rifle close, the doors locked, and tried to tell myself it was all in my head. But the sounds kept coming. Every night, the footsteps circled the cabin, sometimes closer, sometimes farther. It was playing with me, testing my nerves. I could feel it, watching from the trees, waiting for the right moment. Then one night, it got bold. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it again, the footsteps, slow, deliberate, getting closer. They stopped right outside the window. I held my breath, listening, waiting. And then the sound of scratching, long, slow scratches against the wood of the cabin, like claws testing the walls. I grabbed the rifle and jumped out of bed, flipping on the lights. But before I could even make it to the door, I heard a crash of glass breaking in the kitchen. It was inside. I don't know how it got in, but it did. I could hear it moving, heavy footsteps thudding across the floor, low, guttural breathing filling the room. I crept down the hallway, rifle raised, ready to shoot at whatever came around the corner. And then I saw it. It stood in the kitchen, hunched over, its back to me. The thing was massive, at least 7 feet tall, its body covered in matted fur like a giant, mangy wolf. But it wasn't a wolf. Its limbs were all wrong, too long, with joints that seemed to bend backward. Its head was low, snout too short, and its hands. God, its hands were huge, tipped with claws that could have ripped through steel. I didn't wait. I fired. The bullet hit it square in the back, and the thing let out a roar of pain. It turned to face me, its mouth gaping open to reveal jagged, mismatched teeth like a shark's. I fired again, this time hitting it in the chest. Blood sprayed across the kitchen, and the thing staggered, collapsing onto the floor with a heavy thud. I stood there, breathing hard, my rifle still aimed at its head. It twitched a few times, its body jerking like it didn't want to die, but eventually it went still. I backed up, not taking my eyes off the thing, and grabbed the phone. I called the local sheriff, trying to explain what happened, but I could barely get the words out. They didn't believe me, of course. Why would they? I could barely believe it myself. When the authorities arrived, they took one look at the thing and went white as ghosts. They didn't know what it was. Hell, they didn't even try to name it. But they took the body. They loaded it into a truck, told me to stay quiet, and that they'd take care of it. I didn't argue. Whatever they planned to do with it, I didn't care. All I knew was that it was over. Whatever that thing was, it was gone. I moved out of the cabin the next day. There wasn't any point staying after that. The peace and quiet I'd craved had been shattered, replaced by the chilling memory of the creature and the knowledge that the wilderness held secrets far darker than I could have ever imagined. I'm Cole Macklin, and I've been hauling freight up and down the Midwest for close to a decade. I'm no stranger to long nights on the road, but the route through Missouri I picked up last month was different. There's a stretch of road up past Benton that I've driven a handful of times. It's a desolate part of the state, with narrow lanes and barely enough room for 2 semis to pass each other. There's nothing out there but fields, a few scraggly trees, and the occasional rusted-out truck abandoned on the shoulder. I never liked that stretch of road, but I didn't think much of it until that one night. The load was light, a few pallets of dry goods heading to a warehouse near the Arkansas border. It was around 11:00 p.m. when I hit that lonely stretch, and the road was empty, as usual. It was one of those nights when everything feels a little too quiet, even with the hum of the engine and the occasional rattle of the trailer. The moonlight barely cut through the trees, and there wasn't a single car in sight. I was about 10 miles in when I saw it, a pair of dim headlights in the distance. They were coming up slow, which was odd because everyone out here either barrels down the road like they're late for something, or crawls along like they're lost. As the lights got closer, I realized it was an old, beat-up pickup. The thing looked like it had seen better days: mud-caked tires, a missing grille, and a cracked windshield. I wouldn't have paid it much mind except for the fact that it was swerving. Not a drunk driver's kind of swerve, more like someone was struggling to keep it straight. I slowed down, figuring I'd pass them easy and be on my way. But just as I was about to overtake the truck, it veered hard to the right and disappeared off the road, straight into the field. I slammed on the brakes and pulled over, staring after the truck. My first thought was that the driver might have had a medical emergency or something, and I couldn't just leave them out there. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, radioed in a brief message to my dispatcher, and started walking toward where the truck had gone off the road. The field was rough and uneven, and it wasn't long before I found the pickup, its nose buried in the dirt, steam hissing from the engine. The driver's door was open, swinging slightly in the breeze. I called out, but no one answered. I figured they must have been thrown from the vehicle, so I circled around, shining the light across the field. That's when I saw the blood. It was splattered across the ground in long streaks, leading away from the truck and into the woods. The trail was fresh, and my heart started pounding as I followed it, stepping over broken branches and pushing through the undergrowth. About 50 yards in, I found him. The man was on his back, his throat slit from ear to ear, eyes wide open, staring at nothing. His clothes were ripped, and there were deep gashes on his arms and chest. It was clear that whatever happened, he didn't go down without a fight. I've seen my fair share of rough stuff on the road. Accidents, breakdowns, even a few fistfights at truck stops. But this was different. This was cold-blooded murder. I knelt down, checking his pockets for ID, but found nothing, just some crumpled bills and a rusted pocket knife. I was about to head back to the truck and call it in when I heard a rustling behind me. I spun around, flashlight beam slicing through the trees, but saw nothing. I kept the light steady, my pulse racing, listening hard for any sound. It was quiet, too quiet. No crickets, no wind, just the sound of my own breathing. Then I saw him, a figure standing just at the edge of the light, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face I couldn't make out, only the faint outline of a hood pulled low. He didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there watching. I backed up slowly, keeping the light on him, my hand moving to the knife I kept clipped to my belt. My truck was a good distance away, and I knew I couldn't outrun him if it came to that. The guy didn't flinch, didn't seem bothered by the light in his face. I could feel the sweat starting to trickle down my neck, the tension winding tighter with each second, and then he stepped forward. Just one slow, deliberate step. I didn't wait for the next. I turned and ran, crashing through the brush, flashlight bobbing wildly in front of me. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy, purposeful. But he didn't run. He didn't need to. He knew the land better than I did, and he was driving me towards something. I broke through the trees and stumbled back onto the road, my truck looming up ahead like a lifeline. I didn't stop until I reached the cab, wrenching the door open and flinging myself inside. I locked the doors, fumbling for the radio, but my hands were shaking too hard to press the button. The figure emerged from the woods, now in the full beam of my headlights. He was massive, with a face scarred and twisted like it had been through a war, skin pale under the harsh light. He was holding something, a knife, long and serrated, dripping with fresh blood. I finally managed to hit the radio, my voice cracking as I called for help. This is Cole Macklin. I need assistance now. There's been a murder. I'm at mile marker 58. Send the police. The man didn't move. He just stood there staring at me, the knife hanging loosely in his hand. I could see him breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling like he'd been running, but he hadn't broken a sweat. Then, without warning, he turned and walked away, back into the woods, disappearing as quietly as he'd come. I sat there, heart hammering, watching the darkness swallow him up, unsure if he was gone for good or just waiting for another chance. The police arrived about 20 minutes later, and they found the body where I said it would be. They didn't question me much, just took my statement, my description of the man, and let me go. I don't know what they thought of my story, but they found the blood, the knife, and the tracks leading back into the woods. The guy was real, and I knew they were going to find him eventually. I never took that route again. I heard later that the man had been identified, a local drifter with a history of violence. They caught up with him a week later, dead in a ditch not far from where I saw him. Someone had done to him what he'd done to others, slit his throat and left him to bleed out. I don't think about it much these days. It's part of the job, I guess. You see things, you move on. But I'll tell you one thing. Next time I see a pair of swerving headlights on a dark road, I'm driving the other way. I was never much of a camper. I preferred the comfort of a city where the lights never go out and the sound of car horns drowns out the whispers of the night. But it was my brother Felix who loved the outdoors. He was the kind of guy who found peace in the silence of the wilderness, who said he could hear the heartbeat of the earth when he lay on the cold, damp ground. I didn't get it, but I loved Felix. And when he asked me to join him on a trip to a place called Needle Creek in 1997, I couldn't say no. I'm Ivan Avery, and I was born and raised in Manhattan, where the only mountains you see are made of concrete and glass. I've been through my share of tough times, grew up in a family where money was always tight, but we got by. Felix was the opposite of me, calm, collected, always looking for an escape from the chaos of city life. He believed that nature was the antidote to all that stress. I thought he was crazy, but I also admired him for it. We drove out in his beat-up Toyota, the kind of car that looks like it's held together by rust and hope. The trip to Needle Creek took us deep into the heart of Montana, far from anything that resembled civilization. The road turned from asphalt to gravel to dirt, and soon enough we were bouncing along a barely visible path, surrounded by dense forests that felt like they'd never seen a human footprint. Felix was in his element, grinning like a kid at Christmas, while I was busy gripping the door handle, trying not to let my unease show. We parked at the trailhead, a lonely spot marked by a weathered wooden sign that simply read, Needle Creek Trail. The name sounded ominous to me, but Felix assured me it was just because the creek cut through the rocks sharply, like a needle through fabric. We packed our gear, tents, sleeping bags, a few days' worth of food, and a couple of old rifles Felix insisted we bring for protection. I didn't think we'd need them, but something about the way the forest loomed over us, the shadows stretching long and deep, made me glad we had them. The first day was uneventful. We hiked a few miles, following the creek as it twisted and turned through the trees. The forest was dense, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The trees were tall and ancient, their branches intertwining like the gnarled fingers of some giant creature. Felix was in his element, pointing out different types of plants and animal tracks that meant nothing to me. I nodded along, trying to match his enthusiasm, but my mind was elsewhere, back in the city, where the worst thing you had to worry about was a mugger, not whatever lurked in the shadows of this place. We set up camp by the creek as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch forever. Felix cooked us a simple meal of beans and bacon over a campfire, and for a while I started to relax. The sound of the water rushing by, the crackle of the fire, and Felix's easy laughter were almost enough to make me forget how far we were from anything familiar. But as the night closed in, the forest seemed to change. The shadows grew deeper, the trees more menacing, and the silence. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was oppressive, like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Felix didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he didn't say anything. He lay back on his sleeping bag staring up at the sky, and I did the same, trying to find comfort in the stars that peeked through the canopy. It was around midnight when I first heard it, a low rumbling sound, far off in the distance. I sat up, straining my ears, but it was gone as quickly as it had come. Felix stirred beside me, but he didn't wake up. I told myself it was nothing, just my city nerves acting up in the wilderness. But then I heard it again, closer this time, a deep, resonant sound that sent a shiver down my spine. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, part animal, part something else, something unnatural. I shook Felix awake. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. He blinked at me, groggy and confused. "Hear what?" "That sound," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "Something's out there." Felix sat up, listening. For a few moments, there was nothing but the usual sounds of the forest. The wind rustling the leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. But then, just as I was beginning to doubt myself, it came again, louder, closer. Felix's eyes widened and I saw a flicker of fear cross his face. He grabbed the rifle, checking the chamber, and nodded at me to do the same. My hand shook as I fumbled with the gun, not nearly as confident as Felix, who'd grown up hunting with our dad. We stood there, backs to the fire, rifles pointed into the darkness, waiting for whatever it was to show itself. The night was thick with tension, every creak of a branch or rustle of leaves making my heart race. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back, the cold air biting at my skin, but I didn't dare move. Then we saw it, a shadow moving between the trees, impossibly large, too big to be any animal I'd ever seen. It moved with a fluid grace, almost like it was gliding across the ground. The firelight caught its shape, and I realized it wasn't like any creature I knew. It was hunched, with limbs that seemed too long, too thin, ending in sharp, claw-like hands. Its head was elongated, more like a snake's, with a mouth that opened far wider than any jaw should, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Felix fired first, the crack of the rifle echoing through the forest. But the creature didn't flinch. It turned its head towards us, and I swear I felt its gaze cold and calculating. It let out a sound, a low guttural noise that made my blood run cold. I fired next, but it was like shooting at a shadow. The bullets passed through it, hitting nothing but air. Panic set in. "Run!" Felix shouted, and I didn't need to be told twice. We sprinted through the trees, the creature behind us, moving faster than should have been possible. I could hear it close enough that I could almost feel its breath on my neck, a cold, wet sensation that made my skin crawl. Felix was ahead of me, leading the way, but even he was struggling to find a path in the dark. We stumbled, fell, but somehow kept going, driven by pure fear. The creature was relentless, its footsteps pounding the earth like a drumbeat, matching the frantic rhythm of my heart. Just when I thought it was over, that we'd be caught, Felix grabbed my arm and pulled me towards a small cave, barely visible in the darkness. We scrambled inside, pressing ourselves against the cold, damp walls, holding our breath as the creature passed by, its footsteps echoing ominously outside. It lingered for a moment, as if it knew we were there, just out of its reach. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone, leaving behind an oppressive silence that weighed on us like a blanket. We stayed in that cave until dawn, too terrified to move. When the first light of day finally broke through the trees, we crawled out, exhausted and shaken. The forest was quiet again, almost peaceful, but there was something wrong. The ground where the creature had been was scorched, the trees around it blackened and twisted as if they'd been burned from the inside out. Felix and I didn't speak as we made our way back to the car. There was nothing to say. We packed up in silence, drove away from Needle Creek without looking back. We both knew we wouldn't talk about what had happened, not because we didn't believe it, but because we knew no one else would. We made it back to the city later that evening, the noise and lights of Manhattan feeling surreal after what we'd been through. Felix dropped me off at my apartment, and as I got out of the car, he finally spoke. "Take care of yourself, Ivan," he said, his voice weary, almost defeated. "You too," I replied, knowing that something had changed between us, something neither of us could put into words. As I walked to my door, I glanced back at Felix. He was still sitting in the car, staring straight ahead, lost in thought. Then he drove off, and I watched the taillights disappear into the night. I never saw Felix again after that. He called me once, a few months later, saying he was heading out on another trip, somewhere even more remote. I tried to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. He was chasing something, maybe the answers to what we'd seen that night, or maybe just trying to prove to himself that it wasn't real. A few weeks later, I got a call from the Rangers. They'd found Felix's camp, but he was gone. No trace, no sign of a struggle, just his tent and his gear left behind, like he'd stepped out for a moment and never came back. I don't know what happened to him, and I try not to think about it. All I know is that there are places in this world that aren't meant for people like me. Places where the rules are different, where things exist that don't belong in our world. And whatever it was that we saw out there in Needle Creek, it was one of those things. The night after I got the call about Felix, I packed up my apartment and left the city. I moved out west to a small town where the lights go out at night and the stars are bright enough to see the Milky Way. I don't go camping and I don't go hiking, but I do go out sometimes, just to sit under the stars and listen to the silence. And sometimes, in that silence, I hear something far off in the distance, a low, resonant sound that reminds me of that night in Needle Creek. But I don't let it bother me. I just sit there, knowing that whatever it is, it's out there. But it's not my problem anymore. My father used to say that if you're going to camp in the mountains, you need to respect them, or they'll turn on you. He wasn't a superstitious man, but he grew up in the Appalachians and understood the land like it was an extension of himself. I never quite understood the depth of his words until that day in 1984, when I found myself deep in Silent Valley, a place he had warned me about. Silent Valley wasn't on any popular maps. Nestled in the thick woods of northern Maine, it wasn't the kind of place you stumbled upon. You had to know it was there and be damned determined to get there. I was drawn to it because of its promise of solitude, a break from the corporate grind in Boston. I wasn't expecting much, just some peace, a fire, and the sound of the wind through the trees. The morning started out clear, the kind of crisp autumn day that makes you feel invincible. The air was sharp and clean, with the scent of pine needles filling my lungs. I parked my old Ford at the trailhead and began the hike in. The path was barely a suggestion, more of a memory of a trail than something anyone had maintained in years. But I liked that. It meant fewer people, fewer distractions. After a few hours of hiking, I reached the valley floor. The trees closed in around me, their branches forming a dense canopy overhead. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was quieter than I expected, too quiet. There were no birds, no rustling of leaves, just an oppressive silence that seemed to push down on me. It was eerie, but I chalked it up to the remoteness of the place. I set up camp near a small stream that trickled through the valley. The water was clear and cold, and I spent the afternoon lazily fishing, not catching anything but enjoying the solitude. As the sun began to dip behind the mountains, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I started a fire and cooked the can of beans I'd brought. I was settled in, content, and for a brief moment, I thought about what my father had said about respecting the mountains. That thought was cut short when I heard the first noise. It was faint, like a distant whisper carried by the wind. I dismissed it as the creaking of trees, but it persisted, growing louder, becoming a sort of rhythmic thump. I stood up from the fire, scanning the trees, expecting to see a deer or some other wildlife. But there was nothing, just the darkness creeping in and that sound, now a steady, almost mechanical beat. It was then that I saw it, a figure moving between the trees. My first thought was that it was a bear, but it moved too fluidly, too intentionally. It was low to the ground, its limbs elongated and unnatural, bending in ways that didn't make sense. It reminded me of a wolf, but much larger, with a gait that was both animalistic and disturbingly human. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. The creature, whatever it was, stopped at the edge of the firelight, just beyond the reach of the flames. I could see its silhouette clearly now, hunched and muscular, its head tilted slightly, as if it was observing me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but nothing fit. For what felt like hours, we stood there, me and this thing, locked in a silent standoff. I could hear my breath, shallow and rapid, the crackling of the fire the only other sound. Then, without warning, it moved closer, stepping into the light. Its skin was a mottled gray, stretched tight over its frame, and its face, if you could call it that, was a nightmare of twisted flesh. There were no eyes, just deep, empty sockets, and its mouth was a gaping maw filled with sharp, uneven teeth that jutted out at odd angles. It was like something from a fever dream, a grotesque parody of a living creature. I reached for my knife, my only weapon, though I knew it would be useless against something like this. The creature tilted its head again, almost as if it recognized my movement, and let out a low, guttural sound that resonated in my bones. It was a noise that didn't belong in this world, an unnatural vibration that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. I backed away, the knife shaking in my hand. The creature advanced, slow and deliberate, its movements almost curious. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear and disbelief. Then, as if sensing my intent to flee, it lunged. It moved with a speed I couldn't have anticipated, closing the distance between us in a blink. I barely had time to react, swinging the knife wildly in a desperate attempt to defend myself. The blade connected, slicing through its leathery skin, and the creature recoiled with a screech that tore through the night air. I didn't wait to see if it would recover. Adrenaline kicked in, and I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the direction, just away. The sound of the creature's pursuit was close behind, a rapid thumping that matched the frantic beat of my heart. I stumbled, falling hard to the ground, the wind knocked out of me. I scrambled to get up, but it was too late. The creature was on me, its breath hot and rancid against my neck. I felt its claws digging into my back, pulling me toward that horrific mouth. In that moment, I thought of my father, of the respect he had for these mountains, and I realized that I had made a terrible mistake in coming here alone. But I wasn't ready to die, not like this. With a surge of desperation, I twisted my body, jamming the knife into the creature's side with all the strength I had left. The creature shrieked, a high-pitched wail that echoed through the valley. It released me, staggering back, blood, dark and thick, pouring from the wound. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I forced myself to my feet and ran, fueled by pure survival instinct. The trees blurred as I tore through the forest, the sounds of the creature's anguish fading behind me. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually, I burst out of the trees onto the old trail, collapsing beside my truck. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking, and finally managed to start the engine. As I sped away, I caught a glimpse of the creature at the edge of the woods, its twisted form silhouetted against the trees. It didn't follow, just stood there watching as I disappeared down the road. I drove all night, not stopping until I reached the next town. I told the locals what had happened, expecting them to dismiss me as a lunatic. But they didn't. They listened, their faces grim, and one of the older men nodded knowingly. "That valley," he said, "has a history. People go in and don't come out. You're lucky you did." I left Maine the next day, never looking back. The knife, still stained with the creature's blood, I buried deep in a drawer at home, a reminder of the thing that lurked in Silent Valley. It's been years since that night, but I can still feel the weight of the creature's gaze, still hear the echo of its unnatural scream. I don't go into the mountains alone anymore, and I've made peace with the fact that some places are meant to be left alone. But I'll never forget the cold howl of Silent Valley and the thing that waited there for me. I never thought taking a wrong turn could lead to anything more than a minor inconvenience, but boy, was I wrong. My name's Felix Darrow, and I've always had a knack for getting lost. A couple of friends and I decided to take a road trip to the Appalachians. We'd packed the car with snacks, tents, and an ambitious spirit. I was looking forward to disconnecting from my regular life, even if just for a day. We were supposed to stick to the main road, but I convinced my friends to take a detour down a narrow dirt path. The road looked promising at first, quiet, lined with thick trees, and leading us deeper into the wilderness. The idea of exploring a bit off the beaten path seemed like a good one. I had a gut feeling it would make our trip more memorable. "Darrow, if we get lost, I'm blaming you," Paul, my best friend, said from the passenger seat, his tone half joking, half serious. Paul was always the practical one, the voice of reason among us. "Relax, Paul. We're not going to get lost," I replied, trying to sound confident. The road grew narrower and more uneven, with overgrown branches scraping the sides of the car. After a couple of miles, it became clear we'd made a mistake. The dirt path didn't lead anywhere. It just got rougher, until it was barely a track at all. "All right, I think we should turn back," said Maria from the back seat. Maria was usually the adventurous type, but even she was getting antsy. I tried to maneuver the car to make a U-turn, but the wheels skidded in the loose gravel, and we ended up stuck in a ditch. The engine roared, but we weren't moving an inch. "Great, just great," Paul muttered, stepping out to inspect the damage. We all got out and assessed our situation. The car was thoroughly wedged, and no amount of pushing was going to get it out. We decided to hike back to the main road and find help. We didn't have a lot of daylight left, so we grabbed our backpacks and started walking. The woods were dense, the air thick with humidity and the smell of damp earth. The path we had taken seemed to vanish behind us, swallowed by the encroaching forest. Paul kept checking his phone, but there was no signal. We walked in what we hoped was the direction of the main road, but every step seemed to take us deeper into the woods. "Anyone else getting a bad feeling about this?" Maria asked, looking around nervously. "I'm sure we're almost there," I said, more to reassure myself than the others. Hours passed, and the forest grew darker. We were officially lost. The sounds of birds and insects were gradually replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig under our feet. Just as I was about to suggest we set up camp for the night, we stumbled upon a clearing with an old, decrepit house in the middle. "Looks like something out of a horror movie," Paul said, eyeing the house warily. "We don't have many options," I pointed out. "Maybe there's a phone, or at least someone who can give us directions." We approached the house cautiously. It was clearly abandoned, with broken windows and a sagging roof. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale and thick with dust, and a musty odor clung to the decaying furniture. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing through the empty rooms. No response. We decided to explore a bit. hoping to find something useful. The house was filled with old broken furniture and strange rusted tools. It didn't look like anyone had lived there for years. "Guys, come check this out," Maria called from another room. We found her standing in what must have once been the living room. On the walls were old, faded photographs of a family. The people in the photos looked normal enough, but there was something off about them, something unsettling in their expressions. "This is creepy," Paul said, shivering slightly. We were about to leave the house when we heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps above us. We froze, listening. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving across the floorboards. "There's someone up there," I whispered. "Let's get out of here," Maria said, her voice trembling. We backed out of the house quietly, but as soon as we stepped outside, we saw them. A group of people emerged from the trees surrounding us. They were disheveled, with matted hair and tattered clothes. Their eyes, though, those eyes were filled with a hunger that sent a chill down my spine. "Look what we have here," one of them said, his voice a harsh rasp. We didn't wait to find out what they wanted. We bolted, running blindly into the woods. The group chased after us, their footsteps pounding behind us. "Split up!" I shouted, hoping to confuse them. Paul, Maria, and I darted in different directions. I could hear their shouts and the sounds of the pursuers scattering. I ran as fast as I could, branches scratching my arms and face, my heart pounding in my chest, and my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stumbled through the trees until I couldn't hear the footsteps anymore. I found a thick bush to hide behind, crouching down and trying to stay silent. Minutes passed like hours. Just when I thought it was safe, I heard a rustling nearby. I held my breath, peeking through the leaves. It was Paul, his face pale and covered in sweat. "They got Maria," he whispered, his voice shaking. My stomach dropped. Maria was one of the bravest people I knew. If they got her, we were in serious trouble. "We have to find her," I said, even though the idea of going back filled me with dread. We moved quietly through the woods, trying to retrace our steps. The forest was like a maze, each tree looking the same as the last. We were careful, listening for any signs of the group. Eventually, we came across a small clearing. In the center was a crude campsite with a fire pit and a few makeshift shelters. And there, tied to a post, was Maria. She was unconscious, with a nasty gash on her forehead. "Felix, what are we going to do?" Paul whispered, his fear evident. "We have to get her out of there," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "You create a distraction, and I'll get Maria." Paul nodded reluctantly. He picked up a rock and threw it towards the other side of the camp. The rock clattered loudly against the trees, drawing the attention of the group. They moved towards the noise, giving me a chance to sneak into the camp. I reached Maria and started untying her. She stirred, groaning softly. "Hang in there, Maria. We're getting you out of here," I whispered. I managed to get her free, and we started to move away when one of the group members spotted us. "Hey, they're here!" he shouted. Chaos erupted. Paul grabbed a stick and swung it at one of the attackers while I dragged Maria through the trees. We ran as fast as we could, adrenaline fueling our escape. We didn't stop until we were sure we'd lost them. We found a small cave to hide in, catching our breath and assessing our situation. "We need to find help," I said, looking at Paul and Maria. "We can't survive out here on our own." "We're not far from the main road," Paul said, checking his phone again. If we keep moving, we'll get there by morning. We took turns keeping watch through the night, too scared to sleep. When dawn broke, we set off again, our bodies aching but determined. We moved quickly and quietly, avoiding any paths that seemed too obvious. As the sun climbed higher, we finally saw the main road in the distance. Relief washed over us, but we didn't slow down until we were standing on the asphalt. We flagged down a passing car, explaining our situation to the driver. He took us to the nearest town, where we contacted the authorities. They launched a search for the group and rescued the other captives they found in the forest. In the end, we were lucky to be alive. We never spoke about the details of what happened in those woods. We didn't need to. The scars, both visible and invisible, were enough of a reminder. The authorities asked us to give statements to help them understand what happened and to prevent it from happening again. We did our best, but there were things we couldn't explain, things that would haunt us forever. Life eventually returned to normal, or as normal as it could get. I still have a knack for getting lost, but I stick to the main roads now. I've learned my lesson, and so have Paul and Maria. We don't talk about that day, but we don't need to. We all know what we went through, and that's enough. When I look back, I realize how close we came to losing everything. It's a reminder that sometimes a wrong turn can lead you into the darkest parts of the world. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you can find your way back. My name is Lisa, and I'm a park ranger. What I'm about to tell you happened to me not too long ago while I was working in a remote corner of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington. If you've ever been to a place that feels like it's untouched by time, you'll know what I mean. My days usually consist of maintaining trails, helping lost hikers, and occasionally dealing with the odd bear or mountain lion. But what happened that week was different, something that still haunts me. I've been a park ranger for over 10 years now. I grew up in a small town in Oregon, always loved the outdoors. Never thought I'd end up dealing with something straight out of a nightmare, but life's funny like that. Sometimes it throws you a curveball you can't dodge. One sunny afternoon, I was out patrolling a less traveled trail called Misty Ridge. The place is beautiful, but it's a tough hike. Not many people venture out there. It was supposed to be a routine check, just to make sure the path was clear. No fallen trees or washouts. I had my radio, a first aid kit, and a good pair of hiking boots. That's all you really need, or so I thought. I remember it was around midday when I found the first sign that something was off. There was this awful smell, like something had died. Now, in the forest, that's not too uncommon. Deer, raccoons, sometimes even larger animals. Nature has a way of taking care of its own, but this smell was different, stronger, more pungent. It was enough to make me cover my nose with my shirt. As I moved closer, I found the source, a deer carcass. But it wasn't like any I'd seen before. It was torn apart, almost like something had shredded it, not eaten, just destroyed. There were no bite marks that I could identify, and I've seen my fair share. Whatever did this wasn't looking for a meal. I radioed back to the ranger station, let them know what I'd found. Barry, my supervisor, told me to keep an eye out, but didn't seem too concerned. Probably a bear, he said. Just be careful. Easy for him to say, sitting safe in the station. I continued my patrol, but that uneasy feeling stuck with me. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No birds, no rustling in the underbrush. just an eerie silence that set my nerves on edge. By late afternoon, I decided to head back. There was no point in sticking around if there was a bear or something worse in the area. The hike back was uneventful until I reached a clearing about a mile from the ranger station. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was another hiker, but as I got closer I realized it wasn't human. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, with long limbs and a hunched posture. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and it moved with an unnatural grace. It didn't see me, or at least it didn't seem to. It was just standing there, staring off into the trees. I froze. I didn't know what to do. Should I call out? Run? My mind was racing. Before I could decide, it turned and looked right at me. Its eyes, if you could call them that, were dark and empty. There was no life in them, just an endless void. It took a step towards me, and that's when I ran. I sprinted through the forest, not caring about the branches that whipped my face or the rocks that tripped me up. I could hear it behind me, moving fast, too fast. I made it back to the station in record time, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Barry was there, and he took one look at me and knew something was wrong. "What happened?" he asked. But I couldn't get the words out. My heart was pounding, my lungs burning. I just shook my head and pointed to the window. He looked out, but there was nothing there. The thing had disappeared. We stayed inside the station for the rest of the day, and I told Barry everything. He didn't believe me, of course. Thought I was just spooked by the deer carcass and my imagination had done the rest. But I knew what I saw, and I knew it was real. The next morning we went back to the clearing, but there was no sign of the creature. No tracks, no evidence that it had ever been there. Barry was convinced it was a bear or maybe even a trick of the light, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. A few days later, another ranger, Jordan, went missing. She was out on a solo patrol, and she never came back. We organized a search party, combed the forest for days, but we found nothing, no clues, no tracks, no body. It was like she had just vanished. The mood at the station changed after that. Everyone was on edge, looking over their shoulders. I started carrying a rifle, even though Barry said it was unnecessary. "We're rangers, not hunters," he'd say, but I wasn't taking any chances. One evening I was sitting in the station cleaning my rifle when the radio crackled to life. It was static at first, but then I heard Jordan's voice, faint, distorted, but unmistakable. "Help me," she said. "It's coming." I grabbed the radio, tried to respond, but there was only static. I looked at Barry, and he was pale as a sheet. "We need to find her," I said, but he just shook his head. "It's too dangerous," he replied. "We need to wait for backup." "By then, it might be too late," I shouted. But he wouldn't budge, so I decided to go alone. I packed my gear, grabbed my rifle, and headed out into the night. The forest was pitch black, the air heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only light came from my flashlight. I followed the trail towards Misty Ridge, hoping to find some sign of Jordan. I walked for what felt like hours, calling her name, but there was no response, just that same eerie silence. I was about to turn back when I heard it, a faint cry for help. I followed the sound, moving as quietly as I could. That's when I saw it again. The creature was standing over Jordan, who was lying on the ground, barely conscious. I raised my rifle, took aim, and fired. The creature let out a sound that I can't even describe, a mix between a screech and a howl. It turned and ran, disappearing into the trees. I rushed to Jordan's side, but she was in bad shape, cuts and bruises all over, and she was barely breathing. I radioed for help, and Barry and a few others arrived within minutes. We carried Jordan back to the station and called for an airlift. She survived, but she never talked about what happened. Not to me, not to anyone. She left the job soon after and moved away. As for the creature, we never saw it again. I told my story to the authorities, but they chalked it up to stress and exhaustion, said I was hallucinating, that there's no such thing as monsters. But I know what I saw, and I know it's still out there somewhere in the forest. Life went on, and things returned to normal, or as normal as they could be after something like that. But I never went back to Misty Ridge alone, and every now and then, when the wind is just right, I swear I can still smell that awful stench. Some nights I dream about it, the creature, those dark, empty eyes. I wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, and I know that whatever it was is still out there. But life has a way of moving forward, even when the past tries to drag you back. I still work as a park ranger, though I've transferred to a different part of the forest. I keep my experiences to myself mostly. People don't like to hear about the things that go bump in the night when they're trying to enjoy a peaceful hike. Every now and then I run into Jordan. She's doing better now, living in the city and working a desk job. We don't talk about that night, but there's an understanding between us, a shared secret that binds us together. We don't need to speak of it to know it's real. Barry retired a year after the incident. He never admitted to believing my story, but he didn't dismiss it either. Just said he was too old for this kind of stress. Can't say I blame him. The forest is a beautiful place, but it has its dark corners. One evening, while sitting on my porch with a beer in hand, I got a call from a young ranger named Flynn. He had just started working in the area I used to patrol. He sounded shaken, talking about a strange carcass he found near Misty Ridge. I felt a chill run down my spine, but tried to keep my voice steady. "Just be careful, Flynn," I said, "and don't go out there alone." He laughed nervously, probably thinking I was just an old ranger telling tall tales, but he promised to keep an eye out. I hung up, feeling a mixture of worry and resignation. The forest keeps its secrets well, and sometimes it's best not to pry. I still go hiking, still love the outdoors. But I'm more cautious now, more aware of the things that move in the shadows. I always carry my rifle, a habit I can't seem to break. Friends laugh, call me paranoid, but I don't mind. Better to be safe than sorry. Years have passed, and I've had time to reflect on what happened. Some nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I think about that creature, what it was, where it came from, and if it's still out there. I've read about similar encounters, stories from other rangers and hikers, but nothing quite matches what I saw. It's funny, in a way. People spend their lives looking for the extraordinary, the unexplained. But when you come face to face with it, all you want is for things to go back to normal, to pretend it was all just a bad dream. But dreams don't leave scars, and they don't leave you with a sense of unease that never quite fades. I'm more than just a park ranger now. I'm a guardian of sorts, watching over the trails and the people who walk them. I can't protect everyone, and I know that, but I do my best to keep the forest safe, to keep the darkness at bay. It's all anyone can do, really. The world is a strange place, full of mysteries and wonders. Some of them are beautiful, others are terrifying, and sometimes they're both. The key is to keep moving forward, to face the unknown with a steady heart and a clear mind, to be prepared for whatever comes next, even if you don't know what it is. So if you ever find yourself hiking in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, take a moment to appreciate the beauty around you, but also keep your wits about you. The forest is alive and it watches, and sometimes, just sometimes, it lets you see what lies beneath the surface. And if you smell something foul, something that turns your stomach, don't ignore it. Trust your instincts and get out of there. The forest may be beautiful, but it has its dark corners. And in those corners, the shadows have teeth. My name is Richard, and this happened to me back in 1998. I was living in a small town called Marble, Colorado, surrounded by rugged mountains and dense forests. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and life moved at a slower pace. I worked as a mechanic at a local garage, fixing up old trucks and Jeeps, a job I'd loved since I was a kid. My weekends were usually spent hiking or fishing, enjoying the peace and quiet of the wilderness. One Friday night, my friend Lars Rodriguez and I decided to go camping. Lars was a big guy with a laugh that could shake the trees. He worked as a park ranger and knew the area better than anyone. We loaded up his old Bronco with gear, grabbed some beers, and headed out to a spot he knew deep in the mountains. It was a place we'd been to a few times before, far from any trails, where we could relax and forget about the world for a while. We arrived just before dusk, set up camp, and started a fire. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The night was clear, and the stars were brighter than I had ever seen. We cooked up some steaks, drank a few beers, and talked about everything and nothing. Lars was telling me about a weird incident at the park. A couple of hikers had gone missing a few weeks back. They'd found their camp, but the hikers were gone without a trace. It was unsettling, but we shrugged it off. People got lost all the time. As the night wore on, we got more comfortable, the fire crackling and popping. Lars decided to turn in early, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the quiet of the forest. I sat there, staring into the flames, feeling a strange sense of unease that I couldn't quite place. I chalked it up to the missing hiker story and the few beers I'd had. Eventually, I doused the fire and crawled into my tent. I woke up sometime later to a strange noise outside. It was a rustling sound, like something moving through the brush. I figured it was just a deer or maybe a raccoon, so I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep. But the noise didn't stop. It got closer, more deliberate. I sat up and listened, my heart pounding in my chest. Lars was snoring softly in his tent next to mine, oblivious to the noise. I unzipped my tent quietly and peeked outside. The moon was high, casting an eerie light over the campsite. I didn't see anything at first, just shadows and shapes that didn't make sense. Then I saw it, a figure, tall and thin, standing just beyond the fire pit. It was humanoid, but not quite human. Its limbs were too long, its movements too fluid. It looked like it was searching for something. I froze, my mind racing. What the hell was that? I wanted to call out to Lars, but I was paralyzed with fear. The figure turned its head, and I swear it looked right at me. Its eyes, if you could call them that, were dark and empty. I scrambled back into my tent, my hands shaking. I fumbled for my flashlight and my hunting knife, my only means of defense. The rustling grew louder, closer. I heard Lars stir in his tent, then a muffled curse as he woke up. "Did you see that?" he whispered, his voice shaky. I didn't answer. I was too scared to move, to make a sound. The figure was right outside my tent now, its shadow looming over me. I held my breath, clutching the knife tightly, praying it would go away. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the noise stopped. The figure was gone. I waited for what felt like hours, but nothing happened. Eventually, I heard Lars unzip his tent and step out. I followed, my legs trembling. The campsite was empty, silent. Lars looked as scared as I felt. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. I shook my head, unable to speak. We stood there for a while, listening to the silence, until the first light of dawn began to creep over the mountains. We decided to pack up and leave. Neither of us wanted to spend another minute in that place. On the drive back, we tried to make sense of what we'd seen. Lars suggested it might have been a trick of the light, or maybe a prank by some other campers. But deep down, we both knew it was something else, something we couldn't explain. We didn't talk about it again, not even to each other. A few days later, Lars called me. He sounded more serious than I'd ever heard him. He told me another hiker had gone missing, this time in the area where we camped. The search teams found his gear, but no sign of him. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. Whatever we'd seen that night, it was real. And it was dangerous. Weeks went by, and life went back to normal, or as normal as it could be. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I went into the woods, I felt eyes on me, like something was following me. I started carrying my knife everywhere, even in town. I knew it was irrational, but I couldn't help it. Then one evening, I was closing up the garage when Lars came in. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot. He told me he'd been out in the mountains, searching for clues about the missing hikers. He'd found something he needed to show me. I locked up, and we drove out to his place in silence. In his living room, he spread out a map of the area. He pointed to the spot where we camped, then traced a line through the forest. "I found this trail," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not on any map. It leads to an old cabin, abandoned for years. But there's something else there, something I can't explain." He pulled out a small box and opened it. Inside were scraps of cloth, bits of metal, and a few photographs. The photos were old, black and white, showing a family standing in front of the cabin. There was something off about them, something unsettling. The people in the photos looked almost normal, but not quite. Their eyes were too dark, their smiles too wide. "I think this is where it's coming from," Lars said, his voice trembling. "I think that thing we saw is connected to this place. We need to go back and find out what's going on." I wanted to say no, to forget about the whole thing, but I knew he was right. We had to face whatever it was, or it would keep coming for us. We spent the next few days preparing, gathering supplies, and making sure we were ready for anything. I borrowed a rifle from a friend, and Lars brought his service revolver. We were as ready as we'd ever be. The drive back to the campsite was tense, both of us lost in our thoughts. We hiked to the spot where we'd seen the figure, then followed the trail Lars had found. It was overgrown, barely visible, but it was there. We walked in silence, the forest around us growing darker and more oppressive with each step. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and a strange metallic odor hung heavy in the air. After a few hours, we reached the cabin. It was old, falling apart, and covered in vines. The door hung open, creaking in the wind. We stepped inside, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The air was stale, filled with the scent of decay. There were old pieces of furniture and rotting floorboards, but no sign of anyone. We split up, searching the cabin for any clues. I found an old journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. It belonged to the family in the photos. The entries were strange, filled with ramblings about something in the woods, something that watched them. They wrote about hearing noises at night, seeing figures in the trees. It sounded all too familiar. Suddenly I heard a crash from the other room. I ran in to find Lars standing over a broken table, his face pale. He pointed to a trapdoor in the floor, partially hidden by the debris. We pried it open, revealing a set of stairs leading down into the darkness. We descended slowly, our flashlights barely penetrating the gloom. The basement was cold and damp, with stone walls and a dirt floor. In the corner, we found a makeshift altar covered in strange symbols and old bones. There was a sickly sweet smell in the air, like rotting fruit. Then we heard it, a low, guttural noise from the shadows. We turned, and there it was, the figure we'd seen before. It moved towards us, its limbs too long, its eyes empty. Lars fired his revolver, the shots echoing in the confined space. But bullets didn't seem to affect it. I raised my rifle and fired, hitting it in the chest. It staggered but kept coming. We backed up, trying to make our way to the stairs. Lars stumbled, and the creature was on him in an instant, its long fingers wrapping around his throat. I screamed and fired again, this time aiming for its head. The creature let out a horrible screech and fell to the ground, twitching. I dragged Lars up the stairs, his breathing shallow. We ran from the cabin, not stopping until we reached the Bronco. I drove like a madman, not looking back until we were miles away. Lars was in bad shape, his neck bruised and his eyes wide with shock. We made it to the hospital, and I told them he'd been attacked by a wild animal. Lars survived, but he was never the same. He left Marble not long after, moving to a big city where he could forget about the mountains and the creature. I stayed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. The cabin was still out there, and whatever we disturbed was still waiting. I stopped going into the woods alone. I kept my rifle close, always ready for whatever might come, and sometimes, late at night, I could swear I heard that same rustling sound outside my window, like something was searching for me. But I never went back to the cabin. Some things are better left alone. Years later, I heard about more disappearances in the area. Hikers, campers, people who wander too far from the trails. The authorities chalked it up to accidents, but I knew better. Whatever was out there, it was still hungry, still hunting, and I knew one day it would find me. But until then, I'd keep my guard up and my rifle loaded, ready for the next time I heard that rustling in the dark. I never should have taken that detour. I was driving back from a business trip, following the GPS blindly, when I saw the sign for a scenic route. Why not? I thought. I could use a change of scenery from the endless highway. The road wound through dense forests, the trees closing in like an embrace. It was peaceful at first, almost hypnotic. I'm Bernard Ryland, and this is how a peaceful drive turned into the most terrifying experience of my life. The forest was beautiful, with sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the road. I was feeling good, windows down, music playing. Then the GPS signal cut out. I wasn't too worried. I'd driven this car enough to trust my instincts. But as the road narrowed and the forest grew thicker, my sense of unease grew. The occasional abandoned house, with its darkened windows and overgrown yards, added to the creepiness. After driving for what felt like hours, I realized I was hopelessly lost. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but the beauty did little to ease my growing anxiety. The forest, once welcoming, now felt oppressive, the shadows deepening with every passing minute. I hadn't seen another car for miles. I decided to turn around, but the road had twisted and turned so many times, I wasn't even sure where I had come from. My phone still had no signal, and the car's built-in GPS was no help either. I drove on, hoping to find a clearing or a sign, anything that could help me get my bearings. That's when I saw it, an old, decrepit gas station. It looked like it hadn't been operational for years, but there was a light on inside. Desperate for directions, I pulled in and got out of the car. The place reeked of decay and oil, the smell thick in the still air. The sign above the door swung in the breeze, creaking eerily. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The dim light came from a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, flickering occasionally. The shelves were empty, covered in dust. Behind the counter, a man sat staring at me with a blank expression. His clothes were ragged, and his hair hung in greasy strands. "Can I help you?" His voice was gruff, almost a growl. "Yeah, I'm lost. Can you tell me how to get back to the highway?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He stared at me for a long moment before answering. "You're a long way from the highway, friend. Best you stay here for the night. Safer that way." The suggestion sent a shiver down my spine. There was something off about this guy. His eyes never seemed to focus, and he had an unsettling grin that didn't reach them. I thanked him but decided to keep driving. I had a bad feeling about staying there. As I was about to leave, another man walked in, younger, with the same vacant eyes. He looked me up and down, then turned to the older man. "Another one?" he asked. "Yup," the older man replied, not taking his eyes off me. I didn't wait for more. I hurried out, got into my car, and sped off. I didn't care if I was driving deeper into the forest. I just needed to get away from that place. The sun had set completely now, and the darkness was suffocating. My headlights barely penetrated the thick gloom. The road seemed to narrow, the trees pressing in on either side, branches scratching at the car like skeletal fingers trying to grab me. I drove for another hour, maybe more. I lost track of time. The gas gauge was nearing empty, and I hadn't seen another building or person. Just as I was beginning to panic, I saw a light in the distance. I drove towards it, hoping for another gas station or a house. What I found was a large, old mansion, the kind you'd see in horror movies. The place was illuminated by dim lanterns, casting long, eerie shadows across the overgrown lawn. I should have driven away, but I was out of options. I pulled up to the gate and honked. After a few moments, a woman appeared, carrying a lantern. She was in her late 40s, with a stern face and hair pulled back tightly. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice calm and cold. "I'm lost. Can you tell me how to get back to the highway?" I asked again, the desperation clear in my voice. She looked at me for a moment, then nodded. "Come inside. My husband can give you directions." I hesitated, but the alternative was spending the night in my car, alone in the dark woods with an empty gas tank. I decided to follow her. The mansion was old, and the air inside was thick with the smell of damp wood and dust. She led me to a sitting room where a man sat by the fireplace, reading a book. He looked up as we entered. He was older, with gray hair and a neatly trimmed beard. "This gentleman is lost," the woman said. "He needs directions to the highway." The man put down his book and stood up. "Of course, come sit down. Would you like something to drink?" I declined, eager to get back on the road. "I just need directions, thanks." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "It's no trouble at all, but the roads can be dangerous at night. Why don't you stay here until morning?" The offer was tempting, but something about their hospitality felt off, forced. I insisted on leaving, and the man's smile faded. "Very well," he said. "I'll write down the directions for you." As he wrote, I noticed the walls were lined with old photographs. One, in particular, caught my eye. It was a family portrait, but the faces were scratched out. It sent a chill down my spine. The man handed me the directions, and I thanked him, eager to leave. As I turned to go, the woman grabbed my arm. "Be careful," she said, her grip surprisingly strong. "There are dangers in these woods." I nodded and hurried out, a sense of foreboding heavy in my gut. As I drove away, I glanced at the directions. They seemed straightforward enough, but the nagging feeling that something was wrong wouldn't leave me. I followed the directions carefully, but after an hour, I realized I was back where I started, in front of the mansion. Panic set in. I must have taken a wrong turn. I tried again, but no matter which way I went, I kept ending up back at the mansion. It was like the forest was playing tricks on me. Out of options and low on gas, I decided to go back to the mansion and ask for help again. This time, the man and woman were waiting for me outside. "Lost again?" the man asked, his tone almost mocking. "Yeah," I admitted, feeling foolish. "Can I stay here for the night?" "Of course," the woman said, her smile now unnerving. They showed me to a guest room. It was musty, with old furniture and a bed that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I tried to sleep, but every noise jolted me awake. Around midnight, I heard voices. I crept to the door and listened. "The third one this month," the woman whispered. "I know," the man replied. "We need to be careful. The others are getting suspicious." My blood ran cold. I wasn't the first lost traveler to end up here. I needed to get out. But how? I peeked out of the room and saw them both in the hallway, their backs to me. I slipped out quietly and made my way downstairs. I reached the front door, but it was locked. I searched for another exit and found a back door leading to the garden. As I stepped outside, I heard a noise behind me. The younger man from the gas station was there, a sinister grin on his face. "Going somewhere?" he asked. I didn't wait to respond. I ran, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the scratches from the branches. I could hear footsteps behind me, getting closer. My heart pounded in my chest as I stumbled through the darkness. I tripped over something and fell, rolling down a small hill. When I came to a stop, I realized I had landed in a shallow grave. The smell of decay was overwhelming. I scrambled out, terrified, and kept running. Finally, I saw headlights in the distance. A car was coming down the road. I waved frantically, hoping they would see me. The car slowed down, and I ran towards it. "Help! Please, help me!" I shouted. The car stopped, and a man got out. "What's going on?" he asked. "I was at the mansion up the road. They're after me," I gasped. The man's expression changed to one of understanding. "Get in," he said. I didn't hesitate. As we drove away, I explained everything. He listened quietly, then nodded. "You're lucky I found you. Not many people come this way." He dropped me off at the nearest town, and I reported everything to the police. They seemed skeptical at first, but when they searched the forest, they found the mansion and the graves. The people from the mansion were arrested, and the whole twisted operation was uncovered. I never found out why they did what they did, or how many victims there were. All I know is that I escaped by sheer luck. I still think about that night sometimes, about the vacant eyes of the men and the woman's unnerving smile. I've learned my lesson about taking detours, that's for sure. Some roads are best left untraveled. My name's Frank Haskins, and I've been a search and rescue officer for the United States Forest Service for over 15 years. It's not an easy job, but it's one I've always felt was worth doing. The endless stretch of wilderness, the towering trees, the rugged mountains, these have been my companions for as long as I can remember. But today, I experienced something that I still can't fully wrap my head around. Something that took a piece of my sanity and left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the forest. The day started like any other. I was assigned to a search for a missing hiker, a young woman named Emily Carter, who had gone missing 3 days ago in the dense woods of the Olympic National Forest. She was supposed to be an experienced hiker, familiar with the terrain, but sometimes the forest has a way of humbling even the most seasoned outdoorsman. I was teamed up with 2 other officers, Dave Morton and Julie Sanchez. We were given a grid to search, a section of the forest known for its dense underbrush and steep inclines. We parked our truck at the trailhead, strapped on our gear, and started the trek into the wilderness. The forest was quiet that morning, an almost eerie silence that was only broken by the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of leaves in the wind. We made our way along the trail, calling out Emily's name, hoping for any sign of her. It wasn't long before we found the first clue, a torn piece of her backpack snagged on a branch. It was a small but significant find that spurred us on with renewed vigor. As the day wore on, the forest seemed to close in around us. The underbrush grew thicker, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the trees seemed to loom larger, casting long shadows that danced and twisted on the forest floor. We continued to call out, our voices echoing in the stillness, but there was no answer, no sign of Emily. Then, just as the sun was beginning its descent, we found something that made our blood run cold. In a small clearing, partially obscured by bushes, we found a campsite. The tent was shredded, its fabric hanging in tatters. The ground was littered with scattered belongings, clothes, food wrappers, a flashlight. But the most disturbing sight was the blood. It was everywhere, staining the ground, splattered on the trees. There were deep gashes in the earth as if something had been dragged away. Julie knelt by the remains of the tent, examining the ground. "Looks like a struggle," she said, her voice steady but tense. "Whatever happened here, it wasn't pretty." Dave nodded, his face grim. "We need to call this in, get a forensic team out here." I agreed, but something about the scene bothered me. It wasn't just the blood or the destruction, it was the feeling of being watched. I scanned the surrounding trees, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. We set up a temporary camp a few yards away from the scene and radioed for backup. As we waited, the forest grew darker, the shadows lengthening until they seemed to swallow the light. We built a fire, the flickering flames providing a small circle of comfort in the encroaching darkness. The forensic team arrived just as night fell, a group of 6 men and women led by Dr. Amanda Keller, a no-nonsense woman with years of experience in crime scene investigation. They immediately set to work, photographing the scene, collecting samples, and combing the area for any clues. As the night wore on, we kept a weary eye on the forest. The feeling of being watched had not abated. If anything, it had grown stronger. It was as if the forest itself was alive, and it didn't like our presence. Around midnight, as the forensic team was wrapping up, we heard a low, guttural noise that seemed to come from all around us. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my chest and send chills down my spine. We all froze, our eyes darting to the darkness beyond the firelight. "What the hell was that?" Dave whispered, his hand going to the pistol at his side. "I don't know," I replied, my own hand gripping the hilt of my knife. "But I don't think we're alone out here." The noise came again, closer this time. It was followed by the sound of something moving through the underbrush, the rustle of leaves and the snap of twigs. We strained our eyes, trying to see what was out there. But the darkness was impenetrable. Suddenly, one of the forensic team members, a young woman named Sarah, screamed. She had been examining a blood-stained piece of cloth near the edge of the clearing when something had grabbed her leg. We rushed to her aid, but she was gone, dragged into the darkness so quickly we could barely register what had happened. "Sarah!" Dr. Keller shouted, her voice filled with panic. "Where is she? What took her?" We spread out, our flashlights cutting through the darkness, but there was no sign of Sarah. The only evidence of her presence was a deep gouge in the earth where she had been standing, and a trail of blood leading into the trees. "We need to get out of here," Julie said, her voice trembling. "Whatever that thing is, it's hunting us." Dave and I nodded in agreement. We gathered the remaining members of the forensic team and made our way back to the trailhead as quickly as we could. The journey back was a nightmare. The forest, once so familiar, had become a place of terror. Every rustle, every snap of a twig sent us into a panic. We moved as quickly as we could, but it felt like the forest was conspiring against us, slowing our progress, leading us astray. Then, just as we thought we were in the clear, it struck again. This time it was Dave who was taken. One moment he was beside me, the next he was gone, dragged screaming into the darkness. We fired our weapons blindly into the trees, but it was no use. Whatever was out there was too fast, too powerful. Julie and I ran. We didn't stop until we reached the trailhead, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. We radioed for help, our voices filled with fear and desperation. We could hear the creature behind us, its guttural noises growing louder, closer. When the rescue team arrived, they found us huddled by the truck, our faces pale, our bodies trembling. They didn't believe us at first, thought we were delirious from the stress and fear. But then they saw the blood, the torn pieces of clothing, the deep gouges in the earth. A search party was sent out, heavily armed and on high alert. They combed the forest, but they found no trace of the creature, no sign of Dave or Sarah. They found Emily's body, or what was left of it, in a shallow grave not far from the campsite. Her body was mangled, torn apart by something with incredible strength. The official report said she had been attacked by a wild animal, likely a bear. But I knew better. There was something in that forest, something that wasn't supposed to be there, something that had taken my friends and left me with a deep, gnawing fear that I would never be able to shake. I left the Forest Service not long after that. I couldn't bring myself to go back into the woods, not after what had happened. I moved to the city, took a job in an office, trying to forget the horrors I had witnessed. But every night, I would hear that guttural noise in my dreams, and I knew that whatever it was still out there. I never told anyone the full story. The official report was enough for most people, but I knew the truth. And sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet, I can still hear that noise, and I wonder if it's coming for me next. The Marion Ridge Monster. My name is Cal Ricks, and I've been a cop in Marion Ridge, Tennessee for the better part of a decade. It's a quiet place, nestled in the Smoky Mountains, where the biggest crime I usually deal with is some teenager trying to sneak a six-pack out of the local gas station. But yesterday was different. I'm not sure if anyone will believe me, but I know what happened, and I have the proof to back it up. The day started like any other. I was running late, grabbing my coffee from the diner, when dispatch called in about a missing person report from the outskirts of town. No one gets lost out here, not really. The forest is thick, sure, but the locals know it well enough to navigate blindfolded. This report, though, was different. A man, Aaron Wild, had been out hunting and hadn't returned by sundown the previous night. His wife was frantic, saying he never stayed out past dark, especially not with a storm like the one that had rolled in. I downed the rest of my coffee, tossed a few bucks on the counter, and headed to the station. I grabbed my partner, Scott Hendricks, who's been with me since I joined the force. We've seen some things together: domestic disputes, bar fights, the occasional bear causing a ruckus in someone's yard, but nothing that could have prepared us for what was coming. We drove out to the Wild place, a small cabin on the edge of the woods. The road there was muddy from the rain, and the trees, heavy with moisture, seemed to be pressing in closer than usual. Mrs. Wild met us at the door, her face pale, hands shaking. She was a sturdy woman, not the type to scare easy, but there was a fear in her eyes that set me on edge. "He didn't come back," she said, her voice trembling. Aaron's never done this before. We assured her we'd find him, probably just got caught up tracking something, lost track of time. She nodded, but I could see she didn't believe it. Neither did I, not really. Something felt off. We headed into the woods where Aaron had been last seen. The trees were thick, the kind that block out most of the sunlight, leaving the ground covered in a bed of damp leaves and fallen branches. The air was heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine needles, but beneath that, there was another smell, faint but foul, like something rotting. We walked in silence, the only sounds the crunch of leaves under our boots and the occasional bird overhead. "Cal, you noticed something?" Scott said after we'd been walking a while. "What's that?" "No birds, no animals. It's quiet, too quiet." He was right. The usual sounds of the forest were gone, replaced by a heavy silence that seemed to grow thicker the further we went. We found Aaron's camp a few hours in. His rifle was leaning against a tree, untouched, but there was no sign of him. The fire pit was cold, hadn't been used recently. We started searching the area, calling his name, but the only thing that answered was the wind rustling through the trees. Then we found the blood, a trail of it leading deeper into the forest. It wasn't much at first, just a few drops, but it quickly turned into a dark, thick line that made my stomach turn. We followed it, both of us quiet now, the tension growing with every step. The trail led us to a small clearing. At first, it looked empty, just more trees and rocks. But then I saw it, something large, hunched over in the middle of the clearing, covered in blood. It wasn't an animal I recognized, not any kind I'd ever seen in these woods. Its body was twisted, almost humanoid but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its skin pale and covered in patches of fur that looked like they had been torn out in chunks. It was eating something that looked like it had once been human. "Jesus Christ," Scott whispered, his voice barely audible. The thing's head snapped up, its eyes dark voids devoid of any light, locked onto us. For a moment, no one moved. Then it let out a noise that made my blood run cold, a sound that was almost a growl, but deeper, more guttural. The smell hit us next, rotten, like something that had been dead for days. It lunged at us, moving faster than anything that size should be able to. Scott and I fired our guns, hitting it several times, but it didn't slow down. It knocked Scott to the ground, its claws tearing into him before I could even react. I kept shooting, emptying my clip into its back until it finally collapsed. Scott was screaming, his leg torn open, blood pouring out onto the forest floor. I didn't have time to think. I grabbed a rock, the first thing I could find, and brought it down on the creature's head, again and again, until it stopped moving. I don't know how long I sat there, covered in blood, staring at the thing that had just tried to kill us. It didn't vanish, didn't fade away into the woods. It just lay there, a twisted, broken body that was too real to be anything but a nightmare made flesh. Scott was unconscious by the time I got him back to the car. I drove as fast as I could to the hospital, my hands still shaking, trying to make sense of what had happened. They patched him up, said he'd be okay, but I could see it in their eyes. They didn't believe what I told them, not really. Who would? I went back the next day with a few other officers. The body was still there, right where I'd left it. It hadn't decomposed, hadn't been touched by scavengers. We bagged it, took it back to the station, but no one could tell me what it was. Not the coroner, not the biologists we brought in. All they could say was that it wasn't human, but it wasn't any animal they recognized either. Aaron Wild's body was found a few miles away, or what was left of it, torn apart, barely recognizable. We buried him yesterday. His wife didn't say much during the service, just stared at the ground, her face pale. They believe me now. They have to. We've got the body, the evidence, everything. But I still can't shake the feeling that this isn't over, that there's something else out there in those woods, something we've disturbed. I don't know if it's alone, and I don't know if it's coming back. But I'm ready. The silence of Kings Park. The first thing you notice about life in Kings Park is the sense of quiet that blankets the place. It's the kind of quiet that makes you wonder if you've gone deaf, or if the world decided to take a break from all its usual noise. My name is Ree Eldridge, and I'm the park ranger here. After years of dealing with city chaos, I welcomed the peace of the forest. But today is about to change all that. Kings Park is nestled in the heart of Washington, covering 1,000 acres of dense woodland, meandering streams, and some of the oldest trees in the state. It's beautiful and eerie, all at once. We've got our share of wildlife, from deer to black bears, but nothing out of the ordinary. Until recently, visitors have been reporting strange sounds and shadows darting through the trees, but we've brushed it off as nothing but their imaginations running wild, I guess. No one wants to believe in monsters until they're staring one in the face. I started my day with the usual routine, checking the trails, ensuring the campsites were clean, and logging any notable changes in the park's ecosystem. Around noon, I got a call from Leslie, a fellow ranger, about a hiker who'd gone missing. We get missing hiker reports now and then, but they're usually resolved within a few hours. I didn't expect today to be any different. Leslie and I met up near the southern edge of the park, where the hiker, a man named Dr. Ivan Sosi, was last seen. Dr. Sosi was an entomologist studying the park's insect population. He was known for his meticulous nature and his habit of venturing into less traveled areas, making his exact location a bit of a mystery. We started our search, following the trail he'd likely taken, calling his name as we went. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were our own footsteps and the occasional bird call. An hour passed with no sign of him. We found his camp, but it was eerily abandoned, his tent untouched, gear scattered around. It was as if he had just vanished into thin air. The only oddity was a series of deep scratches on a nearby tree, too high for any animal I knew. As the sun began to set, the park's usual tranquility took on a more sinister feel. Shadows stretched longer, and every rustle of leaves seemed amplified. Leslie suggested we head back and regroup in the morning, but I had a nagging feeling we were running out of time. Just as we were about to turn back, we heard a scream, a sound that ripped through the quiet and made my blood run cold. It came from deeper in the woods, where the trees grew denser and the underbrush thicker. We broke into a run, the scream guiding us, until it abruptly stopped. That silence was more terrifying than the scream itself. We found Dr. Sosi, or what was left of him. His body was mangled, torn apart in a way that no bear or mountain lion could manage. It was gruesome, the kind of sight that haunts you. Leslie vomited. I just stood there, numb and disbelieving. The sheer brutality of the attack defied explanation. As we stood there trying to process what we were seeing, a low rustling came from the trees around us. At first, it was just a faint noise, like the wind through the leaves, but it grew louder, more deliberate. We weren't alone. Out of the shadows emerged a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was tall, almost 7 feet, with a gaunt, skeletal frame covered in matted, dark fur. Its limbs were too long, fingers ending in razor-sharp claws. But the most unsettling part was its face, or lack thereof. It was a featureless void, just a blank expanse of flesh where eyes and a mouth should be. Leslie and I backed away slowly, but the creature moved faster than seemed possible, cutting off our retreat. It let out a sound that was half screech, half growl, a noise that vibrated in my chest and sent a primal fear coursing through me. We bolted, the creature hot on our heels. Branches whipped at our faces as we tore through the forest. Leslie tripped, and I had to drag her up, the creature gaining on us. We burst into a small clearing where our radio signal was finally strong enough to call for backup. I grabbed the mic and shouted for help, giving our coordinates in a frantic rush. Seconds felt like hours as we waited. The creature circled us, its movements unnaturally fluid, like a predator toying with its prey. Just when I thought it was going to lunge, headlights broke through the trees. A team of rangers, armed and ready, jumped out and opened fire on the creature. The bullets didn't stop it, but they slowed it down enough for us to make a break for the trucks. We sped out of there, the creature's silhouette disappearing into the darkness. Back at the ranger station, we tried to make sense of what happened, but there were no easy answers. The authorities arrived, took our statements, and cordoned off the area. They found Dr. Sosi's remains, but no trace of the creature. Officially, it was labeled as an animal attack, though we knew better. We were advised not to speak of the creature to avoid panic, but the memory of it would never fade. The park remained open, but with increased patrols and more warnings to visitors. The strange sounds and sightings continued, though no one else went missing, at least not yet. I still work there, patrolling the trails, keeping an eye out for anything unusual. The quiet of Kings Park is no longer comforting. It's a reminder of the things that lurk just out of sight, waiting. My name is Eugene Rathbone, and I'm a park ranger stationed in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. I've been working here for about 6 years now. I grew up in a small town nearby, so the mountains are in my blood. I know these trails like the back of my hand, and I've seen all kinds of wildlife and weather. But what happened last year still haunts me. It was late fall, and the leaves had turned a brilliant mix of reds and oranges. The tourists were thinning out, and the park was quieter, which I usually liked. The crisp air was filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird call. I was out on a routine patrol, making sure everything was in order before the winter snows began to set in. My buddy, Rick P.2, was with me. Rick's been my partner for 3 years, and we always have a good time, swapping stories and keeping an eye on the park. "Hey Gene, you hear about that old legend of the wood crawler?" Rick asked, grinning. "Come on, man, not this again," I laughed. "It's just a bunch of nonsense." "Yeah, But it keeps the campers on their toes, he chuckled. The legend of the woodcrawler was an old one, told by the locals to spook tourists. It was supposed to be some kind of humanoid creature that stalked the woods at night. I'd never seen anything to make me believe it was real, but every year a few campers would swear they saw something. We were about 2 miles from the ranger station when we got a call on the radio. A couple of hikers had gone missing. Their friends reported them overdue by several hours, which wasn't entirely unusual, but always worth checking out. "We better go have a look," Rick said, turning serious. We headed toward the last known location of the hikers, a remote part of the park where the trails get a bit tricky. As we approached, the sky started to darken with an incoming storm. We picked up the pace, not wanting to get caught in the rain. After about an hour of searching, we found one of the hikers, a young woman named Emily. She was huddled under a tree, shivering and terrified. When she saw us, she burst into tears. "Thank God you're here," she cried. "My boyfriend Jason, he's still out there. Something attacked us." "Attacked you? By what?" I asked, trying to keep her calm. "I don't know," she sobbed. "It was big, and it moved so fast. Jason tried to fight it off so I could run." Rick and I exchanged a glance. This wasn't sounding like a bear or any other wildlife we knew. "All right, Emily, you're safe now. Can you show us where you last saw Jason?" I asked. She nodded and led us deeper into the woods, her steps faltering as the rain began to fall. The light was fading fast, and the storm was making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. We reached a small clearing where we found signs of a struggle. There were broken branches, scuffed dirt, and worst of all, blood. Rick and I split up to search the area, calling out for Jason. I could hear the wind whipping through the trees, making it hard to distinguish any other sounds. After what felt like an eternity, I heard Rick shout, "Gene, over here." I ran towards his voice and found him standing over Jason's body. He was alive, but barely. He had deep gashes across his chest and arms, and his eyes were wide with terror. "We need to get him back to the station," I said, trying to lift him. But Jason was in shock, mumbling incoherently about the creature and it's coming back. We managed to get Jason onto a makeshift stretcher and started the long trek back to the station. The storm was raging by now, with thunder rumbling overhead and lightning illuminating the dark forest. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something moving in the shadows. We finally made it back to the ranger station and called for medical assistance. Emily stayed with Jason, holding his hand and trying to keep him calm. Rick and I stepped outside, both of us shaking. "What the hell do you think did that?" Rick asked, lighting a cigarette with trembling hands. "I don't know," I replied, "but whatever it is, it's not normal. We need to report this and get some backup out here." The next day, a search team was dispatched to comb the area where we found Jason. Rick and I went back out with them, determined to find answers. The forest felt different, more ominous. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig put me on edge. We spent hours searching but found nothing conclusive. The only thing out of the ordinary was a series of strange tracks, almost like large human footprints, but with elongated toes. The search team was baffled, and the locals started whispering about the woodcrawler again. Over the next few weeks, more people went missing. Campers, hikers, even a couple of seasoned hunters. Each disappearance was more mysterious than the last. with no clear signs of what happened to them. The park was officially closed to the public, but Rick and I continued our patrols, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. One night, while on a solo patrol, I heard something. It was a low, guttural noise, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I froze, my flashlight sweeping across the trees. The noise came again, closer this time. I turned and saw it, a tall, gaunt figure with pale skin and glowing eyes. It was watching me from the shadows, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. I raised my gun, my hand shaking. The creature didn't move, just stared at me with those haunting eyes. I backed away slowly, keeping my gun trained on it. As soon as I was out of sight, I ran back to the station, my heart pounding. Rick was there when I burst in, out of breath and terrified. I saw it, Rick. The wood crawler. It's real, I gasped. He looked at me, his face pale. We need to get out of here, Gene. This place isn't safe anymore. We reported what I saw to our superiors, but they were skeptical. The disappearances were officially blamed on wild animals or unfortunate accidents. But I knew the truth. Something was out there. Something dangerous. Rick and I decided to stick together for our patrols from then on. We were determined to find proof of the creature's existence, to protect the park and the people who visited it. But the wood crawler was elusive, always one step ahead of us. One evening, as we were preparing to head out, we got a call about another missing person, a solo hiker last seen near the old fire tower. We geared up and set off, our nerves on edge. The sun was setting as we reached the fire tower, casting long shadows across the forest. We found the hiker's backpack near the base of the tower, but there was no sign of the man himself. As we searched, the air grew colder, and an eerie silence settled over the woods. "Gene, look at this," Rick said, pointing to a tree. There were deep claw marks gouged into the bark, too large to be from any known animal. Before I could respond, we heard a scream, a blood-curdling, desperate scream that echoed through the trees. We ran towards the sound, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. We found the hiker lying on the ground, his leg badly injured. He was babbling incoherently, his eyes wide with fear. "It got me! It got me!" he cried. "We're here now, you're safe," I said, trying to calm him down. But I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. We weren't alone. Rick and I got the hiker to his feet and started making our way back to the station. The forest seemed to close in around us, every shadow and sound putting us on edge. Then, without warning, the wood crawler appeared in front of us, blocking our path. It was even more terrifying up close, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It let out a chilling sound, and I felt a cold dread wash over me. Rick fired his gun, but the creature moved with impossible speed, dodging the bullets. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing the hiker and pulling him along. Rick was right behind us, reloading his gun as we ran. We could hear the creature pursuing us, its movements unnaturally fast and silent. We stumbled through the trees, our breath coming in ragged gasps. Just when I thought we might make it, Rick tripped and fell. "Go, get him to safety," he yelled, struggling to get back up. I hesitated for a moment, torn between helping my friend and protecting the injured hiker. But I knew Rick would never forgive me if I let the hiker die. I pushed forward, dragging the hiker with me. We reached the ranger station and slammed the door shut, locking it behind us. I grabbed the radio and called for backup, my hands shaking. "Rick's still out there! We need help now!" I shouted. Minutes felt like hours as we waited for the backup to arrive. The hiker was in shock, and I did my best to keep him calm. My mind was racing, thinking about Rick and hoping he was okay. When the backup finally arrived, we headed back out into the woods, determined to find Rick. We combed the area around the fire tower, calling out his name. The rain had started again, making it even harder to see and hear. After what felt like an eternity, we found him. Rick was lying on the ground, barely conscious, with deep wounds across his chest and arms. He'd put up one hell of a fight. "We need to get him to a hospital," I said, my voice shaking. We got Rick back to the station and into the waiting ambulance. I rode with him, holding his hand and praying he would pull through. Rick survived, but just barely. He spent weeks in the hospital recovering from his injuries. The hiker we saved was luckier, only needing a few stitches and a lot of therapy to deal with the trauma. The park was officially closed after that, the disappearances and attacks finally taken seriously. The legend of the wood crawler spread like wildfire, with everyone having their own theories about what it was and where it came from. Some said it was a creature from Native American folklore. Others believed it was a government experiment gone wrong, but no one knew for sure. As for me, I couldn't bring myself to leave the park. It was my home, and despite the danger, I felt a duty to protect it. Rick eventually moved away, unable to face the memories of what happened. We still keep in touch, though, sharing stories and trying to make sense of that night. The wood crawler was never caught or seen again, but the fear it left behind remained. Every time I hear a strange noise or see a shadow moving in the woods, I can't help but think about it. The legend lives on, and so does the mystery. And that's my story. Just another day in the life of a park ranger, right? But I wouldn't trade it for anything. The mountains are my home, and I'll keep protecting them, no matter what lurks in the shadows. My name is Ellis Cromwell, and I work as a park ranger in a place that most folks have never heard of, Pinery Woods, somewhere tucked in the northern stretches of Michigan. I'm not the type you'd expect to find living out here in the boonies. Grew up in Detroit, played football in high school, and even dabbled in a bit of computer science in college before deciding the city life wasn't for me. Too much noise, too many people. Pinery Woods offered something different: peace, quiet, and a job where I could roam the woods and breathe fresh air. My job mostly involves making sure hikers don't get lost and chasing off the occasional bear, not that we see many of those. I've got a good sense of humor about it. You'd be surprised how many people think the woods are out to get them. Sometimes it's like babysitting, but I enjoy it. I mean, it's hard to complain when your office is a forest. One day, early in October, I was working the late shift. It's the time of year when the days get shorter, and the woods start to feel a little different. The trees, with their leaves turning red and gold, cast long shadows in the afternoon light. It's beautiful, really, but it can also play tricks on your mind if you're not used to it. My friend and colleague Jimmy Talbot was with me that day. He's a good guy, always cracking jokes, trying to make the job more fun. "Hey, Ellis," Jimmy said, nudging me with his elbow as we walked along one of the lesser-known trails. "Ever get the feeling these woods are hiding something?" "Like what?" I chuckled. "Bigfoot? Ghosts?" "Nah," he said, shaking his head. "Just something. Can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's your imagination, I replied. You've been watching too many horror movies. We laughed it off, but there was a part of me that understood what he meant. The woods can feel alive sometimes, like they're watching you as much as you're watching them. We kept walking, our boots crunching on the fallen leaves, the sound of birds and the rustling of the trees our only companions. That's when we found the campsite. It wasn't unusual to stumble upon a makeshift site, but this one was different. It looked abandoned, like whoever had been there left in a hurry. The fire was out but still warm, and there were clothes scattered around, along with a couple of backpacks. "Hello?" I called out, looking around. "Anyone here?" No answer. Jimmy and I exchanged glances, our earlier lightheartedness fading. "Think we should take a look?" Jimmy asked, already moving towards one of the backpacks. "Yeah, better safe than sorry," I agreed. We split up, checking the area. I picked up one of the backpacks and rummaged through it. Clothes, couple of water bottles, some granola bars, nothing out of the ordinary. But then I found something that made my stomach twist. A journal. It belonged to a guy named Aaron Monroe. His last entry was from 2 days ago and mentioned strange noises at night, something moving outside his tent. "Jimmy, take a look at this," I said, handing him the journal. He read the entry and frowned. "Creepy. Think they just got spooked and left?" "Maybe," I said, though I wasn't convinced. "We should report this and see if we can find them. They could be in trouble." We radioed it in and got a team together to search the area. By the time we finished, the sun was setting, casting the woods in an eerie orange glow. We found no sign of Aaron or anyone else from the campsite. It was like they'd vanished. That night, back at the ranger station, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Jimmy tried to lighten the mood by telling jokes, but even he seemed unsettled. We decided to call it a night, hoping things would make more sense in the morning. I was wrong. The next day, we got a call about another missing person. This time a young woman named Clara Davis. She'd been hiking with her dog and was supposed to check in at the station 2 days ago. Her family was worried sick. Jimmy and I were tasked with searching her last known location, which wasn't far from where we found Aaron's campsite. We hiked out there, the woods feeling more oppressive than usual. The trees seemed to close in around us, and every sound was amplified. The snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves. We found her dog first, a golden retriever named Max, wandering alone and looking scared. No sign of Clara. "Hey, buddy," I said, kneeling down to pet him. "Where's your owner?" Max whimpered and nudged my hand. I took that as a sign to follow him. He led us deeper into the woods, to a spot that made my blood run cold. There, in a small clearing, we found Clara. She was lying on the ground, her body twisted in an unnatural way, her eyes wide open but lifeless. Jimmy cursed under his breath, and I felt a wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't an accident. Someone or something had done this. "We need to call this in," I said, my voice shaky. "Yeah," Jimmy agreed, already reaching for his radio. As we waited for backup, I couldn't stop thinking about Aaron's journal, the strange noises, the feeling of being watched. It all seemed connected somehow, but how and why? The investigation into Clara's death and Aaron's disappearance ramped up quickly. The police got involved, and the woods were crawling with officers and search teams. Jimmy and I were questioned, of course, but there wasn't much we could tell them. We were just as confused and scared as everyone else. A week went by with no new leads. The police set up a base camp in the woods, and every day they combed through the area, looking for any clue that might explain what happened. I tried to go about my duties, but it was hard to focus. The woods didn't feel like home anymore. They felt like a threat. Then one night I was woken by a loud bang on my cabin door. I grabbed my flashlight and opened it to find Jimmy, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. "Ellis, you need to come with me." "Now, what's going on?" I asked, pulling on my boots. "There's something out there," he said, his voice trembling. "Something not human." We grabbed our gear and headed into the woods. Jimmy led the way, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. We didn't talk much, just moved quickly and quietly. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what he'd said. Not human? What the hell did that mean? We reached a spot near the edge of the park where the trees were dense and the underbrush thick. Jimmy pointed to a cluster of bushes, and we both crouched down, peering through the leaves. That's when I saw it. A figure, tall and gaunt, with long limbs and skin that looked pale and stretched, like it didn't quite fit. It moved slowly, almost methodically, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It was dragging something, a body. "Oh my God," I whispered. "What is that?" "I don't know," Jimmy replied. "But it's been killing people, Alice. We need to stop it." My heart pounded in my chest as we watched the creature disappear into the trees. We had to act, but how? We weren't armed, and even if we were, could we take down something like that? "We need to get help," I said. "Call the police." Jimmy nodded, and we started to back away slowly, trying not to make any noise. But then I stepped on a twig, and it snapped loudly in the quiet night. The creature froze and turned its head towards us, its eyes locking onto mine. And for a moment, time seemed to stand still. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Jimmy's arm and pulling him with me. We sprinted through the woods, branches whipping at our faces, our breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear the creature behind us, its footsteps heavy and relentless. We reached the ranger station and slammed the door shut, locking it and pushing a heavy desk in front of it for good measure. Jimmy grabbed the radio and called for backup, his voice frantic. "This is Ranger Talbot. We need immediate assistance at the station. There's something out here, something not human." I could hear the dispatcher's confused response, but Jimmy just repeated his plea for help. I looked out the window, my flashlight beam sweeping across the dark woods. I couldn't see the creature, but I knew it was out there watching us. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, waiting for the police to arrive. When they finally did, they were skeptical at first, but the look in our eyes must have convinced them to take us seriously. They searched the area, but found no trace of the creature. The body it had been dragging was gone too. The police set up a more permanent presence in the park after that, and the disappearances and deaths stopped. Jimmy and I never saw the creature again, but the memory of that night haunted us both. We knew what we had seen, and we knew that whatever it was still out there somewhere. I kept working as a ranger, but the woods never felt the same. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond the trees, waiting for its next chance to strike. Jimmy eventually transferred to another park, unable to deal with the fear and the nightmares. As for me, I stayed. Someone had to. The woods needed watching, and the people who visited them needed protecting, even if that meant facing the darkness head-on every single day. My name is Morgan Dupree, and this all happened to me back in 2019. I was a park ranger at Mount Rainier National Park in Washington. I loved my job. It gave me a sense of purpose. Plus, I got to be outdoors all the time, which was a huge perk. Before working here, I was a teacher for a few years, but I traded the classroom for the forest, thinking I'd find more peace. Boy, was I wrong. It was a typical day, and I was doing my usual patrol around the perimeter of the park. It was just past noon, and the sun was doing its best to peek through the thick canopy. I remember laughing to myself about a joke my buddy Ralph had told me the other day. "Why don't scientists trust atoms?" he'd asked. "Because they make up everything?" Stupid joke, but it got a chuckle out of me anyway. I was just walking along, making sure everything was in order. The forest was quiet, which was normal for that time of day. Birds were chirping and the wind rustled through the leaves. It was peaceful, but then I noticed something odd. There was a strange silence, like the forest had taken a deep breath and was holding it. I paused and looked around. The path ahead seemed clear, but something felt off. I shrugged it off as my imagination playing tricks on me. I continued walking until I saw something on the ground that made my heart skip a beat. There was a shoe, a single hiking boot, lying there in the dirt. It looked relatively new, but there were no signs of the person who owned it. I picked up the boot and examined it. It was a decent brand, the kind serious hikers use. I figured someone must have lost it, so I decided to take it back to the ranger station and log it in. Maybe someone would come looking for it. But as I stood up, I noticed something else. There was a faint trail of blood leading off the path and into the dense forest. Now, I've seen some weird things in my time as a ranger, but this was different. My first thought was that someone had gotten hurt and needed help, so I followed the trail. It was faint but steady, leading me deeper into the woods. The further I went, the darker it got. The trees were thicker here, and the sunlight barely penetrated through the canopy. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine needles, but beneath that, there was another smell, faint but metallic, the smell of blood. I kept walking, calling out occasionally, "Hello? Anyone out there? Are you hurt?" No response. I started to feel uneasy. The silence was oppressive. Then I heard it, a rustling noise like someone or something moving through the underbrush. I stopped and listened. The noise stopped too. I called out again, but no answer. I continued following the trail, which eventually led me to a small clearing. What I saw there made my blood run cold. There was a tent, partially collapsed, with blood smeared across its entrance. Nearby, I saw more personal belongings scattered around a backpack, some clothes, and a flashlight. "Hello?" I called out again, louder this time. Still nothing. I approached the tent cautiously and peeked inside. It was empty, but the amount of blood suggested that someone had been seriously injured. I stepped back and scanned the area, looking for any signs of movement. Just then, I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding. Standing there, partially hidden behind a tree, was a figure. At first, I thought it was a person, but as it stepped into the clearing, I realized it was something else entirely. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, with a gaunt, almost skeletal frame. Its skin was a sickly gray, and its eyes were sunken and hollow. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if it was sizing me up. I froze, unsure of what to do. My training hadn't prepared me for this. The creature let out a low, guttural noise, and I instinctively reached for my radio. "This is Ranger Dupree. I need backup at my location now," I shouted into the mic. There was a crackle of static, but no response. I cursed under my breath and started to back away slowly, never taking my eyes off the creature. It followed my movements, matching me step for step. I knew I couldn't outrun it, so I had to think fast. I glanced around the clearing and saw a large stick lying nearby. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I grabbed it and held it out in front of me, trying to appear as threatening as possible. "Stay back," I yelled. The creature paused, tilting its head as if it was curious. Then, without warning, it lunged at me. I swung the stick, hitting it across the head, but it barely flinched. It grabbed the stick and snapped it in half like it was a twig. I stumbled backward and tripped over a rock, falling to the ground. The creature loomed over me, its hollow eyes staring into mine. Just as it reached out, I heard the sound of engines in the distance. Backup was finally on the way. The creature seemed to realize this too, and it backed away, disappearing into the forest. I lay there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. When the other rangers arrived, I told them what had happened. They looked skeptical, but they could see the blood and the wrecked campsite. We conducted a thorough search of the area, but there was no sign of the creature. We did find more blood and some tracks that didn't match any known animal in the area. It was like the thing had just vanished. Over the next few days, we continued to search for the missing hiker, but we never found them. The blood and belongings were logged, and an investigation was opened, but there were no leads. The other rangers treated it as a tragic accident, but I knew better. I'd seen the creature with my own eyes. I kept working at the park, but I was always on edge, especially when I was alone. I never saw the creature again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, watching, waiting. I made sure to warn hikers to stay on the main trails and never venture too far off the beaten path. A few months later, another hiker went missing under similar circumstances. This time, there was no trace of them at all. The authorities chalked it up to the dangers of the wilderness, but I knew the truth. There was something in those woods, something that didn't belong. I eventually left my job as a ranger. The stress and fear became too much to handle. I moved to a small town, far from any forests, and tried to put the experience behind me. But even now, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that low, guttural noise in my dreams. I told my story to a few friends, but they didn't believe me. I can't blame them. It sounds crazy, like something out of a horror movie. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. And I know that whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere. That's why I'm telling you this. If you're ever out in the woods, be careful. Stay on the trails. And if you see something that doesn't seem right, get out of there. Don't wait to find out what it is. Trust me, you don't want to know. My experience left me scarred, both physically and mentally. I still have nightmares about that day. I've tried to move on with my life, but it's not easy. I've taken up woodworking to keep myself busy and distract my mind. It helps, but there's always that lingering fear in the back of my mind. Sometimes I think about going back to the park just to see if I can find any answers. But then I remember the look in that creature's eyes, and I know it's better to leave it alone. Some things are better left undiscovered. Life goes on, and I've tried to rebuild mine as best as I can. I've met new friends, started new hobbies, and even found a new job in a quiet little bookstore. It's a far cry from the excitement and danger of being a park ranger, but it's peaceful. And that's what I need now. Every now and then I hear about missing hikers or strange sightings in the woods, and I wonder if it's the same creature. I've considered reaching out to the authorities or the media, but I doubt they'd take me seriously. So I keep my story to myself, sharing it only with those I trust. The world is full of mysteries, and not all of them have happy endings. I've come to accept that. But if my story can serve as a warning, then maybe it was worth it. Stay safe out there, and remember, some paths are best left untraveled. In the end, life is about moving forward, even when the past haunts you. I've learned to find joy in the little things. A good book, a warm cup of coffee, the laughter of friends. These are the things that keep me grounded, that remind me there's still good in the world. So if you ever find yourself in the woods and things start to feel wrong, trust your instincts. Get out while you can. And if you ever hear a rustling in the bushes, remember my story. Sometimes the unknown is better left unknown. That's my story. As unbelievable as it may seem, it's not a happy tale, but it's mine, and now it's yours too. Take it with you, share it, and stay safe. Life is too precious to lose to the things that lurk in the shadows. It was 1994, and I was spending the weekend at a remote cabin in Vermont, trying to get away from my hectic job as an IT specialist. My name is Warren Albright, and I've always preferred solitude over crowds, which is probably why I ended up spending most of my career in dark server rooms, hidden behind screens. There's a calmness to working alone, a quiet focus I've come to rely on. My coworkers called me methodical, even a bit obsessive, but to me, it was just attention to detail. That trait saved my skin more times than I can count when fixing systems that others deemed beyond repair. But this weekend was supposed to be different. A break from the usual chaos, a chance to recharge. The cabin wasn't mine, but my old buddy Greg had offered it up when he heard I needed a change of pace. Greg and I had grown up together in Connecticut, and though we hadn't stayed in touch as much as I liked, he still reached out from time to time, offering up these random acts of generosity. Greg's cabin was isolated, nestled deep in the woods, a solid 40-minute drive from the nearest town. I welcomed the silence, the lack of cell service, and the absence of constant email alerts. It was perfect, until it wasn't. On my second night there, I decided to build a fire. I found a good stack of wood outside, though most of it looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The air felt cooler than I expected for late summer, and as the evening wore on, an unsettling chill crept through the gaps in the cabin's walls. I threw a few more logs onto the fire, trying to beat back the cold. But the feeling in my gut wasn't from the temperature. There was a sound outside. At first I ignored it, chalking it up to a wild animal wandering through the brush. But it was persistent. Rhythmic twigs snapping, something or someone moving out there. I'm not the paranoid type, but being alone in the middle of nowhere will do things to your mind. I convinced myself it was nothing more than a deer or some curious raccoons, but the noise didn't fade. It grew closer, louder. Finally, I stood up, grabbed the flashlight I'd left on the kitchen counter, and made my way to the front door. When I opened the door, the first thing I noticed was how quiet everything became. The chirping of the crickets, the rustling of the wind through the trees, it had all vanished. My flashlight beam sliced through the dark, illuminating the trees ahead. But there was nothing, no movement, no sign of anything unusual. I felt foolish, standing there in my boots and flannel shirt, half expecting some animal to appear from the shadows. I turned back to the cabin, letting out a laugh at my own stupidity, when I heard it again. This time the noise was unmistakable. Something heavy shifted in the trees to my right. I swung the flashlight over, but again nothing. No animal, no tracks, nothing that would explain the sound. Just as I was about to turn and head back inside, I caught a glimpse of something. It was low to the ground, maybe 3 or 4 feet off the ground, and moving quickly. It darted between 2 trees, just at the edge of my vision, like a blur of fur and limbs. I froze, staring at the spot where it disappeared. For a second, I told myself it was just my imagination, but then I heard a soft thud, like something hitting the ground hard. I followed the sound with my light, my pulse quickening. What I saw made my stomach twist. It was a deer carcass. Its hind legs were missing, the flesh torn apart in a way I'd never seen before. Whatever had done this wasn't a predator I recognized. No bear or mountain lion could have mauled an animal like this. The injuries were too precise, too violent. That's when I saw it again. The creature was crouched low, hidden in the underbrush. But this time I could make out more of its form. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but its body was twisted, almost unnatural, with long, sinewy limbs that reminded me of a spider. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and it moved with an eerie silence, like it was gliding rather than walking. It looked at me, but not with eyes. There were no visible features where its face should have been, just smooth, pale skin that stretched across its head like a featureless mask. I backed away, trying not to make any sudden moves. But it didn't react. It stayed in place, watching or sensing me, as if it was waiting for something. I don't know what possessed me to speak, but I did. "What the hell are you?" The thing tilted its head slightly, as if it understood me. Then, before I could even register what was happening, it bolted. I barely had time to blink before it vanished into the trees, leaving behind the mangled deer. My legs were shaking, my mind scrambling to process what I had just seen. I rushed back inside the cabin, locking the door behind me, though I knew that wouldn't be enough if that thing wanted in. I grabbed the shotgun Greg kept mounted above the fireplace. I wasn't much of a hunter, but right then, holding that gun felt like the only thing tethering me to some sense of safety. The night dragged on. I sat by the fire, the shotgun on my lap, listening to every creak, every whisper of wind outside. Sleep wasn't an option. Every few minutes I would glance out the window, expecting to see that pale, twisted figure lurking just beyond the tree line. But it never came back. Not that night. By morning, I had convinced myself to leave. Whatever that thing was, It wasn't something I wanted to encounter again. I threw my things into the trunk of my car, double-checking the locks on the cabin out of some misplaced sense of duty to Greg. As I started the engine, I caught a glimpse of something in the rear-view mirror. It was the deer, or at least what was left of it. The body was gone, but the head remained, placed carefully in the middle of the dirt path, facing the cabin, like some kind of warning. I floored it, gravel kicking up as I sped down the dirt road. I haven't been back to Greg's cabin since. I never told him what happened, and I doubt I ever will. Whatever that thing was, I can't explain it. But I know one thing for certain. I wasn't the first person it's crossed paths with, and I sure as hell won't be the last. As I reached the highway, I saw a sign for a wildlife research center up ahead. A part of me wanted to pull in, to ask if anyone had seen something similar. But what would I say? That I saw a creature out in the woods, one that didn't belong in any natural world I'd ever known. Instead, I kept driving, leaving that thing and whatever it had planned far behind. But as I passed the last sign for the research center, a thought crossed my mind. Whatever it wasn't a natural predator. It was something older, something different. It moved like a spider, hunted like one too. Maybe that's what it was. A spider, just not the kind anyone would expect to find crawling through the woods of Vermont. The truth? I'll never know. But the memory of that creature, its pale skin, its unnatural movements, and its faceless head, will forever haunt the shadows of my mind. My name's Declan, and I've been a park ranger for about 5 years now. I've always loved the outdoors, probably because I grew up on a farm in Kansas. The wide open spaces, the fresh air, and the quiet, they've always been my kind of thing. I took this job in the backwoods of Pennsylvania for exactly that reason. Most days, it's just me and the trees. I check the trails, make sure the campers aren't being idiots, and occasionally I get to rescue someone who thought they could take on nature without a map or common sense. This story I'm about to tell you, though, it's not about lost hikers or bears getting into the trash. This one's different, and I'm not sure I've got it all figured out. But here goes. It was a quiet Tuesday. I remember because the weekend rush had passed, and the trails were almost empty. My partner, Evan Daniels, was on vacation, leaving me to cover the whole area alone. I didn't mind. It meant more time to think and less small talk. I started my day as usual, coffee in hand, checking the map in the ranger station. There were a couple of campers up near Pine Ridge and another group down by the lake. The weather was clear, the sun shining through the trees, dappling the forest floor with light. I didn't expect any trouble. Around noon, I decided to take a ride up to Pine Ridge, see how those campers were doing. The drive was uneventful, and I found the campers, a couple of college kids, enjoying their lunch. We chatted for a bit. They seemed like good kids, and then I headed back down the trail. About halfway back, I noticed something odd. There was a strange smell like rotting meat and a weird silence. No birds, no insects, just a heavy quiet. I've spent enough time in these woods to know when something's off. I got out of my truck and started looking around. It didn't take long to find the source of the smell. About 20 yards off the trail, I found a small clearing. In the middle of it was what looked like a pile of clothes. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't just clothes, it was a body. One night, I got a call from the group camping near the lake. They'd heard something moving around their tents and were too scared to investigate. I drove out there, my rifle ready. When I arrived, the campers were huddled together, their faces pale with fear. "It's out there," one of them whispered. "It's watching us." I told them to stay put and walked towards the edge of the campsite. The moon was full, casting an eerie light over the trees. I heard a rustling noise and turned, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw it, standing just a few feet away. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with long, thin limbs and pale, almost translucent skin. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, and its mouth was filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. It didn't move, just watched me with those terrible eyes. I raised my rifle, but my hands were shaking. The thing cocked its head, almost like it was curious. Then it lunged at me. I fired, the shot echoing through the trees, but it was too fast. It knocked me to the ground, its claws raking across my chest. I struggled, kicking and punching, but it was like fighting a shadow. Finally, I managed to grab my knife and slash at its arm. It let out a high-pitched scream and backed off, disappearing into the woods. I lay there bleeding and gasping for breath until the campers found me and called for help. The paramedics arrived quickly, and I was rushed to the hospital. I had deep gashes across my chest and arms, but nothing life-threatening. The doctors patched me up and gave me some painkillers, but they couldn't do anything for the nightmares. I told the police what happened, but they didn't believe me. They thought I'd been attacked by a bear, or maybe even a human. But I knew the truth. There was something in those woods, something that wasn't human. The guy was lying face down, his back torn open like something had clawed at him. He looked young, maybe early 20s, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. I called it in, of course. The police arrived pretty quickly, given the location. Detective Morgan, a grizzled guy in his 50s, took charge. We scoured the area, but there was nothing to find. No tracks, no signs of struggle, nothing. It was like the guy had just been dropped there. They took the body away, and I went back to my rounds. But that scene stuck with me. A few days later, I was out checking the southern trails when I heard it. A scream, loud and piercing, cutting through the afternoon calm. I radioed it in and ran towards the sound. I found a woman, probably in her 30s, sitting on the ground holding her leg. She'd tripped and twisted her ankle, but that wasn't what had made her scream. She kept babbling about something in the woods, something that had been watching her. I helped her back to her campsite and waited with her until her friends returned. They thanked me and promised to take her to the hospital. I tried to shake off her words, but they lingered. I couldn't help but wonder if it was connected to the body I'd found. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the woman's fear, the body in the clearing, and the strange silence in the woods. Around midnight, I decided to go for a walk, try to clear my head. I grabbed my flashlight and headed out, sticking to the well-worn paths near the station. I hadn't gone far when I saw it, a figure just at the edge of my light, tall, hunched, with long limbs that didn't look quite right. It moved quickly, silently, disappearing into the trees before I could get a good look. My heart was pounding, and I felt a chill run through me. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I knew better. Over the next few days, I kept seeing it, always at the edge of my vision, always disappearing before I could get close. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, but deep down I knew something was out there. I started carrying my rifle with me, just in case. One evening I decided to set up a camera trap. If something was out there, I wanted proof. I set it up near where I'd seen the figure the most, baited it with some food, and left it overnight. The next morning, I retrieved the camera and checked the footage. Most of it was just trees and the occasional raccoon. But then, around 3:20 a.m., I saw it. A figure, tall and gaunt, with glowing eyes. It moved strangely, almost like it was gliding rather than walking. It reached out, long, pale fingers brushing the camera, and then the footage cut out. I took the footage to the station and showed it to my boss, Chief Ranger Kincaid. He watched it in silence, then looked at me, his face pale. "That's unsettling," he said finally. "But it could be anything, a prank, a trick of the light." "It's not a prank," I insisted. "There's something out there, and it's not human." He sighed. "Look, Declan, I know you're spooked, but we can't jump to conclusions. Just keep an eye out and report anything unusual." I nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe me. I went back to my rounds, feeling more uneasy than ever. Over the next week, things got worse. More campers reported strange noises, shadows in the trees, and a sense of being watched. I found more tracks, but they were unlike anything I'd seen before, large, with long claw-like toes. One night, I got a call from the group camping near the lake. They'd heard something moving around their tents and were too scared to investigate. I drove out there, my rifle ready. When I arrived, the campers were huddled together, their faces pale with fear. "It's out there," one of them whispered. "It's watching us." I told them to stay put and walked towards the edge of the campsite. The moon was full, casting an eerie light over the trees. I heard a rustling noise and turned, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. That's when I saw it, standing just a few feet away. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with long, thin limbs and pale, almost translucent skin. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, and its mouth was filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. It didn't move, just watched me with those terrible eyes. I raised my rifle, but my hands were shaking. The thing cocked its head, almost like it was curious. Then it lunged at me. I fired, the shot echoing through the trees, but it was too fast. It knocked me to the ground, its claws raking across my chest. I struggled, kicking and punching, but it was like fighting a shadow. Finally, I managed to grab my knife and slash at its arm. It let out a high-pitched scream and backed off, disappearing into the woods. I lay there bleeding and gasping for breath until the campers found me and called for help. The paramedics arrived quickly, and I was rushed to the hospital. I had deep gashes across my chest and arms, but nothing life-threatening. The doctors patched me up and gave me some painkillers, but they couldn't do anything for the nightmares. I told the police what happened, but they didn't believe me. They thought I'd been attacked by a bear, or maybe even a human. But I knew the truth. There was something in those woods, something that wasn't human. A few days later, I went back to the station. I was determined to find out what was going on. I spent hours researching local legends and folklore, looking for anything that matched what I'd seen. Finally, I came across a story about a creature called the Night Stalker. It was said to be an ancient, malevolent spirit that preyed on humans luring them into the woods and devouring their souls. It sounded crazy, but it was the only explanation that made sense. I showed the story to Chief Kincaid, but he just shook his head. "Declan, you've been through a lot. Maybe you should take some time off, get some rest." "I don't need rest," I snapped. "I need answers. People are in danger." He sighed. "All right, but be careful and keep me informed." I spent the next few days setting up more cameras and traps, hoping to catch the creature on film. I patrolled the woods day and night, my rifle always at the ready. But the Night Stalker was smart. It avoided my traps and cameras, always staying one step ahead. Then one night, it all came to a head. I was on patrol near the northern edge of the park when I heard a scream. I ran towards the sound, my heart pounding. I found a young man, maybe 19 or 20, lying on the ground. He was bleeding heavily from his neck, his eyes wide with terror. "It got me," he gasped. "It's coming." I tried to stop the bleeding, but it was no use. He died in my arms, his blood soaking into the ground. I looked up and saw the Night Stalker standing there, watching me. It tilted its head and grinned, its teeth glinting in the moonlight. I raised my rifle and fired, but it moved too fast. It was on me in an instant, its claws tearing at my flesh. I fought back, but it was like fighting a shadow. Finally, I managed to stab it with my knife, and it let out that horrible scream again, backing off. I lay there bleeding and exhausted as the creature disappeared into the trees. I knew I couldn't keep this up. The Night Stalker was too strong, too fast. I needed help. The next day, I called a friend of mine, a retired ranger named Hank Lawson. Hank was a tough old guy with more experience than anyone I knew. If anyone could help me, it was him. Hank arrived the next day, and we spent hours going over my notes and footage. He was skeptical at first, but after seeing the evidence, he agreed to help. We spent the next week setting up new traps and cameras, using everything we could think of to catch the Night Stalker. Finally, one night, we got lucky. We were patrolling near the southern edge of the park when we heard a noise. We followed it to a small clearing, where we found the Night Stalker caught in one of our traps. It thrashed and screamed, trying to break free, but the trap held. Hank and I approached cautiously, our rifles ready. The creature glared at us, its eyes burning with hatred. It spoke, its voice a low, guttural growl. "You think you can stop me? I am eternal. I am the darkness. We'll see about that." Hank muttered and fired his rifle. The bullet hit the creature in the chest, and it let out a scream of pain. It thrashed harder, trying to break free, but we kept firing, determined to bring it down. Finally, with one last horrible scream, the Night Stalker fell silent. It lay there, its body twitching as the life drained from its eyes. We approached cautiously, making sure it was dead, then dragged it back to the station. The police were called, and they took the body away. They didn't know what to make of it, but I didn't care. The Night Stalker was dead, and the park was safe. In the days that followed, things returned to normal. The campers came back, and the strange sightings stopped. I went back to my rounds, but I never forgot what happened. I knew that there were things out there, things that defied explanation. But I also knew that as long as I was around, I'd do everything I could to keep people safe. That's my story. Believe it or not, it's the truth. There's more out there than we can see. more than we can understand. And sometimes, the only thing standing between us and the darkness is a guy with a rifle and a lot of determination. I never really thought much about the national park where I worked. Just another place to spend my days, I guess. You could say I was always a bit of a loner, happy to wander the trails and keep an eye on the wildlife. My name's Darren Cole, and I've been a park ranger at Blackwood National Park for about 10 years now. It's one of those jobs where you think you've seen it all, but then something happens that shakes you to your core. It started out like any other day, a typical work shift in one of the most serene and untouched parts of the country. Blackwood is known for its dense forests, towering pine trees, and crystal clear lakes. Tourists love it for the hiking and the chance to see wildlife, and I love it for the peace and quiet. There's a tranquility here that you can't find anywhere else, or at least that's what I used to think. My shift began with the usual patrol of the park's main trails. I was supposed to check in on a couple of campsites and make sure everything was in order. As I walked through the forest, the morning sun casting long shadows through the trees, I felt that familiar sense of calm. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Little did I know this day would be far from ordinary. Around midday, I reached a secluded campsite by the edge of Lake Serene, one of the park's less frequented spots. It was usually quiet, a perfect spot for those looking to escape the hustle and bustle of city life. But as I approached, I noticed something was off. The campsite was a mess. Tents ripped apart, belongings scattered everywhere, and there was no one in sight. "Hello," I called out, hoping to find the campers. Silence. My heart started to pound in my chest. This wasn't normal. I pulled out my radio to call for backup, but all I got was static. Great. Just what I needed. I decided to investigate further, hoping to find some clue as to what had happened. As I searched the area, I found bloodstains on the ground leading into the forest. A chill ran down my spine. This was bad, really bad. I followed the trail cautiously, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife on my belt. I wasn't armed with a gun park policy. Never needed one before. Guess they figured the biggest threat out here was a pissed-off raccoon. The trail led me deeper into the forest, and the further I went, the darker it got. The trees seemed to close in around me, blocking out the sunlight. The air grew colder, and an eerie silence fell over the forest. That's when I saw it. A figure crouched over something on the ground. "Hey, you there," I shouted, trying to sound authoritative. The figure didn't move. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't human. It was some kind of creature, hunched over a body, its back covered in matted dark fur with spikes protruding from its spine. I froze, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. The creature turned its head slowly, and for a brief moment, our eyes met. They were empty, soulless. It let out a low, guttural snarl, and before I could react, it lunged at me. I barely had time to dive out of the way, rolling to my feet and drawing my knife. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be real. The creature circled me, moving with a speed and agility that was terrifying. I slashed at it with my knife, but it was like trying to hit a shadow. It was toying with me, letting me exhaust myself. I needed a plan, and fast. I glanced around, looking for anything that could help me. My eyes landed on a fallen branch, thick and sturdy enough to use as a weapon. I lunged for it, grabbing the branch and swinging it at the creature with all my strength. The branch connected with a sickening thud, and the creature staggered back, letting out a roar of pain. I didn't wait for it to recover. I took off running, my legs pumping as fast as they could carry me. I had to get out of there, had to warn the others. I burst out of the trees and back into the campsite, my mind racing. There was no way I could take that thing on my own. I needed help, and I needed it now. I grabbed the radio again, praying it would work this time. Mayday, Mayday. This is Ranger Cole at Lake Serene. We have an emergency. There's something out here. I need backup now. Finally, a crackle of static and a voice came through. Cole, this is Ranger Clark. What's going on? Just get here, Clark. It's bad. Real bad. I waited, my heart pounding as the minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Every rustle of the leaves, every snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I couldn't shake the image of that creature, its soulless eyes, its sheer savagery. When Clark and the others arrived, I briefed them quickly. We were a small team, just 4 of us, but we had to do something. We couldn't let that thing roam free in the park. Armed with whatever we could find, knives, branches, even a couple of flares, we set out to track the creature. As we ventured back into the forest, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. The trees seemed to loom over us, casting long shadows that danced in the dim light. Every step felt like it could be our last. We followed the blood trail deeper and deeper into the woods. Then we heard it, a low guttural growl that sent shivers down our spines. The creature was close, too close. We moved slowly, cautiously, trying to pinpoint its location. Suddenly, it sprang from the underbrush, claws bared, teeth gnashing. It took down Ranger Tompkins before any of us could react, ripping into him with a ferocity that was beyond comprehension. Tompkins? No, Clark shouted, rushing forward with his knife. But the creature was too fast. It knocked Clark aside like he was nothing, sending him crashing into a tree. I could see the terror in his eyes, the realization that we were up against something far beyond our understanding. I knew we had to act fast. I grabbed one of the flares and ignited it, the bright light casting an eerie glow over the forest. The creature recoiled, hissing and snarling at the sudden burst of light. It was vulnerable. This was our chance. Now, hit it now, I shouted, waving the flare at the creature. The others joined in, swinging their makeshift weapons, trying to drive it back. The creature lashed out, but the light seemed to weaken it, slow it down. We pressed the attack, pushing it further into the trees. It was a desperate, chaotic battle. The creature fought with a savagery that was almost primal, but we were relentless. We couldn't afford to let it escape. Finally, with one last desperate lunge, we drove it back into a clearing. The creature stumbled, its movements growing sluggish. Keep it up. Don't let it recover, Clark shouted, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. We surrounded the creature, our flares burning brightly, casting long shadows over the clearing. The creature let out a final, anguished roar before collapsing to the ground, its body twitching violently. We stood there, gasping for breath. staring at the lifeless form of the creature. It was over. We had won. But at what cost? Tompkins was gone and Clark was badly injured. We had faced something beyond our wildest nightmares, something that defied explanation. We radioed for a helicopter to evacuate the injured and to report what had happened. The response team arrived quickly, and the forest was soon swarming with rangers and medical personnel. They took one look at the creature and knew this wasn't something they were prepared for. As the helicopter lifted off, carrying Clark and the remains of Tompkins, I stood there in the clearing, staring at the creature. I had no idea what it was, where it had come from, or if there were more like it out there. But I knew one thing for sure. Blackwood National Park would never be the same again. I spent the rest of the day with the team, answering questions, filling out reports. There was a lot of speculation, a lot of theories, but no real answers. Whatever that creature was, it wasn't something we could easily explain away. By the time I finally got back to my cabin, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the forest. I was exhausted, mentally and physically. I sat on the porch, staring out at the trees, trying to process everything that had happened. I don't know what's out there in the depths of Blackwood National Park, but I do know this. It's something we can't afford to ignore. We've got a responsibility to protect this place and the people who visit it, and that means being prepared for anything, even the unimaginable. As I sat there, watching the shadows lengthen and the stars begin to appear, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. There are things in this world we can't explain, things that defy logic and reason, but we have to face them, no matter how terrifying they might be. You see, when you've been a small-town cop for as long as I have, you learn that there's a rhythm to things, not a comforting rhythm, mind you, but a rhythm nonetheless. A dark undercurrent that runs beneath the everyday noise of life. My name's Evan Harker, and I've been the sheriff of Wilson's Grove for over 15 years. It's a place that doesn't ask much of you, so long as you keep your head down and your nose clean. But when something does happen, when that undercurrent rises to the surface, it's never good. It's always something you wish you hadn't seen, something you'll never forget, no matter how hard you try. I was born and raised here, in this little town nestled between two forgotten highways, surrounded by miles of dense, ancient forest. My dad was the sheriff before me, and his dad before him. It's not a job you take because you want to. It's a job you take because you have to. It's in the blood, I guess. Most of the time, it's just noise complaints, bar fights, and the occasional missing dog. The real crimes happen in the cities, where people think they can get away with anything because they're just another face in the crowd. Not here, though. Here we know everybody by name, by face, by smell, and we're all too familiar with their problems. So when a few hikers went missing last month, I figured it was the usual, a couple of out-of-towners getting lost in the woods. Happens more often than you'd think. The forest around here isn't friendly. It's old, tangled, and it doesn't take kindly to strangers. We've had more than our fair share of search and rescue operations over the years, most ending with a sheepish couple thanking us for finding them after spending a night huddled under a tree. But this time was different. The first call came in on a Tuesday. 2 hikers, a man and a woman, mid-30s. A local kid found their car parked at the trailhead. dust starting to gather on the hood. He thought it was odd that they hadn't come back yet, but I wasn't too concerned. Not at first. I took a drive out there just to make sure, and found their car right where the kids said it would be. No sign of the hikers, though. Just an empty car with a couple of water bottles and an old map on the front seat. I called it in and got a few deputies together to start a search. The woods were thick, the air heavy with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. But we had done this before. Fan out, stay within sight of each other, and make plenty of noise. But as we moved deeper into the forest, the atmosphere started to change. It was subtle at first, a kind of stillness that pressed down on you, made you feel like you were being watched. I've been in those woods my whole life, but I'd never felt anything like this. After a couple of hours, we found the first body. It was the man, or what was left of him, anyway. He was sprawled out on the forest floor, half buried under a pile of leaves. The look on his face was one of sheer terror, like he had seen something that his mind couldn't make sense of. His chest was ripped open, ribs snapped like kindling, and his insides were gone. I've seen my share of hunting accidents, but this wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. We kept searching, but it didn't take long to find the woman. She was hanging from a tree, her limbs twisted at unnatural angles, her head tilted as if she was looking down at us. I won't go into detail, but let's just say it was worse than the man. Whatever had done this wasn't just killing, it was mutilating, destroying them in a way that didn't make any sense. We called it in, got the coroner out there, but there wasn't much he could do. He said it looked like a wild animal attack, but even he couldn't tell me what kind of animal could do something like that. The wounds didn't match anything we'd ever seen. It was as if something had taken its time with them, almost like it enjoyed it. That's when I knew this wasn't over. You don't find bodies like that and just walk away. Over the next few days, more reports came in. A couple of local kids went missing. A farmer found his cattle torn apart in their pasture, and an old man swore he saw something moving through his fields at night, something big and fast. The whole town was on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there was getting closer. It was as if it was circling us, tightening the noose. I didn't sleep much during that time. I spent most nights driving around the outskirts of town, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was doing this. But I never did. Not until that last night. It was a Thursday late when the call came in. Mrs. Cunningham, one of the oldest residents in town, said she heard something outside her house, something she couldn't explain. Her voice was shaking, and I could tell she was scared out of her mind. I told her to stay inside, lock the doors, and I'd be there in 5 minutes. I got there in 3. Her house is a small, old thing, sitting alone at the edge of the forest, the kind of place that's charming in the daylight but takes on a whole new character at night. As soon as I pulled up, I knew something was wrong. The air was thick with a smell I couldn't place, something rotten, something that made my stomach turn. I drew my gun, an old habit more than anything, and approached the front door. Mrs. Cunningham was standing in the doorway, her hands trembling as she clutched a shotgun that looked older than she was. "It's in the barn," she whispered. "I saw it go in there, but I couldn't see what it was. Just get it out of here, Evan, please." I nodded and started toward the barn, my heart pounding in my chest. The smell got worse as I got closer, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I could feel it, whatever it was, watching me, waiting for me. The barn doors creaked as I pushed them open, and I stepped inside. The light from my flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, but it was enough to see the carnage. Blood and pieces of something were scattered everywhere, and in the middle of it all was the thing that had been terrorizing our town. It was crouched low, its back to me, but I could see its twisted, animalistic form. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever seen. It was something else, something wrong, something that shouldn't exist. It turned toward me, and that's when I fired. I didn't wait, didn't hesitate. I just emptied my gun into it. The thing let out a noise, a scream, maybe, but not like any scream I'd ever heard, and collapsed to the ground. I didn't take my eyes off it as I reloaded, half expecting it to get back up, but it didn't. When I finally approached, gun still drawn, I saw what I'd done. The thing was dead, but it wasn't gone. Its body lay there, as real as the blood on the ground, as real as the stench in the air. I wanted to understand what I was looking at, but my mind wouldn't let me. It was as if my brain was trying to protect me from the truth, trying to keep me sane. Mrs. Cunningham called the next morning to tell me that whatever had been tormenting her was gone, that she could finally sleep. And for the first time in weeks, I felt something close to relief. The thing was dead, and there was no question about it. Its body was lying there in the barn, just like I'd left it. The coroner, the deputies, everyone who saw it knew that whatever it wasn't from this world. They believed me. For once, they believed me. And now, that's all there is to it. The creature is dead, the town is safe, and life has returned to its normal rhythm. But the memory of that night, the sight of that creature, the smell of its blood, those things will stay with me forever. They're a reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, darkness can lurk, waiting for its chance to rise to the surface. And sometimes, when it does, it leaves scars that never fully heal. It started with the wind, the kind of wind that rattles the bones of a small town, making people lock their doors and pretend they don't hear the eerie whispering outside. It was the kind of wind that carried stories, and none of them good. That night in 1992, it brought something else to the quiet town of Harland, Montana. My name is Deputy Eli Rohr, and if you've ever been to Harland, you know it's the kind of place where nothing happens. That's why most folks like it here. They come to escape the noise, the chaos of bigger cities. We've got our problems, like anyone else. Mostly kids getting too drunk, or the occasional fist fight at McCabe's Tavern, but nothing that can't be settled with a stern talking to, or a night in the drunk tank. But that night was different. That night, everything changed. I was on my usual patrol, making rounds in the old Ford Cruiser when I got the call. There's a stretch of forest on the outskirts of town known as the Hollows. It's not a place folks go willingly. Hunters avoid it, and the kids only dare each other to go there if they're trying to impress someone. The call was from a man named Wallace Gibson, one of the older residents. He said he'd seen something big, dragging itself through the trees. I could hear the tremble in his voice as he described it, and Wallace wasn't a man to scare easily. He was a Vietnam vet, tough as nails. I should have taken it more seriously. But in Harland, you hear things, especially on a windy night. People see shadows where there's nothing, hear noises that don't exist. Still, a job's a job, and I had nothing better to do. I arrived at Wallace's place around 1100 p.m. It was a small, weather-beaten house like most in Harland. Wallace met me at the door, his face pale, eyes wide. He didn't waste time with pleasantries, just pointed a shaking finger toward the tree line. "It's out there, Roar," he said. "Saw it with my own eyes, big as a moose, but it weren't no moose. Had too many legs, too many damn legs." I stepped outside, my hand resting on the grip of my service weapon. The wind howled through the trees, making them creak and groan like they were alive, like they were trying to tell me something. I shone my flashlight into the darkness, but the beam only seemed to be swallowed by the night. For a moment I considered calling it in, getting someone else out here with me. But this was Harland. You don't call backup for something you can handle yourself. "Where exactly did you see it, Wallace?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. He pointed again, toward a thick patch of trees about 50 yards from his back door. "Over there." It was moving slow, like it was hurt. But God, Roar, it was big. I nodded and made my way toward the trees, the beam of my flashlight slicing through the dark. The ground was soft, almost muddy, and the wind carried the scent of pine and something else, something metallic, the kind of smell you get when you leave meat out too long. As I got closer, I saw the first sign, a trail of broken branches, leaves torn from the trees, and something else, a smear of dark, wet earth, as if something heavy had been dragged through it. I followed the trail deeper into the woods, the wind at my back, pushing me forward. Then I heard it, a low, wet sound, like something struggling to breathe. I froze, the hair on my neck standing on end. I'm not a man who scares easily, but that sound, it wasn't right. It wasn't any animal I'd ever heard before. I raised my flashlight and caught a glimpse of something moving ahead. Something massive, hunched over, with long, thin limbs that seemed to move in ways they shouldn't. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. Whatever it wasn't natural. It wasn't something that should exist. I drew my gun and took another step forward, keeping the beam of light steady. The creature, because there was no other word for it, shifted, revealing a body covered in matted, dark fur, patches of skin missing, and bones jutting out at odd angles. But it was the eyes that stopped me, cold black, bottomless pits that seemed to swallow the light, reflecting nothing but darkness. It turned its head toward me, and for a moment we were both still. Then it lunged. I fired, the shot echoing through the trees, but the bullet barely seemed to slow it down. It moved with a speed that defied its size, closing the distance between us in seconds. I felt the searing pain as one of its limbs struck me, knocking me to the ground. The world spun, the trees above me blending into a blur. As I struggled to get back on my feet, I fired again, this time hitting it square in the chest. The creature let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream, but close enough to send a shiver down my spine. It staggered, its limbs flailing wildly, but still it came. In the chaos, I lost my flashlight, the darkness closing in around me. I fired blindly, the gunshots lighting up the night in brief flashes, each one showing the creature getting closer. My mind raced, trying to figure out how to kill something that shouldn't be alive in the first place. Finally, I hit something vital. The creature let out a final, desperate sound before collapsing to the ground, its body twitching before going still. I didn't move for what felt like hours, waiting for it to get back up, to attack again. But it didn't. Whatever life had been keeping it moving was gone. I staggered to my feet, clutching my side where it had struck me. My hand came away sticky with blood, but I was alive. I limped over to where the creature lay and shone the light on it. It was dead, its body twisted in death, limbs bent at impossible angles. There was no doubt it was real. I had the wounds to prove it. I called it in, and the rest of the night was a blur of emergency lights, paramedics, and questions I couldn't answer. Wallace was right. People don't scare easily in Harland, but that night, they did. The next day, the creature was gone. Not vanished, hauled away by the state authorities who swooped in like vultures, telling us to keep our mouths shut. But there were witnesses, and too many people had seen the body for it to be just another wild animal attack. It was on the front page of the local paper the next morning, the headline blaring, "Unknown creature killed by local deputy." They kept the details vague, of course, because no one wanted to admit what it really was, or worse, that there might be more of them out there. But there was no denying the truth. I wasn't crazy. Wallace wasn't crazy. And Harland would never be the same. The quiet rhythm of our lives had been disrupted, irrevocably altered by the intrusion of something monstrous, something that defied explanation. And as I looked out at the familiar streets and the whispering trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness we had glimpsed that night was still out there, lurking just beyond the edge of the light, waiting for its chance to return. I never really thought much about taking detours. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get lost for a bit? Turn around and find your way back? Well, let me tell you, I was wrong. Dead wrong. My name's Greg Mathers, and I'm not much for long drives. But work had sent me out to visit a potential client in the mountains of North Carolina. After a week of dead ends and wasted time, I was finally heading back home. The thought of a hot shower and my own bed kept me going. I pulled off at a little gas station just outside of Asheville. The place was worn down, a relic from the 70s, with cracked asphalt and faded signs. The attendant, an old man with a scruffy beard and a cap that had seen better days, leaned against the door frame, eyeing me with mild curiosity. "Fill it up?" he asked, and I nodded. After paying, I consulted my map. Yeah, I still use one of those. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't trust GPS. Too many stories about people getting lost because of some satellite glitch. The map showed a shortcut through the Pisgah National Forest. I figured it would save me at least an hour. "Is this road any good?" I asked the attendant, pointing to a thin line snaking through the green expanse on the map. He squinted at the map, then at me. "Not many folks take that route. It's pretty rough and you can easily get turned around. But it's shorter, right?" "Yeah, shorter. But if you're not familiar, it can be tricky." I thanked him, decided I could handle a bit of rough terrain, and set off. The road started out fine, just a narrow 2-lane winding up into the hills. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Trees grew thicker on either side, and soon the asphalt gave way to gravel. My old sedan wasn't exactly built for this, but I kept going, figuring it couldn't be too bad. About an hour in, I realized my mistake. The gravel turned to dirt, and the road began to split off into numerous smaller paths. It was getting late, the sun already dipping below the tree line, and the last thing I needed was to be lost in the woods at night. I pulled over to consult my map again, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. That's when I noticed the cabin. It was a small, run-down place, half hidden by overgrown bushes. Figuring I might get some directions, I approached and knocked on the door. It creaked open and I called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" A woman appeared, middle-aged, with stringy hair and a wary look in her eye. "What do you want?" "I'm trying to get back to the highway. Think I took a wrong turn." She looked me up and down, then stepped aside. "Come in. I'll get my brother. He knows these woods." I hesitated. The cabin looked deserted, and the woman's wary expression did little to reassure me. But I was lost. It was getting dark, and I didn't have many options. I stepped inside. The cabin was dark and cluttered, the air thick with the musty smell of damp wood and something else, something faintly metallic that made my nose wrinkle. The woman disappeared into another room, leaving me alone. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, but before I could act, the door behind me opened, and two men stepped in. "Lost, huh?" one of them said. He was tall and lanky, with a wild look in his eyes. The other, shorter but more solid, just stared at me, unblinking. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "Just need directions." "Directions," the taller one repeated, his voice mocking. "We can help with that, but it'll cost you." I laughed nervously. "I've got some cash." "Oh, we're not interested in money," the shorter one said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I turned to leave, but the woman was blocking the door. The tall one grabbed my arm, his grip like a vice. "You're not going anywhere," he hissed. I fought, kicking and swinging, but they overpowered me, dragging me into the back room. It was a nightmare come to life. Old chains hung from the ceiling, and the floor was stained with something dark that I didn't want to identify. Panic surged through me as they tied me to a chair, the ropes cutting into my wrists. The woman stood in the corner, watching with a twisted smile. "We don't get many visitors," she said, "but when we do, we make sure they don't leave." I struggled against the ropes, my mind racing. "You don't have to do this," I pleaded. The shorter man leaned in, his breath rancid. "Oh, but we do. It's tradition." Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time lost all meaning in that dark room. They taunted me, took turns beating me, and laughed at my pain. Desperation gave way to a cold, hard clarity. I had to escape, or I wouldn't make it out alive. At some point, they left me alone, probably thinking I was too weak to resist. But adrenaline is a powerful thing. I managed to slip one hand free, the rope burning my skin. I worked on the other, my heart pounding in my ears. Finally, I was loose. I waited, listening for any sound. Hearing none, I crept to the door. It was unlocked. I moved quietly, every creak of the floorboards like a gunshot in the silence. The main room was empty, but I could hear voices outside. They were arguing about something. It didn't matter. This was my chance. I bolted for the back door, running blindly into the woods. Branches slapped at my face, and roots threatened to trip me, but I kept going. Behind me, I heard shouts and the sounds of pursuit. I didn't dare look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The forest was a maze, but luck was on my side. I stumbled onto a dirt road just as a truck was passing. I waved frantically, and the driver, a burly man in his 40s, slammed on the brakes. "Help," I gasped. "They're after me." He didn't ask questions, just yanked open the door and pulled me inside. "Who?" "A family. They tried to kill me." "Jesus," he muttered, flooring the gas. "Hold on." We sped down the road, the truck bouncing over the rough terrain. I glanced back, but there was no sign of my pursuers. After what felt like an eternity, we reached a ranger station. The driver, whose name I learned was Hank, barged in, demanding to see the ranger. The ranger, a grizzled veteran named Mark, took one look at me and got on the radio. Within minutes, the place was swarming with deputies. They listened to my story, then geared up to hunt the family down. "Stay here," Hank told me. "You're safe now." I nodded, exhaustion crashing over me as they headed into the forest. I slumped in a chair, barely conscious. The next few hours were a blur. They found the cabin, but it was empty. The family had vanished, leaving behind a grisly scene that confirmed my story. They searched the woods, but the cannibals were gone, likely disappearing into the vast forest they knew so well. The deputies found evidence of other victims, confirming my worst fears. This family had been at it for years, preying on travelers who took the wrong turn. My testimony would help put them away for good, if they were ever caught. Hank stayed with me, a steady presence in the chaos. "You're lucky, kid," he said. "Not many make it out." "Yeah," I said, my voice hollow. "We never found the family. But they didn't find me either." My name is Carter Gents, and I'm a search and rescue officer for the United States Forest Service. I've seen my fair share of strange things out in the woods, but nothing could prepare me for what happened that day. It started like any other. I was out patrolling the expanse of the Adirondack Mountains, one of the most picturesque yet treacherous terrains on the East Coast. The Adirondacks are a maze of dense forests, rocky peaks, and hidden lakes, stretching over 6 million acres. It's a place where nature's beauty and danger coexist, drawing adventurers and wanderers alike. As a seasoned SAR officer, my job involves navigating these wilds to find lost hikers, rescue injured climbers, and occasionally recover bodies. That day, I was assigned to check on a remote cabin owned by an elderly couple, the Palmers. They were well known around these parts, living off the grid and refusing to move closer to civilization. The previous week, we'd received a call from their worried daughter Julia, who hadn't heard from them in over a month. It wasn't uncommon for communication to be sporadic out here, but a month was concerning. I set off early, my pack loaded with the essentials: first aid kit, ropes, radio, and a few days' worth of rations. The trail to the Palmer's cabin was rugged, hardly more than a game path, and it was about a 10-mile hike from the nearest road. It was slow going, the summer heat oppressive even under the thick canopy of trees. The air was heavy with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Around midday, I reached the cabin. It was a small, sturdy structure made of logs, with a patch of cleared land around it. The place looked untouched, a serene picture of wilderness living. But as I approached, I noticed something was off. The air smelled wrong, metallic and sour. It's the kind of scent that sets the hairs on the back of your neck on edge. "Mr. Palmer? Mrs. Palmer?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the dense forest. There was no response. I walked up to the door, which was slightly ajar, and pushed it open. The sight inside was enough to make me gag. The Palmers were there, but they weren't alive. Their bodies were torn apart, mauled in a way that no bear or cougar could manage. Blood and gore painted the walls, a horrifying tableau of violence. I've seen bodies before, but this was different. The sheer brutality suggested something far more sinister. I forced myself to stay composed, stepping back outside to call for backup. The radio crackled to life, and I relayed the grim news. "Base, this is Gents. I need immediate assistance at the Palmer cabin. Possible animal attack, but it doesn't look like anything I've seen before. Over." "Copy that, Gents. Hold tight. Help is on the way." Over. With backup on the way, I knew I had to secure the area. But something in the back of my mind told me I wasn't alone. I scanned the tree line, looking for any sign of movement. That's when I saw it. Something large and shadowy darting between the trees. It was fast, too fast for any known animal in these parts. My instinct screamed at me to get inside, to barricade the doors and wait for help. But curiosity, and perhaps a bit of foolish bravery, won out. I grabbed my rifle from my pack and cautiously followed the direction where I'd seen the movement. The woods felt different now, oppressive. Each step was accompanied by the feeling of being watched, but I kept going. I found the first sign about half a mile from the cabin. It was a massive footprint, larger than any bear's, with elongated toes and deep claw marks. Whatever made it was big and heavy. As I examined the print, a low rustling came from the bushes nearby. I turned, rifle raised, just in time to catch a glimpse of something slipping into the shadows. It was then that I heard the first scream. It was human, unmistakable, and it was coming from the direction of the cabin. I sprinted back, heart pounding, dread gnawing at my gut. When I broke through the trees, I saw two hikers, a man and a woman, running towards me, their faces pale with terror. "Help, please help us," the woman screamed, tears streaming down her face. I motioned for them to get behind me. "What happened? What did you see?" It's a monster," the man stammered. "It tore through our campsite, killed our friend." The rational part of me wanted to dismiss their claims as hysteria, but the evidence back at the cabin told me otherwise. "Get to the cabin and stay inside. Help is on the way." As they ran for cover, I positioned myself to face the direction they'd come from, scanning for any sign of the creature. Minutes passed like hours. The silence of the forest was heavy and unnatural. Then, without warning, it attacked. It came from the side, a blur of muscle and fangs, hitting me like a freight train. My rifle flew from my hands as I was thrown to the ground. I rolled, scrambling for my sidearm, but it was already on me. It was massive, humanoid, but covered in thick, dark fur. Its face was a grotesque mix of man and beast, with eyes that burned with a malevolent intelligence. Claws raked across my chest, pain flaring as I fought to keep it at bay. In the chaos, the hikers emerged from the cabin, one of them firing a flare gun they'd found inside. The flare hit the creature square in the face, and it recoiled with a roar, giving me the opening I needed. I grabbed my pistol and fired, emptying the magazine into its torso. It stumbled back, wounded but not dead. Inside. "Now," I shouted, and we all bolted for the cabin, slamming the door shut behind us. The creature pounded on the walls, its fury palpable. The hikers and I fortified the door as best we could, knowing it wouldn't hold forever. I managed to get a distress signal out on the radio, my voice shaky but clear. "Base, this is Gents. We've encountered a hostile creature. Repeat, hostile creature. We need immediate extraction. Over." The response was quick. "Hold tight, Gents. Chopper en route. ETA 20 minutes. Over. 20 minutes. It felt like an eternity. The creature's assault on the cabin was relentless, each hit threatening to break through our makeshift barricade. The hikers were huddled together, their fear mirrored in my own thoughts. What the hell were we dealing with? Finally, the sound of rotor blades cut through the din, and the creature stopped its assault, retreating back into the forest. The helicopter landed in the clearing, and we wasted no time sprinting for the safety of the chopper. As we lifted off, I looked down at the cabin, now a speck amidst the vast wilderness. The Palmers' deaths would be investigated, explanations sought. But I knew one thing for certain: we weren't alone in those woods. Something was out there, something deadly and intelligent. The hikers and I were debriefed, our accounts taken seriously given the evidence at the scene. The official report would likely blame a bear or some other large predator, but those of us who were there knew the truth. The Adirondacks held secrets, and that day we had glimpsed one of its darkest. Once we were safely back at base, I sat in the infirmary, getting my wounds treated. The hikers were in a similar state, shaken but alive. As the adrenaline wore off, exhaustion set in, and I found myself pondering the reality of what we had faced. There was no room for sentimentality in my line of work, no space to dwell on the horrors that lurked in the shadows. The forest had always been a place of mystery and danger, and we were just visitors passing through. We'd survived this encounter, but I knew I'd be back out there soon, facing whatever challenges came my way. And so, with a bandaged chest and a wary eye on the horizon, I prepared for my next mission, knowing full well that the forest would never be the same. My name is Carl Mercer, and this happened to me back in 2008. I was a junior in college at the time, trying to balance a full course load while working nights at a local diner in Laramie, Wyoming. Life was pretty straightforward, though not without its share of struggles. Between classes, work, and an ongoing feud with my roommate over his terrible taste in music, I had a lot on my plate. I figured I was just your average, everyday college kid trying to make it through. One night, after a particularly rough shift, I decided to walk home instead of taking the bus. The fresh air helped clear my head, and the quiet was a nice change from the constant clatter of the diner. Laramie isn't a big town, but it's got its share of dark corners and quiet streets, especially at night. About halfway home, I took a shortcut through an alley behind a row of old warehouses. The area was mostly abandoned, just a few businesses still operating during the day. At night, it was dead quiet. It wasn't the first time I'd taken this route. It shaved a good 12 minutes off my walk. But this night felt different. The air was heavy, and the only sound was the distant hum of a generator somewhere far off. As I made my way down the alley, I noticed something strange. A thick, metallic smell hung in the air, like rust and old blood. I shrugged it off, assuming it was just some leaking pipe or something. But then, about halfway through the alley, I tripped over something. I looked down and saw a torn piece of fabric, dark and stained. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself it was just trash, part of the usual urban decay. Just as I was about to continue on, I heard a faint noise. It sounded like a groan, low and pained. I froze, straining to hear more. The groan came again, more distinct this time, from behind one of the dumpsters up ahead. I took a few hesitant steps forward, squinting into the darkness. My eyes slowly adjusted, and I could make out a shape slumped against the brick wall. "Hey, you okay?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. No response, just another groan, weaker this time. Against my better judgment, I approached. What I saw made my stomach turn. A man, maybe in his mid-30s, was sprawled on the ground, his clothes torn and stained with blood. His face was a mess of cuts and bruises, one eye swollen shut. He looked like he'd been mauled by some kind of animal. "Holy," I muttered, kneeling beside him. "Hey, can you hear me?" He tried to speak, but only a ragged breath escaped his lips. I fumbled for my phone, fingers trembling as I dialed 911. The operator picked up, and I gave them my location, explaining as best I could what had happened. "An ambulance is on its way," the operator assured me. "Stay with him if you can, but don't move him." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "Got it." As I waited, I glanced around the alley, suddenly hyper-aware of every shadow and sound. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting something to jump out at us. It felt like an eternity before I heard the distant wail of sirens. The paramedics arrived, and I stepped back to let them work. They loaded the man onto a stretcher, still unconscious, and hurried him into the ambulance. One of the paramedics, a woman with a no-nonsense demeanor, asked me a few questions before they took off, leaving me alone in the alley. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. My mind raced with questions. Who was that guy? What had happened to him? And more importantly, what kind of animal could do that to a person? Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the incident. I asked around at the diner and among my friends, but no one had heard anything. It was like the whole thing had been a bad dream, except for the blood-stained alley and the memory of that man's battered face. About a week later, I got a call from the Laramie Police Department. They wanted to ask me some questions about what I had seen. I agreed, hoping they might have some answers for me. The detective I spoke with, a grizzled guy named Tom Strickland, had a demeanor that screamed, "I've seen it all." "Mr. Mercer," he began, flipping open a worn notebook, "we appreciate you coming in. We're trying to piece together what happened to Mr. Alan Hewitt, the man you found. Do you have any idea what did that to him?" I asked, cutting straight to the point. Strickland sighed, rubbing his temples. We're still investigating. The injuries, they don't match any animal attacks we're familiar with. And there's no indication of a weapon being used, at least not a conventional one. What does that mean? I asked, frustration creeping into my voice. It means we don't know yet, he replied, his tone a bit sharper. We were hoping you might have seen or heard something that could help. I recounted everything again, from the metallic smell to the groans in the blood-stained fabric. Strickland took notes, nodding occasionally, but his expression remained unreadable. We'll be in touch if we have any more questions, he said finally, standing up to signal the end of our meeting. As I walked out of the station, I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't telling me everything. There was something in Strickland's eyes, a hint of unease that didn't match his gruff exterior. Life went on, as it tends to do, but I couldn't shake the incident from my mind. I started taking different routes home, avoiding the alley altogether. Every now and then, I'd hear whispers about strange sightings around town, people seeing shadows moving in the night, hearing eerie noises that didn't quite make sense, but nothing concrete, nothing I could pin down. Then, about a month later, I ran into an old friend, Max Collins, at the diner. Max and I had gone to high school together, but we'd lost touch after graduation. He was a big guy, the kind who seemed like he could handle himself in a fight, but he looked more nervous than I'd ever seen him. "Carl, man, you got a minute?" he asked, glancing around like he was afraid of being overheard. "Sure, Max. What's up?" I said, motioning for him to sit down. He slid into the booth, lowering his voice. "You hear about the weird stuff going on around here lately?" I nodded. "Bits and pieces. Why?" Max leaned in closer. "I've seen something, man. Something I can't explain." My curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" "It was a couple nights ago," he began, his voice barely above a whisper. "I was out by the old railroad tracks, you know, where the woods start getting thick. I heard something moving in the trees, figured it was just a deer or something. But then I saw it. This thing. It was huge, on all fours, but not like any animal I've ever seen. Its eyes, Carl, they were like burning coals. A chill ran down my spine." "You sure it wasn't just a bear or something?" Max shook his head vehemently. "No way, man. This thing was different. It had this presence, like it knew I was there, like it was watching me." I didn't know what to say. Max wasn't the type to scare easily, and the fear in his eyes was real. "Did you tell anyone else?" I asked. He shook his head. "Just you. People would think I'm crazy, but I know what I saw." We sat in silence for a few moments, the weight of his words hanging between us. Finally, I broke the silence. "Thanks for telling me, Max. Just be careful, all right?" He nodded, standing up to leave. "You too, Carl. Something's not right in this town." After that conversation, I started to pay more attention to the rumors, to the stories people whispered when they thought no one was listening. And the more I listened, the more I realized that Max wasn't alone. There were others who had seen things, heard things, but they were too scared to speak up. One night, as I was closing up the diner, I heard a noise outside. It was a low, guttural sound, almost like a growl, but deeper, more menacing. My heart raced, and I grabbed a kitchen knife, the closest thing to a weapon I could find. I stepped outside, the cool night air hitting my face. The street was empty, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I scanned the area, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow, and then I saw it. A pair of glowing eyes stared back at me from the darkness, unblinking, almost curious. The creature was huge, covered in matted fur, its body hunched and muscular. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, a nightmare made flesh. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. I knew I had to get inside, but my legs felt like lead. The creature took a step forward, its eyes never leaving mine, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it turned and vanished into the night. I stood there shaking, the knife clutched tightly in my hand. I knew I had to tell someone, but who would believe me? Max, maybe, but that was it. Everyone else would think I was crazy. Over the next few days, I tried to go about my life as usual, but the memory of those eyes haunted me. I started carrying the knife with me everywhere, a small comfort in the face of the unknown. Then one evening, as I was getting ready for my shift, I got a call from Detective Strickland. "Mr. Mercer," he said, his voice grim, "we need you to come down to the station. It's about Mr. Hewitt." I felt a lump form in my throat. "Is he okay?" There was a pause. "Just come down. We'll explain everything." I arrived at the station, my mind racing with possibilities. Strickland met me at the door, his expression as serious as ever. "Follow me," he said, leading me to a small interrogation room. Inside there were photos spread out on the table, photos of Alan Hewitt. But not just of him. There were others too, people I didn't recognize, all with the same horrific injuries. "We've been looking into similar cases," Strickland explained, gesturing to the photos. "There's a pattern here, something we can't ignore." I glanced at the images, my stomach churning. "What do you think is doing this?" Strickland shook his head. "We're not sure. But whatever it is, it's not human." His words hung in the air, heavy and unsettling. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because you're the only one who's come forward," he replied, "and we need your help." Over the next few weeks, I worked with the police, sharing everything I knew, everything I'd heard. We pieced together a rough map of the sightings, trying to find a pattern. But it was like chasing a ghost. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to move at random, striking without warning. One night, I got a call from Max. His voice was frantic, barely coherent. "Carl, it's here. It's outside my house." My blood ran cold. "Stay inside, Max. I'm calling the cops." I dialed 911, explaining the situation as best I could. Then I grabbed the knife and ran out the door, my heart pounding in my chest. Max lived on the edge of town, near the woods. As I approached his house, I saw the lights on, the front door ajar. I burst inside, calling his name. "Max, where are you?" No answer. I moved through the house, my grip tightening on the knife. The living room was empty, as was the kitchen. But then I heard a noise from the backyard, a low, rumbling sound that made my blood run cold. I stepped outside, my eyes scanning the darkness, and then I saw it. The creature was standing over Max's lifeless body, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. I felt a surge of rage and fear, my mind screaming at me to run, but my feet stayed rooted to the ground. The creature looked up, its eyes locking onto mine. For a moment we just stared at each other, a silent challenge hanging between us. And then it lunged. I swung the knife, catching it across the shoulder. It let out a roar of pain, staggering back. I took the opportunity to run, my legs finally obeying. I didn't stop until I reached the street, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cops arrived a few minutes later, their sirens blaring. I pointed them towards the backyard, unable to form coherent words. They moved in, guns drawn, but by then the creature was gone, leaving only Max's body and a trail of blood. In the aftermath, the town was in an uproar. People demanded answers, but there were none to give. The police increased their patrols, and for a while the sightings stopped. But the fear lingered, a shadow over Laramie that no one could shake. As for me, I moved away, transferring to a college in another state. I never told anyone what really happened, not even my closest friends. But every now and then I'd hear a story, a rumor, of strange sightings in the night. And I'd remember those glowing eyes, the feeling of being watched. It's been years since that night, but I still carry the knife with me, a small comfort in a world that no longer feels as safe as it once did. I don't know what that creature was or why it chose Laramie, but I do know one thing. Some things are better left in the dark, where they belong. The creature of the Smokies. I never thought I'd find myself crawling through the dense underbrush of the Great Smoky Mountains, but here I was, in the year 1996, doing just that. My name is Miles Hayden, and I've always been a straightforward guy, a structural engineer no less, with a love for hiking on weekends. Life had been pretty routine up until this particular trip. Routine but good. I worked hard, kept to myself mostly, and enjoyed the simple pleasures. A cold beer after a long day, a good book on a rainy evening, and of course the solitude of the mountains. This trip wasn't supposed to be any different. Just a weekend getaway with my old college buddy, Andy Mard. Andy's the kind of guy who talks a lot but says little. He's a lawyer now, working the kind of hours that would kill a lesser man. But Andy lives for the challenge, always chasing something, though I'm not sure he knows what. He'd asked me to come out to the mountains, just the two of us, like old times, and I figured, why not? Life could use a little spice, even if it was just the two of us pretending to be adventurous. The day started off easy enough. The trail we chose wasn't well trodden, just the way I liked it. We hadn't seen another soul since we left the parking lot, and by midday we were deep into the woods. The canopy above was thick, blocking out the sun and casting everything in a kind of twilight. The air was still, heavy with the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. It was quiet too, unnaturally so, which should have tipped me off, but it didn't. Around noon we stopped for a break near a small stream. The water was crystal clear, and I remember feeling a strange sense of calm watching it flow over the rocks. Andy was rummaging through his pack for something, probably one of the fancy energy bars he always carried. I was just about to take a drink from my canteen when I noticed the first sign that something was off. A footprint. It was large, too large for any human, and oddly shaped. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, but something else entirely. "Hey, Andy," I called out, my voice betraying a hint of unease. "Come take a look at this." He sauntered over, chewing on his bar, and crouched down beside me. "What the hell is that?" he muttered, poking at the print with a stick. Damn if I know, I replied, feeling a knot form in my gut. But whatever it is, it's big. Andy shrugged it off, more curious than concerned. Probably just a bear, he said, though his tone lacked conviction. Come on, let's keep moving. We pressed on, but that footprint stuck with me. As we ventured deeper, the terrain grew rougher, the trees more twisted, their gnarled roots clawing at the earth. The trail was barely visible now, more of a suggestion than a path. We came across more footprints, each one more disturbing than the last. They seemed to be following us, or maybe we were following them. It was hard to tell. It wasn't until late afternoon that we stumbled upon the cabin. It sat nestled in a small clearing, half hidden by the overgrown brush. The wood was dark and weathered, the roof sagging under years of neglect. There were no windows, just a single door hanging slightly ajar. Andy, ever the curious one, headed straight for it. Looks like someone's been living off the grid, he said, pushing the door open with a creak. Or something, I muttered under my breath, following him inside. The interior was as bleak as the exterior, with little more than a table, a couple of chairs, and a rusty wood stove. The walls were lined with shelves, but they were mostly bare, save for a few dusty jars of who knows what. There was a smell too, stale and metallic, like old blood. My stomach churned. Jesus, it smells like something died in here, Andy said, covering his nose. I was about to agree when I noticed something on the table, a notebook, leather-bound and worn with age. I picked it up, flipping through the pages. The writing was erratic, scrawled in what looked like dried blood. It didn't make much sense, just a lot of rambling about the creature and the dark. But one word kept appearing over and over. It. What do you think it means? I asked, showing the notebook to Andy. He shook his head, frowning. I don't know, man, but I don't like it. Maybe we should head back. For once, I agreed with him. The thought of spending another minute in that cabin made my skin crawl. We turned to leave, but as we reached the door, we heard it, a low rumbling sound, like the growl of some massive animal. Only it wasn't quite that. It was more guttural, more alien. We froze, listening. The sound grew louder, closer, until it seemed to be coming from all around us. Andy's eyes widened in fear, and for the first time since I'd known him, he was speechless. Without a word, we bolted from the cabin, crashing through the underbrush in a blind panic. The sound followed us, relentless, growing more intense with each passing second. I could feel it in my bones, a deep, primal terror that I couldn't shake. We didn't stop running until we reached the stream again, gasping for breath. The sound had stopped, but the silence was worse. It was oppressive, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. What the hell was that? Andy finally whispered, his voice trembling. I shook my head, unable to speak. I didn't know, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. We stood there for a moment, trying to collect ourselves, when I noticed something strange. The footprints, they were gone. The ground around us was smooth, undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been there. Let's just get the hell out of here, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Andy nodded, and we started back the way we came, moving as quickly as we could. But the trail had changed. It was darker now. the trees pressing in on us from all sides. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. We'd been walking for what felt like hours when we heard it again, the rumbling. Only this time, it was different, louder, more insistent, as if whatever was making it was getting closer. We broke into a run, but it was no use. The sound was everywhere, surrounding us, echoing through the trees. I could feel the ground vibrating beneath my feet, the air growing thick and heavy, and then we saw it. It burst from the trees in front of us, a massive hulking figure covered in matted dark fur. It stood on two legs, towering over us, its head nearly brushing the branches above. Its eyes. God, I didn't want to look at its eyes, but I couldn't tear my gaze away. They were black, soulless, like twin voids staring into the very depths of my being. Andy screamed, a high-pitched wail that seemed to snap me out of my trance. I grabbed his arm, yanking him backward as the creature lunged at us with a speed that defied its size. We ran, ducking and weaving through the trees, but the creature was relentless. I could hear its heavy footfalls behind us, feel its hot breath on the back of my neck. It was toying with us, letting us think we had a chance before closing in again. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The forest was silent once more, but the terror lingered. We didn't stop running until we reached the trailhead where the car was parked. We scrambled inside, slamming the doors shut and locking them. For a moment, we just sat there, panting, hearts racing, waiting for the creature to appear again. But it didn't. What the hell was that thing? Andy finally whispered, his voice shaking. I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that we needed to get out of there. I started the car, peeling out of the parking lot and speeding down the winding road, not daring to look back. We drove in silence for a long time, the only sound the hum of the engine and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being followed, that the creature was just waiting for the right moment to strike. But it never did. We made it back to town just as the sun was setting, and I dropped Andy off at his apartment. He didn't say much, just a quick thanks before disappearing inside. I didn't blame him. There wasn't much to say. I went home, but sleep was out of the question. I sat in the dark, staring at the walls, trying to make sense of what had happened. But there was no sense to be made. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't something I could explain away. The next day, I called in sick to work. I needed to clear my head, to figure out what to do next. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get that creature out of my mind. I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back to the mountains anytime soon, not after what I'd seen, not after what had happened. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. That thing was still out there somewhere, waiting. I didn't want to think about it, but I knew I couldn't avoid it forever. One day, I'd have to go back. One day, I'd have to face it again, but not today. Today, I was just going to try to forget. My name is Talon Wexler, and this happened to me back in 2004, in the backwoods of Oregon. I was in my late 20s, a freelance photographer with a penchant for landscapes. I lived in a small town where everybody knew everybody, and the only secrets were the ones you kept from yourself. I guess you could say I was a bit of a loner, preferring the company of my camera to that of people. I had just broken up with my girlfriend, so I was eager to lose myself in work. It was a Saturday, and I was gearing up for a weekend trip to Crater Lake. A buddy of mine, Finn Walcott, was supposed to join me. Finn was an ex-Marine, tough as nails but with a wicked sense of humor. He had a way of making even the most boring situations entertaining. We joked about how the only thing we'd have to worry about was getting lost and ending up in some horror movie scenario. Little did we know how close to the truth we were. We packed up my old Jeep with camping gear, food, and Finn's trusty .45. Now, I've never been much of a gun guy, but Finn insisted. "You never know what you'll run into out there," he said with a wink. The drive was uneventful, the kind where you talk about everything and nothing. Finn teased me about my photography, calling it fancy picture taking, while I ribbed him about his conspiracy theories. It was a good time, a much-needed escape from the everyday grind. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon. The place was beautiful, towering pines, a clear, still lake, and an eerie silence that seemed to swallow up every sound. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We set up camp, lit a fire, and settled in for the night. Finn told me stories from his military days, some funny, some downright chilling. We laughed, drank a few beers, and by midnight we were both ready to crash. I woke up to the sound of rustling outside the tent. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer. But the noises were too deliberate, too human. I nudged Finn awake, and he groggily reached for his gun. "You hear that?" I whispered. "Yeah." "Stay quiet," he replied, his voice tense. We listened, our breath held. The rustling stopped, replaced by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Finn motioned for me to stay put as he unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The cold air rushed in, and I shivered, more from fear than the chill. "Who's there?" Finn called out, his voice steady. Silence. I grabbed my flashlight and followed him out, the beam cutting through the darkness. The campsite looked the same, but something felt off. We scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone. Finn shrugged, muttering something about deer, and we headed back to the tent. The next morning we found footprints around our campsite. Large, humanoid, but definitely not human. They were too wide, the toes too elongated. Finn frowned, examining them closely. "Never seen tracks like these," he said. "Could be some kind of bear, but I'm not sure." I took pictures of the prints, more out of habit than anything else. We decided to stay another night, figuring it was probably just an animal and nothing to worry about. We spent the day hiking and taking photos, the unease of the previous night fading with the sunlight. That evening, as we sat by the fire, we heard the sound again, this time louder and closer. Finn grabbed his gun, and I picked up a hefty branch for good measure. We stood back to back, scanning the darkness. The footsteps circled us, slow and deliberate. "Show yourself," Finn shouted. Nothing. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with matted dark fur and glowing eyes. It moved with a fluid, almost predatory grace. Finn fired a shot, but it barely flinched. The creature lunged at him, and I swung my branch, hitting it squarely on the head. It howled, a guttural, blood-curdling sound that made my skin crawl. We ran, adrenaline fueling our escape. Finn fired a few more shots over his shoulder, But the creature seemed unfazed. We reached the jeep and sped off, hearts pounding, not stopping until we reached the nearest town. We told the local sheriff about our encounter, but he was skeptical, chalking it up to our imaginations and too much beer. He did send a couple of deputies to check out our campsite, but they found nothing unusual. No footprints, no sign of a struggle, nothing. Finn and I returned to our normal lives, but we couldn't shake the memory of that night. We stopped talking about it, trying to convince ourselves it was just a trick of the mind. But deep down, we knew better. A few months later, Finn went missing. He had gone on another solo camping trip, something he often did to clear his head. When he didn't return, a search party was organized. They found his campsite abandoned and eerily similar to the one we had shared. His gear was there, but he was gone. No sign of a struggle, no tracks, nothing. The news hit me hard. I felt a mix of guilt and fear, wondering if the creature had found him. I went back to the sheriff, but he dismissed my concerns, saying it was probably an animal attack or that Finn had simply decided to disappear. But I knew Finn. He wouldn't just vanish without a trace. I started digging into local legends and old folklore, anything that might explain what we saw. I found stories of a creature, a kind of werewolf, that roamed the forests of Oregon. People had reported sightings over the years, but they were always brushed off as nonsense. I wasn't so sure anymore. Determined to find answers, I returned to the campsite where Finn disappeared. This time I was prepared, armed with a shotgun and enough supplies to last a week. I set up camp, the familiar sounds and smells both comforting and unsettling. I waited, each night more tense than the last. On the third night I heard it again, the footsteps circling my tent. I grabbed my gun and flashlight, stepping outside into the cold night air. The creature stood at the edge of the clearing, its eyes reflecting the light. I aimed and fired, the shotgun's blast echoing through the trees. The creature staggered but didn't fall. It growled, a low, menacing sound that sent chills through me. I fired again, and this time it retreated into the woods. I didn't sleep that night, sitting by the fire with my gun ready. At dawn I found more tracks leading deeper into the forest. I followed them, determined to find out what happened to Finn. The trail led me to a cave hidden behind a dense thicket. I entered cautiously, the darkness swallowing me up. Inside I found bones, animal, and human scattered across the floor. My heart raced as I recognized Finn's dog tags among the remains. I knew then that the creature had taken him, just as it had taken others before him. I left the cave, my mind a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, fear, sadness. They all washed over me. I knew I couldn't fight the creature alone, so I returned to town and gathered a group of friends. We armed ourselves and went back to the cave, ready to put an end to the nightmare. The battle was fierce. The creature fought with savage strength, but we had the advantage of numbers and firepower. In the end, we killed it. The beast's lifeless body, a grim reminder of the horror we had faced. We buried Finn's remains, along with those of the other victims, giving them the peace they deserved. The cave was sealed, and we made a pact never to speak of it again. The town returned to its quiet, uneventful life, but the memory of that night stayed with me. Years have passed, and I still think about Finn and the creature we encountered. I've moved on, but the experience changed me. I'm more cautious, more aware of the unknown lurking in the shadows. I still take photographs, but now I stick to safer, more populated areas. I often wonder if there are more creatures out there, hiding in the depths of the forest, waiting for their next victim. I hope not, but I can't shake the feeling that our encounter was just the tip of the iceberg. My name is Raymond Callahan, but most people just call me Rye. I've spent most of my life working as a park ranger, though that wasn't the plan originally. I was supposed to be a school teacher, settled down with my wife in a cozy little town. But life has a funny way of steering you off course, and here I am, with a rifle in my hand and the endless wilderness as my backyard. The woods have been my home for years now, a place where I can disappear from the world, and where the world mostly forgets about me. The place I work is called Eagle Creek State Park, a sprawling stretch of rugged land in the middle of nowhere, Illinois. Not exactly a tourist hotspot, but it's got its charms if you like isolation, thick forests, and the kind of quiet that makes you second-guess your sanity. We get the occasional hiker or camper, but for the most part it's just me and the trees. And that's how I like it. Except for the last couple of weeks, things have felt off. It started with a few reports of missing people, 2 college kids who never returned to their camp, a seasoned hiker whose car was found abandoned by the entrance, and most recently, a family of 4. Search parties were sent out, and the usual suspects were considered: bears, coyotes, even a rogue mountain lion. But there was no trace of them. No bodies, no signs of struggle, nothing. I tried to ignore it, to chalk it up to the unpredictability of nature. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was this tension in the air, like the park was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. A week ago, I got a call from my boss, Dale O'Connor, who told me they were sending a couple of new rangers to help with the situation. I wasn't thrilled about it. I'm not much of a people person, and I like my space. But these weren't normal circumstances, so I agreed to show them around, make sure they didn't get lost or eaten by something. The new rangers, Greg Walters and Sam Blackwell, were younger than me by at least a decade. Greg was ex-military, tall and built like a tank, with a no-nonsense attitude that rubbed me the wrong way. Sam was quieter, more of an academic type, with a tendency to overthink everything. They seemed competent enough, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were in over their heads. It was early morning when we set out to patrol a particularly dense part of the park where the missing family had last been seen. The sky was overcast, and the air was thick with humidity, making everything feel sticky and uncomfortable. We walked in silence, the only sounds being the crunch of leaves under our boots and the occasional rustle of wildlife in the underbrush. About an hour into our hike, we came across something that made my blood run cold. It was a pile of bones, scattered and broken, half buried under a thick layer of leaves. Human bones, by the look of them. Greg and Sam stopped dead in their tracks, their faces pale. "What the hell happened here?" Greg muttered, kneeling down to get a closer look. "No idea," I replied, though my mind was racing. I'd seen animal attacks before, and this wasn't like any of them. The bones were stripped clean, but there were no teeth marks, no signs of chewing or gnawing, just bones, bleached white and dry, as if they'd been there for years, though they clearly hadn't. "We should call this in," Sam suggested, pulling out his radio. But as he reached for it, a strange sound filled the air. It was low and resonant, like a deep hum, but there was an underlying rhythm to it, almost like a heartbeat. It seemed to come from all around us, vibrating through the ground, the trees, and even the air. "What the hell is that?" Greg asked, his voice tight with unease. I shook my head, unable to answer. The sound was disorienting, making it hard to think straight. And then, as quickly as it had started, it stopped. "Let's keep moving," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "We'll radio this in when we get back to the station." We continued our patrol, but the atmosphere had changed. The woods felt oppressive, the trees looming over us like silent sentinels. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I could tell Greg and Sam felt it too. Their easy banter had stopped, replaced by tense, whispered conversations. We didn't find anything else unusual for the next few hours, but the feeling of being watched never left us. It was almost noon when we reached a small clearing, and that's when we saw it, standing at the edge of the trees, half hidden in the shadows. It was big, taller than any man, with a hunched, angular frame that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Its skin was a mottled gray, rough like the bark of a tree, and its limbs were long and spindly, ending in claw-like hands. But the worst part was its face, if you could call it that. There were no features, just a smooth, featureless surface that seemed to absorb the light around it. For a moment, none of us moved. We just stood there, staring at this thing, this creature that shouldn't exist. And then it took a step forward, moving with a fluid, almost insect-like grace. Greg was the first to react. He raised his rifle, aiming it at the creature. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice trembling slightly. The creature paused, its head, if it could be called a head, tilting slightly as if it was considering him. And then it lunged. Greg fired, the shot echoing through the trees, but it didn't slow the creature down. It moved too fast, covering the distance between us in seconds. It slammed into Greg, sending him crashing to the ground, his rifle skidding out of reach. I reacted instinctively, raising my own rifle and firing at the creature. The bullets hit it, but they didn't seem to do any damage. It didn't bleed, didn't even flinch. It was like shooting at a rock. Sam, in a panic, grabbed a branch from the ground and tried to swing it at the creature, but it was like trying to swat away a storm. The creature knocked him aside with a casual swipe of its clawed hand, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Greg was struggling beneath the creature, trying to push it off, but it was too strong. It leaned in closer, and that's when I noticed something strange. The surface of its face, the smooth, featureless part, began to shift. It rippled like water disturbed by a breeze, and then, slowly, it started to form something that looked like Greg's face. "Ray," Greg shouted, his voice filled with terror. "Do something." But I was frozen, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. The creature's face continued to change, becoming more and more like Greg's until it was an almost perfect replica, except for the eyes. There were none. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The creature stood up, leaving Greg lying on the ground, gasping for breath. It turned towards me, and I could see my own reflection in its newly formed face. my own face staring back at me, devoid of any emotion, any life. I don't know what happened next. My memory is a blur, a jumbled mess of images and sounds. I remember firing my rifle again and again, emptying the clip into the creature as it advanced towards me. I remember Greg screaming, Sam shouting something unintelligible. And then, nothing. When I came to, the creature was gone. Greg was lying on the ground, his face pale and lifeless, his eyes wide open in shock. Sam was kneeling beside him, trying to stop the bleeding from a deep gash across his chest. But it was too late. Greg was gone. The creature had vanished, but it had left something behind. Lying on the ground where it had been standing was a pile of bones, fresh, clean, and white, just like the ones we'd found earlier. We radioed for help, and within an hour, a team arrived to take us back to the station. They found Greg's body and the bones, but no sign of the creature. Sam and I were questioned, but there was nothing we could say that made any sense. How could we explain what we'd seen, what we'd experienced? In the end, they ruled it as an animal attack, some kind of large predator, though they couldn't say what. The bones were taken for analysis, but I never heard anything more about them. Sam left the Park Service after that. He moved away, somewhere far from the woods, and I haven't heard from him since. As for me, I'm still here at Eagle Creek, doing my job. There are still hikers, campers, and the occasional search party for the lost. But the woods have changed for me. They're not just trees and trails anymore. There's something else, something alive, something that watches and waits. But I keep going, because what else is there to do? My name is Arlo Tierney, and I'm here to tell you about the worst night of my life. This happened back in 1993 when I was just getting started as a freelance photographer. I lived in a small apartment in Tullytown, Pennsylvania, not far from where I grew up. Life was good mostly. My girlfriend Melina and I were pretty serious. We spent most of our weekends driving around the countryside, looking for interesting places to shoot and relax. This story isn't about Melina, though. It's about a night that still haunts me to this day. It was late October, and the air was getting crisp. I'd just finished a shoot in Bristol, not far from my place, and decided to take a detour on my way home. I'd heard about an abandoned factory out in the sticks, a perfect spot for some gritty, atmospheric shots. I had an old Canon AE, one that I loved using for these kinds of scenes. Anyway, I didn't tell Melina where I was going. She'd have just worried, and I didn't think it was a big deal. Boy, was I wrong. The place was a real dump, covered in graffiti and falling apart. But it had character, you know. As I was setting up my gear, I heard some rustling. Figured it was just raccoons or something. This place was pretty isolated. I snapped a few shots, checking the light and angles, when I noticed a faint glow coming from one of the factory buildings. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, but then I saw it again. Definitely a light, flickering like a candle or a flashlight. Being the curious idiot that I am, I decided to check it out. I grabbed my camera and headed toward the building. The door was hanging off its hinges, creaking like a bad horror movie sound effect. Inside, it was dark and musty, with the smell of rust and decay heavy in the air. Debris was scattered everywhere. The light was coming from a room at the far end. As I got closer, I heard voices, low, murmuring voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they didn't sound friendly. I peeked through a crack in the door. There were 3 guys standing around a makeshift altar, muttering some kind of chant. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but they were dressed in ragged clothes and looked like they hadn't bathed in weeks. This wasn't some harmless hobo gathering. It felt sinister. Before I could process what was happening, one of them turned and saw me. He yelled something, and the other 2 spun around. I bolted. I didn't look back, just ran as fast as I could toward the exit. I could hear them chasing me, their footsteps pounding on the cracked concrete floor. I made it out of the building and into the open, but I could still hear them behind me. I ducked into a thicket of trees and kept running, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I stumbled through the woods for what felt like hours, tripping over roots and scraping my hands on branches. Eventually, I found a dirt road and followed it until I came across an old farmhouse. The place looked deserted, but I was desperate. I pounded on the door, shouting for help. After what seemed like forever, the door creaked open, and an old man peered out. His name was Vernon, and he looked like he'd seen better days. But he let me in. I told Vernon what had happened, and he listened without interrupting. When I finished, he shook his head and muttered something about them cult folks causing trouble around these parts. He offered to drive me back to town, and I gratefully accepted. We got into his beat-up pickup and drove in silence. The roads were dark and winding, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We reached Tullytown without incident, and Vernon dropped me off at my apartment. I thanked him and hurried inside, locking the door behind me. I called Melina and told her everything. She insisted on coming over, and I was glad for the company. She stayed with me that night, and we didn't sleep much. I kept hearing those footsteps, those voices, echoing in my head. The next day, I went to the police. They took my statement, but there wasn't much they could do. The factory was out of their jurisdiction, and without more evidence, they couldn't launch an investigation. I felt helpless. Over the next few days, I tried to put the whole thing behind me. I buried myself in work, but the memory of that night lingered. A week later, I got a call from Vernon. He sounded shaken, said he'd seen something in the woods near his farmhouse, something that didn't belong there. He asked if I could come and take a look. I hesitated, but I couldn't ignore his plea. Molina wanted to come with me, but I told her to stay put. I didn't want to risk her safety. When I arrived at Vernon's place, he led me into the woods. We walked in silence, the only sound our footsteps crunching on the fallen leaves. After about half an hour, we reached a clearing. In the center was a large, flat stone stained with what looked like dried blood. Vernon said he'd found it the day after I'd been there, along with strange symbols carved into the trees around the clearing. As we stood there, I felt a chill run down my spine. This was no coincidence. The cult, or whatever they were, had been here. They'd performed some kind of ritual, and now they knew I was on to them. I took some photos of the clearing and the symbols, but I knew it wasn't enough. We needed more evidence, something concrete to take to the authorities. We decided to stake out the area that night. Vernon had an old hunting rifle, and I had my camera. We hid in the trees, waiting for any sign of movement. The hours dragged on, and I could feel the tension building. Around midnight, we heard footsteps. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, carrying torches. It was the same 3 guys I'd seen in the factory. They approached the stone, and one of them began chanting. The other two stood guard, their eyes scanning the trees. Vernon and I stayed as still as possible, barely breathing. The ritual went on for what felt like forever. Then, just as suddenly as they'd appeared, they were gone. We waited another hour before daring to move. I took more photos and gathered what evidence I could. The next day, we went back to the police. This time, they couldn't ignore us. With the photos and Vernon's testimony, they launched an investigation. It took a few days, but they eventually raided the factory. The cult members were arrested, and the place was shut down. It turned out they were part of a larger network, performing rituals and sacrifices in secluded locations across the state. In the end, they were charged with multiple counts of murder and kidnapping. The trial was long and harrowing, but they were convicted and sentenced to life in prison. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I could go back to my normal life. But the truth is, that night changed me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the darkness that lurks in the world. Melina and I eventually got married, and we moved to a different town. We have 2 kids now, and I've made a decent living as a photographer. But every now and then, I think back to that night in the factory, and I wonder what might have happened if I hadn't taken that detour. It's a reminder that sometimes curiosity can lead you down a dark and dangerous path. Years later, I heard about a similar incident in a neighboring state, another abandoned building, another group of people performing rituals. It made me wonder if the cult was truly gone or if they just moved on to another place. I guess I'll never know for sure. But one thing's certain, I'll never forget the fear I felt that night, and I'll always be grateful for Vernon's help. Without him, I might not be here to tell this story. In the end, we all have our own battles to fight, our own demons to face. Mine just happened to be more literal than most. But I've learned to live with it, to carry on despite the fear. Because in the end, life goes on, and we have to find a way to move forward, even if the shadows of the past still linger. I never thought much of this town until the day I found myself on the receiving end of something I can't fully explain. My name's Caleb Westcott, and I've been the sheriff of Calhoun Springs, Tennessee since 1986. Not much happens around here, mostly petty thefts, some disputes over property lines, and a few bar brawls that get out of hand on Saturday nights. You could say it's a quiet place, nestled deep in the heart of the Appalachians, where the trees grow tall and the fog clings to the valleys like a stubborn blanket. My day started like any other. I woke up early, had my usual cup of coffee, and drove to the station, ready to face whatever minor disturbances might come my way. My deputy, Rick Henderson, was already there, feet up on his desk, flipping through some old crime reports. "Morning, Caleb," Rick said without looking up. "Morning, Rick," I replied, hanging my hat on the hook by the door. "Anything interesting?" "Just the usual. Got a call from old Mrs. Darnell about a prowler again. Probably just her imagination running wild." Mrs. Darnell was known for her overactive imagination. She'd call us every other week about shadows in the woods behind her house, convinced that someone or something was watching her. We'd check it out, find nothing, and she'd calm down until the next time. I made a mental note to swing by later and put her mind at ease. The rest of the morning passed without incident, just paperwork and small talk with the folks who wandered in. But around noon, things took a turn. The call came in from the Mallister farm, a good 15 miles out of town. Ethan Mallister sounded shaken, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Sheriff, you need to get out here, now. There's something wrong." His voice trailed off, and I could hear the panic in his breathing. "What is it, Ethan? Calm down and tell me what's going on," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's my cattle. They're all dead, torn to shreds. I don't know what could have done this." Cattle killings weren't unheard of, but they were rare. Usually it was a wild dog or a bear that had wandered too close. But the way Ethan was talking, it didn't sound like anything that could be explained away so easily. "Stay put, Ethan. I'll be there in 20 minutes, I said, grabbing my hat and motioning for Rick to follow. We jumped into the cruiser, and I floored it down the winding road toward the Mallister place. The drive took us through dense forests, the kind that can swallow you whole if you're not careful. I tried to keep my mind focused on the task at hand, but there was a nagging feeling in the back of my head, something telling me that today wasn't going to be like any other. When we arrived at the farm, Ethan was waiting for us at the gate, his face pale and his hands trembling. He was a big man, built like an ox, but today he looked small, almost fragile. "Show me," I said, and he led us to the pasture. The sight that greeted us was something out of a nightmare. The ground was soaked in blood, the grass trampled and stained with gore. The cattle, or what was left of them, were scattered across the field, their bodies torn open, organs spilling out like someone had ripped them apart with their bare hands. Rick swore under his breath, and I could feel the bile rising in my throat. I had seen some gruesome things in my time, but this was something else entirely. "What in God's name could have done this?" Rick asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't have an answer. The wounds were too large, too savage, for any animal I knew of. It wasn't just the killing, it was the way it was done, like something had taken pleasure in tearing these creatures apart. Ethan was shaking, his eyes wide with fear. "I heard them, Sheriff. I heard them screaming. It was like they were being tortured." "Did you see anything? Anyone?" I asked, trying to make sense of the chaos. He shook his head. "No, but I heard it, this sound, like nothing I've ever heard before. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't human." I looked at Rick, who seemed just as lost as I was. This wasn't something we were prepared for. I could see the unease in his eyes, the same feeling gnawing at me. "We need to figure out what did this," I said, trying to sound confident. "Rick, take some pictures and let's get a better look at these wounds. Maybe we can figure out what kind of weapon or tool was used." Rick nodded and pulled out his camera, but as he started to take pictures, we heard a low, rumbling noise that seemed to come from all around us. It was deep, almost guttural, and it sent a chill down my spine. "What the hell was that?" Rick asked, his voice shaking. Ethan's face went even paler, and he started to back away. "That's it. That's the sound I heard before." I looked around, trying to pinpoint the source, but the sound seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. The air felt thick, oppressive, and there was a smell like something rotting. "We need to get out of here," Ethan said, panic creeping into his voice. "Whatever did this is still out there." I didn't want to admit it, but he was right. I had no idea what we were dealing with, and the last thing I wanted was for us to end up like those cattle. I motioned for Rick to start moving back toward the car, but as we did, the noise grew louder, more insistent, like it was getting closer. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. It was quick, just a blur, but it was enough to send my heart racing. "Did you see that?" I whispered to Rick. Yeah, I did," he replied, his voice barely audible. We started moving faster, trying to keep our eyes on the surrounding trees. But the noise kept growing louder, more menacing. It was like we were being hunted. We reached the car and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. The sound was deafening now, like it was right on top of us. "Get in!" I yelled, and we scrambled inside, slamming the doors shut. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse and sped down the dirt road, the tires kicking up gravel as we raced away from the farm. The noise didn't follow us. As soon as we were back on the main road, it stopped, leaving only the sound of our heavy breathing and the hum of the engine. "What the hell was that?" Rick asked, his voice filled with fear. "I don't know," I admitted, my mind racing to make sense of what we had just experienced. "But whatever it is, it's not something we can handle on our own." We drove back to town in silence, both of us lost in our thoughts. When we got to the station, I called the state troopers and told them about the situation. They promised to send someone out, but I could tell they didn't believe me. Hell, I wasn't sure I believed it myself. For the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something that didn't belong. I kept replaying the events in my mind, trying to make sense of the noise, the blur of movement, the sheer brutality of what had been done to those cattle. That night I stayed late at the station, going over the pictures Rick had taken. The wounds were deep, jagged, like something had torn through flesh and bone with ease. But there were no signs of any weapon, no clues to what could have caused such carnage. As I stared at the photos, I felt that same chill from the farm, the sense that something was watching, waiting. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. This was just my mind playing tricks on me, trying to fill in the gaps with fears and shadows. But deep down I knew that this wasn't over. Something had come to Calhoun Springs, something that didn't belong, and it wasn't finished yet. The next day, I got a call from the state troopers. They had sent a couple of guys out to the Mallister farm, but they hadn't found anything. The bodies were still there, but whatever had done it was gone, leaving no trace behind. I knew they wouldn't find anything. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't something that could be tracked or hunted down. It was something else, something that defied logic and reason. As the days passed, the town started to settle back into its routine, the horror of that day slowly fading from memory. But I couldn't forget. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there somewhere, in the woods, waiting for the right moment to strike again. And so I kept my guard up, my eyes always scanning the tree line, my hand never far from my gun. I didn't know what I was dealing with, but I knew that when it came, I'd be ready, because whatever this thing was, it wasn't going to catch me off guard. My name is Leland Fairbanks, and this happened to me in 2003. I was living in Ula, Missouri, a small town where everyone knew everyone else. I had just turned 30 and had been working as a mechanic at the local auto shop. My life was simple work, beer at the local bar, and fishing on weekends. I guess you could say I was content. I didn't expect things to change, but that summer, everything did. One night, after a long day of fixing engines, I headed over to Pete's Tavern. It was a dive bar, the kind of place where you could find old-timers nursing a drink and telling stories about the good old days. I walked in, nodding at a few familiar faces, and took my usual spot at the bar. Pete, the owner, slid me a cold one without a word. We had this unspoken understanding. I drank, he poured. "Hey Leland, you hear about those folks going missing?" asked Sam, an old buddy of mine, sitting a few stools down. "Yeah, I heard," I replied, taking a swig of my beer. "Probably just folks getting lost in the woods." "Nah, man," Sam insisted, leaning in closer. "There's something weird about it. My cousin works with the sheriff's office. Says they found something strange at one of the sites." "Strange how?" "Like claw marks, big ones, and fur. Not from any animal we know around here." I chuckled. "You've been watching too many horror movies, Sam." He shook his head. "I'm serious, Leland. You should be careful if you're heading out to those woods." I waved him off. "I'll be fine." A week later, I decided to take my truck and head out to the forest for some camping and fishing. It was a good way to clear my head, and besides, I didn't buy into all that superstitious nonsense. I packed my gear, threw it in the back of my old Chevy, and drove out to my favorite spot by the lake. The first night was peaceful. I pitched my tent, built a fire, and enjoyed the solitude. The air was still and crisp, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl were my only companions. I was in my element, far from the noise and worries of everyday life. But on the second night, things took a turn. I was sitting by the fire, cooking up some fish I'd caught earlier, when I heard a noise. It was a rustling in the bushes not far from my camp. At first I thought it might be a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was too deliberate, too heavy. "Who's there?" I called out, standing up and grabbing my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and underbrush. I shrugged it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination, and returned to my dinner. As the night wore on, the feeling of unease grew. I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, set my nerves on edge. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but deep down I knew something was off. Just as I was about to turn in for the night, I heard it again, a low, guttural noise that made my blood run cold. I grabbed my flashlight and knife, my heart pounding in my chest. I scanned the perimeter of my camp, the beam of light bouncing off trees and shadows. Then I saw it, a pair of glowing eyes reflecting the light, watching me from the edge of the woods. They were too high off the ground to be any normal animal. My breath caught in my throat as the creature stepped into the light. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall, with a muscular humanoid body covered in thick, dark fur. Its face was a grotesque mix of human and wolf, with sharp, elongated features and fangs that glinted in the firelight. I froze, not sure if I was seeing things. The creature snarled, a sound that reverberated through the night, and took a step towards me. My instincts kicked in. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground. I stumbled over roots and rocks, adrenaline driving me forward. My truck was parked about a mile away, but in the dark, it felt like an eternity. I could feel the creature closing in, its breath hot on my neck. Just as I thought I was done for, I burst into a clearing and saw my truck. Fumbling with the keys, I threw myself into the cab and slammed the door shut. The creature hit the side of the truck with a force that rocked the vehicle. I jammed the key into the ignition and prayed it would start. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, tearing out of there as fast as the old Chevy could go. I didn't stop driving until I reached the outskirts of town. I pulled over, shaking, and tried to catch my breath. What the hell had I just seen? My mind raced with questions and doubts. Part of me wanted to go to the sheriff, but what would I say? That I'd been chased by a werewolf. They'd lock me up for sure. The next day, I went back to the site with a couple of friends, Joey and Cliff, armed to the teeth. Joey had a shotgun, and Cliff carried a hunting rifle. We approached the camp cautiously, the morning sun doing little to dispel the fear that clung to me. The campsite was trashed. My tent was shredded, gear scattered, deep claw marks raked the trees, and there were tufts of dark fur caught in the branches. Joey whistled low. "Damn, Leland, what the hell happened here?" I told them everything. To my surprise, they believed me. Joey had grown up hearing stories about strange creatures in the woods, and Cliff, a skeptic by nature, couldn't deny the evidence in front of us. We decided to set a trap, baiting the area with fresh meat and setting up cameras. It felt like something out of a monster hunting show, but we were desperate for answers. For 3 nights, we camped out in shifts, waiting for the creature to return. On the 4th night, it did. I was on watch, the fire crackling low, when I heard the familiar rustling. I woke Joey and Cliff, and we prepared ourselves. The creature emerged from the shadows, just as terrifying as before. It approached the bait cautiously, sniffing the air. "Now," Joey shouted, and we sprang into action. The gunshots echoed through the forest, but the creature was fast, too fast. It dodged and weaved, letting out a furious howl. Cliff managed to get a shot off, hitting it in the shoulder. The creature roared in pain but didn't go down. It charged at us, knocking Joey to the ground. I grabbed a fallen branch and swung with all my might, hitting the creature across the face. It staggered back, giving Joey time to scramble away. Cliff fired again, this time hitting it in the chest. The creature let out one last anguished cry before collapsing to the ground. We stood there, panting, staring at the lifeless body. Up close, it was even more horrifying, an unnatural blend of human and wolf, its eyes still glowing faintly in the moonlight. Joey nudged it with his boot, making sure it was really dead. "What the hell do we do now?" Cliff asked, his voice shaky. "We need to get the sheriff," I said. "He has to see this." Reluctantly, we loaded the creature into the back of Joey's truck, covering it with a tarp. The drive back to town was silent, each of us lost in our thoughts. When we reached the sheriff's office, we pulled him aside and showed him the evidence. Sheriff Davies was a grizzled, no-nonsense man who'd seen his fair share of strange things. But even he was taken aback. He inspected the creature, his face grim. "This is beyond anything I've ever dealt with," he admitted. The next few days were a blur of questions and investigations. The creature was taken away by some government types who didn't offer any explanations. The official story was that it was a bear attack, but we knew better. Life in Ula slowly returned to normal. But for those of us who'd faced the creature, things would never be the same. We had stared into the face of something monstrous, something that defied explanation. We survived, but the memory lingered, a reminder of the thin line between the known and the unknown. As for me, I still go fishing, but I never venture into those woods alone. And every time I hear a rustling in the bushes, my heart skips a beat. And I remember the night I came face to face with the impossible. It was a Thursday afternoon in 2001 when I decided to head up to my family's old cabin in the woods of West Virginia. I've always been a city guy, working as a software engineer for a startup in D.C., but my roots were rural, deep in the Appalachian wilderness. The cabin had been in my family for generations, but I hadn't visited in years. Too many work trips, too many deadlines. That was life. But after a rough breakup with my fiancée and a week of staring at my computer screen without making any progress, I knew I needed a break. I hadn't really planned the trip. I just packed a few things, jumped into my old Jeep Cherokee, and started driving. By the time I got to the cabin, it was late in the day, and the sun was already dipping behind the ridges. The place was in worse shape than I remembered. Weeds had grown up all around it, and the roof sagged just a bit more than it had the last time I saw it. Inside, it smelled like musty wood and old books, but I liked that. It smelled like home. I spent the first couple of hours cleaning, dusting off old furniture, and airing out the place. It wasn't long before I realized I'd forgotten to pick up some essentials, things like bottled water, canned food, and maybe some firewood, since it was still chilly at night in the mountains this time of year. I'd thought I'd have time to do a proper run into town the next morning. The nearest town was a good hour's drive away, and I didn't want to make that trip tonight, so I figured I'd make do with what I had. There was still an old water pump behind the cabin, and after some effort I got it working. The water tasted metallic, but it was fine. As for food, there were some hunting supplies and a few fishing rods in the shed, which my dad and I used to take out to the nearby creek. Fishing might do me some good anyway, clear my head a little. The night fell quicker than I expected, and soon the cabin was shrouded in the kind of quiet that only comes in the wilderness. No traffic, no hum of distant machinery, just the soft rustle of the trees and the occasional owl. I was sitting by the fire, sipping on some cheap whiskey I found in the cabinet, trying to work up the courage to dig into an old paperback I'd brought along. That's when I heard the first sound. At first it was just a faint thump, like something hitting the ground outside. I thought maybe a deer had wandered too close and spooked itself. I ignored it and went back to my book. But then it happened again, louder this time, more like a heavy stomp. A few seconds later I heard the sound of branches snapping. This wasn't just an animal walking around in the brush. It was bigger, heavier. I stood up and grabbed the flashlight from the counter. I was hesitant to check, but curiosity and a little bit of pride pushed me to the door. I opened it slowly and shone the light into the darkness. There was nothing at first, just trees and the faint outline of the water pump near the shed. But then I saw something move fast, darting between the trees. It wasn't a person. It moved on all fours, low to the ground. and it was big, much bigger than a coyote. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. Could have been a bear, I thought. We'd had a few around the area when I was a kid, but this thing didn't move like a bear. It was more deliberate, calculated, almost as if it knew I was watching. I turned off the flashlight and backed inside, locking the door behind me. I wasn't exactly armed, save for the old hunting rifle my granddad left me in the corner of the cabin, which hadn't been fired in years. I checked the bullets and loaded it up, just in case. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every creak of the wood floors seemed too loud. For a while, I just stood there, rifle in hand, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The night was still again, except for the occasional gust of wind rustling the leaves. I told myself I was overreacting and decided to sleep with the rifle next to my bed, just to be safe. That's when the scratching started. At first it was faint, like nails dragging against the side of the cabin. I thought it was the wind until it grew louder. The sound came from the wall behind me, behind the old kitchen stove that sat cold and unused. I froze, listening. The scratches became faster, more frantic, like something desperate to get in. I grabbed the rifle and pointed it at the wall, though I didn't know what good it would do if something was actually coming through. And then it stopped. The silence was deafening, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I stepped closer to the wall slowly, listening for any sign of movement. My hand reached out, almost unconsciously, to touch the surface. And when my fingers brushed the rough wood, the whole wall shook. I staggered back, gripping the rifle tighter, as the wall rattled again, something slamming into it from the outside. The cabin wasn't that big, and if whatever was out there wanted in, I didn't think the old boards would hold for long. A guttural noise echoed through the night, a noise that sent a chill through my bones. It wasn't a roar. It wasn't any animal sound I'd ever heard. It was deeper, like the rumble of a heavy engine, but organic, alive. My hands trembled as I lifted the rifle to my shoulder, stepping back toward the bedroom. I didn't know what else to do. There was no phone signal out here, and the Jeep was parked too far from the cabin for me to make a run for it. I wasn't even sure I could find my keys in the dark if I tried. Then the cabin's front door, the one I had locked only an hour earlier, began to creak. The door frame groaned as the pressure mounted, and I knew someone, was trying to force its way inside. Without thinking, I aimed the rifle at the door and fired. The blast was deafening, the kickback nearly throwing me off balance. But I held my ground. For a moment, the door stopped moving. Silence. But then a shadow, bigger than any man I'd ever seen, slipped through the now cracked door frame. It was hunched, covered in thick, matted fur, its limbs too long, too distorted. The thing's face, it wasn't human, and it wasn't entirely animal either. It had a snout, but not like a wolf's. It was broader, more like a bear's, and it stank like rot and decay. It lunged at me faster than I could react. I fired again, but the bullet grazed its shoulder. The creature barely flinched. Its massive hand, or claw, slammed into me, knocking me backward, the rifle flying out of my grip. I hit the floor hard, the wind knocked out of me. The thing stood over me, its breath hot and rancid. I scrambled for anything, my hands finding an old fireplace poker by the hearth. I swung it wildly, connecting with the creature's side, but it only snarled in response. In a panic, I jammed the poker into its side with all my strength, and this time it let out a sharp, wheezing noise, almost like pain. It backed off, staggering. I grabbed the rifle and fired a final shot, hitting it square in the chest. The thing collapsed, its limbs twitching for a few seconds before it finally went still. I stood there shaking, staring at the body lying on the floor. It was massive, bigger than any animal I'd ever seen up close, and its face, God, its face. I'd never seen anything like it before. I didn't know what it was, but I knew one thing for sure. It was dead. I didn't sleep that night. I waited for the morning, watching the thing's body, making sure it wasn't getting up. When the first light of dawn crept through the cabin windows, I grabbed my keys, threw whatever I could into the Jeep, and left that place behind. But I didn't leave empty-handed. I left with the memory of what lay on that cabin floor. The proof that something was out there in those woods, something ancient and monstrous, something that defied explanation. I never went back to the cabin, and I never told anyone the full story. But the experience changed me forever. It taught me that the world is full of mysteries, and some of them are best left undisturbed. My name is Austin Pelkey, and this happened to me in 2016. I was a regular guy, just out of college, working a dead-end job at a hardware store in Arkville, a small town tucked away in the Catskill Mountains. I'd grown up in the city, so the whole small-town vibe was new to me. I moved here because my Uncle George owned a cabin and offered me a cheap place to stay. I figured, why not? I could save some money, breathe fresh air, maybe figure out what I wanted to do with my life. Plus, the place had Wi-Fi, which was pretty much all I needed. George was one of those old-school types, gruff, no nonsense, and perpetually busy. He spent most of his time out in the woods, hunting or fishing. He tried teaching me a few things, but honestly, I was more interested in my Xbox and Netflix. Still, I liked the guy. He was the closest thing I had to a dad since my old man took off when I was a kid. It was a Friday night, and I'd just finished a long shift at the hardware store. My coworker Melanie invited me to a bonfire party out by the lake. Melanie was cool, a bit of a tomboy, and the only person I'd befriended in town. I figured a few beers and some laughs wouldn't hurt. When I got home, George was packing up for one of his weekend hunting trips. "Hey, Austin," he said without looking up from his gear. "I'm heading out for a few days. You going to be all right?" "Yeah, sure," I replied, grabbing a soda from the fridge. "Going to a party tonight with Melanie. Should be fun. Just be careful out there," he said, finally making eye contact. "The woods can be dangerous at night." I shrugged it off, as any 20-something would. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Bears? Wolves? I doubted it. The most dangerous thing I expected to encounter was a skunk, or maybe a drunk local. The bonfire was in full swing by the time I got there. People I recognized from the store and a few other places were milling about, drinking, laughing, and generally having a good time. Melanie spotted me and waved me over. "About time you showed up," she teased, handing me a beer. "Thought you got lost." "Nah, just had to make sure my uncle wasn't going to miss me too much," I joked, cracking the can open. "What did I miss?" "Not much, just the usual town gossip," she said, rolling her eyes. You know how it is. We chatted for a while, shared a few laughs, and the night wore on. The fire crackled, casting long shadows into the dark woods beyond. I remember feeling relaxed, even happy for the first time in a long while. It was a nice change of pace from my usual routine. Around midnight, Melanie suggested we take a walk down by the lake. I agreed, needing to stretch my legs and get away from the crowd for a bit. We strolled along the shore, talking about everything and nothing. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet you only get out in the country. Then we heard it, a low, guttural noise coming from the woods. Melanie and I stopped in our tracks, exchanging puzzled glances. What the hell was that? She whispered. Probably just an animal, I said, trying to sound confident. A coyote or something. That didn't sound like any coyote I've ever heard, she replied, her voice tinged with fear. I was about to suggest we head back to the bonfire when we heard it again, closer this time. My heart started to pound. There was something unsettling about the sound, something that set my nerves on edge. Maybe we should go back, Melanie said, her eyes wide. Yeah, good idea, I agreed, turning to head back up the path. That's when we saw it. A hulking figure standing just at the edge of the trees. It was tall, easily over 6 feet, and covered in thick, dark fur. Its eyes glinted in the firelight, and its teeth. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. They were sharp, menacing. Run! I yelled, grabbing Melanie's hand and pulling her along. We sprinted back toward the bonfire, my mind racing. What the hell was that thing? A bear? No, it didn't look like any bear I'd ever seen. We burst into the clearing, gasping for breath. I tried to explain what we'd seen, but my words came out jumbled and frantic. The others laughed it off, blaming it on the beer or a trick of the light. Relax, man, said Randy, one of the locals. You've probably just seen a deer or something. But Melanie and I knew what we saw. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't anything that should be out there. The rest of the night was a blur. I stayed close to the fire, my eyes darting toward the woods, half expecting the creature to come charging out at any moment. But it didn't. Eventually, people started to leave, and the party died down. Melanie offered me a ride home, and I gladly accepted. There was no way I was walking back through those woods alone. I didn't sleep much that night. My mind kept replaying the encounter, trying to make sense of it. By morning, I decided I had to do something. I couldn't just sit around and pretend it hadn't happened. So I called George. Hey, Uncle George, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. You got a minute? Sure, kid. What's up? I told him everything, from the bonfire to the walk by the lake and the creature we'd seen. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Did you hear me? I asked, starting to feel impatient. I heard you, he finally replied. Austin, listen to me carefully. Stay inside. Keep the doors and windows locked. I'll be back as soon as I can. What? Why? I demanded. What is it? It's a long story, he said, his tone serious. Just do as I say. All right, I agreed, more out of confusion than anything else. What did George know that I didn't? I spent the rest of the day inside, trying to distract myself with video games and TV, but my mind kept drifting back to the woods and that creature. George returned the next day, looking more serious than I'd ever seen him. He had his hunting rifle with him, which was unusual. George never brought his guns into the house. "All right, kid," he said, sitting me down at the kitchen table. "It's time you knew the truth." He proceeded to tell me about the legends of the area, stories passed down through generations. According to him, there was something out there, a creature that was neither man nor beast. Some called it a werewolf, but George didn't like that term. He said it was too Hollywood, too sensational. But whatever it was real, and it was dangerous. "I've seen it before," he admitted, his voice low. "Years ago, when I was about your age, my friends and I went camping out by the lake, just like you. We heard the same noises, saw the same figure. 2 of my friends didn't make it back." I stared at him, my mind reeling. This was insane. It couldn't be true. But the look in George's eyes told me he believed every word. "So what do we do?" I asked, feeling a knot of fear in my stomach. "We stay vigilant," he said, "and if it comes near, we defend ourselves." The next few days were tense. George and I stayed close to the cabin, keeping the rifle within arm's reach. Melanie came over a couple of times, and we filled her in on what George had told me. She took it surprisingly well, considering. "I knew there was something off about this place," she said. "My grandpa used to tell stories about strange things in the woods, but I always thought he was just trying to scare me. One night, we heard it again, the same low, guttural noise echoing through the trees." George grabbed the rifle, and we went out onto the porch, straining to see into the darkness. The moon was bright, casting long shadows across the yard. "There," Melanie whispered, pointing toward the tree line. The creature was back, its eyes glowing in the moonlight. It stood there watching us, its breath visible in the cool night air. George raised the rifle, aiming carefully. "Get inside," he ordered, not taking his eyes off the creature. Melanie and I retreated into the cabin, peeking out from behind the door. George fired a shot, the sound echoing through the night. The creature let out a howl and disappeared into the woods. For a moment, we all stood there, breathless, waiting. But it didn't come back. The next day, George decided we needed to do something more. He couldn't stay and protect us forever. We had to find a way to deal with the creature once and for all. He contacted a friend of his, a man named Marcus, who supposedly knew about these things. Marcus arrived the following evening, a rugged-looking guy with a no-nonsense attitude. "We need to track it," Marcus said after George filled him in. "Find its lair and take it out." It sounded crazy, but what choice did we have? We couldn't live in fear forever. So, armed with rifles and flashlights, we ventured into the woods, following the tracks Marcus claimed belonged to the creature. We walked for hours, deeper into the forest than I'd ever been. The trees closed in around us, and the air grew colder. I kept close to George, my heart pounding in my chest. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made me jump. Finally, we reached a clearing. In the center was an old, dilapidated cabin, its roof caved in and windows shattered. Marcus held up a hand, signaling us to stop. "This is it," he whispered. "Stay alert." We approached the cabin cautiously, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The place reeked of decay, and the ground was littered with bones. My stomach turned at the sight. Suddenly, the creature appeared, charging at us from the shadows. It was fast, too fast. Marcus fired his rifle, but the creature dodged and knocked him to the ground. George and I opened fire, the bullets tearing into its flesh. The creature let out a deafening roar and slashed at George, sending him sprawling. I didn't think. I just reacted. I grabbed the nearest weapon, a rusty machete lying among the bones, and swung at the creature. It yelped in pain, stumbling back. I kept swinging, driven by fear and adrenaline, until the creature collapsed, lifeless, at my feet. We stood there, panting, staring at the creature's body. It was over. We had killed it. George was hurt, but alive. Marcus helped him up, and we made our way back to our cabin. The sun was rising, casting a pale light over the forest. For the first time in days, I felt a sense of relief. We didn't talk much on the way back. There wasn't much to say. We had faced something unimaginable and survived. But the scars, both physical and mental, would stay with us. In the weeks that followed, life slowly returned to normal. George's wounds healed, and the nightmares began to fade. Melanie and I grew closer, bonded by the shared experience. We never spoke of the creature again, not in detail. It was a chapter of our lives we were eager to close. George went back to his hunting trips, but he never ventured too far. I eventually moved back to the city, finding a job and trying to put the past behind me. Melanie visited often, and we stayed close, a constant reminder of the ordeal we had survived. Years later, I still think about that night sometimes, especially when the moon is full and the air grows cold. I wonder if there are more creatures out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. But then I shake it off, focusing on the present, grateful for the life I have and the people in it. The past is a dark place, full of shadows and mysteries. But it's also a part of who I am, a reminder that even in the face of unimaginable horror, we can find the strength to survive, and that, in the end, is what matters most. I never thought I'd find myself crawling through the dense underbrush of the Great Smoky Mountains, but here I was, in the year 1996, doing just that. My name is Vince Falcone, and I've always been a bit of a wanderer, never sticking too long in one place. This trip was supposed to be a reset button, a chance to clear my head and maybe catch a fish or two. I'd packed light, a couple of changes of clothes, my fishing gear, and a cooler with enough beer to keep me company. Driving out there, my GPS decided to throw a fit, losing signal just as I hit a fork in the road. There were no signs, just two dirt paths diverging into the green. I took the left one, thinking it looked more traveled. Big mistake. After about 20 minutes, it became clear I'd taken a wrong turn. The road got narrower and more rugged, the kind of place where you'd expect to find an old man with a banjo telling you you've got a pretty mouth. Just as I was about to turn around, I saw it, a rusty mailbox half buried in weeds, the name Heller, barely legible. Curiosity got the better of me. I figured I could ask for directions, maybe even get a cold drink. The driveway was long and winding, lined with towering pine trees that seemed to close in around me as I drove further in. At the end of it, there was a house that looked like it hadn't seen a lick of paint since the Reagan administration. I knocked on the door and waited, hearing nothing but the distant rustle of leaves and the chirping of crickets. After a moment, a woman opened it. She was middle-aged, with stringy blonde hair and a nervous smile. "Can I help you?" she asked, her eyes darting behind me as if expecting someone else. "Yeah, sorry to bother you. I think I took a wrong turn. I'm trying to get to this cabin I rented, I said, showing her the address on my phone. She barely glanced at it before nodding. You're way off. Best turn around and take the other road back there. That should get you on the right track. I thanked her and turned to leave, but then I noticed something odd. Through the crack in the door, I saw a man. He was staring at me, eyes hollow and fixed. His face was gaunt, almost skeletal, and there was something off about him. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. You sure you're okay? I asked her, trying to keep my voice light. Just fine, she replied a bit too quickly, her smile fading. As I drove back, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. But I shrugged it off, chalking it up to my overactive imagination. I found the right path and made it to the cabin just as the sun was beginning to set. The place was small but cozy, right on the edge of a pristine lake. The perfect spot to unwind, or so I thought. The first night was uneventful. I had a couple of beers, grilled a steak, and enjoyed the silence. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. I took my fishing rod and hiked around the lake, casting a few lines and catching nothing but the occasional clump of weeds. By noon, I was back at the cabin, feeling pleasantly tired. That's when I noticed the figure standing at the edge of the forest. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but then I saw him move. It was the same man I'd seen at the Heller house. He was just standing there, watching me. I waved, but he didn't respond. Unease settled in my gut like a bad meal. Ignoring him as best as I could, I went inside and locked the door. Hours passed, and I tried to distract myself with an old book I'd brought along. But every time I glanced out the window, he was there, unmoving. It was like he was waiting for something. By nightfall, he was gone. I convinced myself it was nothing, just a local eccentric out for a walk. But when I stepped outside to check, I found something that sent a shiver down my spine. Footprints leading from the edge of the forest to my cabin door and back again. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the old cabin sounded like footsteps, every rustle of leaves like whispers. When dawn finally broke, I decided I'd had enough of my wilderness retreat. I packed my things and headed out, determined to get back to civilization. Driving down the dirt road, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that gaunt face staring back at me. But the road remained empty. I sighed in relief as I reached the main highway, feeling the tension in my shoulders begin to ease. Then I saw her, the woman from the Heller house, standing on the side of the road, waving frantically. I pulled over, rolling down the window. Need a ride? I asked. Yes, please, she said breathlessly. I need to get away from here. I didn't ask questions. She climbed into the passenger seat, and we sped off. It wasn't until we were a good few miles away that she started talking. My name's Mara. That man you saw, he's my brother Dean. There's something wrong with him. He's not right. I glanced over at her, noting the fear in her eyes. What do you mean, not right? He was always strange, but after our parents died, he got worse. He started hearing voices, seeing things that weren't there. And then, people started disappearing. Hikers, campers, anyone who got too close. My heart pounded as I listened. Why didn't you leave before? I couldn't, she whispered. He wouldn't let me. But you, when you came, I saw a chance. We drove in silence for a while, the weight of her words sinking in. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, but the evidence was there. The footprints, the watching, the way he made my skin crawl. We reached a small town and I pulled into a gas station. Mara looked at me, tears in her eyes. "Thank you," she said, her voice trembling. "Stay here," I told her. "I'm going to get us some help." I walked into the station and called the local sheriff, explaining everything as best as I could. They promised to send someone right away. When I got back to the car, Mara was gone. The passenger door was open and there was no sign of her. Panic surged through me as I looked around, calling her name. That's when I saw him. Dean, standing at the edge of the parking lot, his hollow eyes fixed on me. He smiled, a slow, chilling smile, and raised a finger to his lips. I didn't wait to find out what he wanted. I jumped into the car and drove like a madman until I reached the sheriff's office. I burst in, breathless and wild-eyed, demanding to speak to someone in charge. They took my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe me. Days passed, and there was no sign of Mara or Dean. The authorities conducted a search, but it turned up nothing. It was as if they'd vanished into thin air. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd failed her, that I'd left her to a fate worse than death. Then, about a week later, I got a call. It was the sheriff, his voice grim. "We found something," he said. "You'd better come down here." When I arrived, they led me to a secluded area near the forest. There, in a shallow grave, were the remains of several people. Among them was Mara. The sight of her lifeless body, broken and discarded, made my blood run cold. Dean was nowhere to be found. The sheriff told me they'd keep looking, but I knew it was hopeless. He was out there somewhere, watching, waiting. I left New Hampshire soon after, unable to stay in a place that held so many nightmares. But no matter where I go, I can't escape the memory of those hollow eyes, the feeling of being hunted. I don't know what Dean was or what drove him to such madness, but I do know one thing. Somewhere out there, he's still out there, and I'll never forget the terror he brought into my life. My name is Callum Hargrove, and this happened to me back in 1998. At the time, I was just a regular guy working a dead-end job at a hardware store in Fenville, Michigan. It was a small town with not much going on, but it suited me fine. I wasn't ambitious. I just wanted to get by and maybe have a few beers with my buddies on the weekends. Life was simple, uneventful, and predictable. One Friday night, my friends and I were hanging out at Joe's Tavern, the local watering hole. We were just a bunch of guys from high school who never really left town. There was Ernie, the loudmouth who always had a story to tell. Paulie, the quiet one who was good with his hands and fixed everything in town. And then there was me, the guy who mostly listened and laughed at their jokes. This particular night, Ernie had a wild idea. He wanted to check out an old abandoned factory just outside of town. Rumor had it the place was haunted, or something. I wasn't much for ghost stories, but I figured what the hell, it beat sitting around doing nothing. So we finished our beers and piled into Ernie's beat-up truck, heading out towards the factory. The factory was an old brick building, covered in graffiti and overgrown with weeds. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. We hopped out of the truck, and Ernie led the way, flashlight in hand, like he knew what he was doing. "Guys, you gotta see this place. It's creepy as hell," Ernie said, his voice echoing off the walls. Polly and I followed, trying not to trip over the rubble and debris. The air inside was thick with the smell of rust and decay, and a musty odor clung to the crumbling walls. We wandered through the empty halls, joking around and trying to spook each other, but then things started getting weird. We heard footsteps that weren't ours, echoing through the factory. At first we thought it was just the building settling, but then the footsteps got louder, closer. We stopped dead in our tracks, listening. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. "Yeah," Paulie replied, his eyes wide. Ernie, being Ernie, decided to shout into the darkness. "Hey, who's there?" Silence. Then a low, guttural sound, like an animal growling. My stomach tightened. This wasn't funny anymore. "Let's get out of here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But Ernie, always the brave one, wanted to investigate. He moved towards the sound, and we followed reluctantly. We turned a corner, and there it was. A massive, hulking figure covered in thick, dark fur, with eyes that glowed yellow in the darkness. It stood on two legs, but it looked more like a wolf than a man. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't some prank or urban legend. This thing was real, and it was staring right at us. Ernie, ever the idiot, decided to confront it. "Hey, what the hell are you?" The creature lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Ernie screamed, and that's when I snapped out of my shock. I grabbed a rusty pipe from the floor and swung it at the beast. It barely flinched. Paulie was already running, yelling at us to get the hell out. I managed to hit the creature again, harder this time, right on the head. It snarled and turned its attention to me. I knew I was next if I didn't move. I took off running, not looking back. I heard Ernie's screams and the sound of tearing flesh, but I couldn't stop. I just kept running until I was out of the factory and back at the truck. Paulie was already there, fumbling with the keys, his hands shaking. "Where's Ernie?" he asked, his voice trembling. He's gone," I said, barely able to speak. "We need to go. Now." We sped back to town, not saying a word. The next morning I called the cops, told them about Ernie and the factory. They searched the place but found nothing. No sign of Ernie, no sign of the creature. It was like it never happened. But I knew what I saw. I knew Ernie was dead. For weeks I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing, heard Ernie's screams. I tried to go back to my normal life, but it wasn't the same. Paulie and I stopped talking about that night. But the silence between us said everything. We both knew we saw something that night, something we couldn't explain. Then, about a month later, people started disappearing from town. First, it was a drifter no one really knew. Then a local kid who went out for a walk and never came back. The town was on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it had something to do with that night at the factory. One night, I decided to go back. I needed answers, needed to know what happened to Ernie. I didn't tell Paulie or anyone else. I just grabbed a flashlight, a baseball bat, and headed out. The factory looked even more menacing at night, but I had to do this. Inside, the place was dead silent. I retraced our steps, trying to find any clue, any sign of that creature. I reached the spot where we saw it, where Ernie died. There was blood on the floor, but no body. I kept moving, every shadow making my heart race. Then I heard it again, that growl. It was behind me. I turned, and there it was, standing in the doorway, the same yellow eyes, the same monstrous form. I gripped the bat tightly, knowing it was probably useless. The creature stepped towards me, and I swung the bat with all my might. It hit the beast's arm, but it didn't even flinch. It swiped at me, claws tearing through my shirt, grazing my skin. I stumbled back, trying to stay on my feet. I remembered the pipe from last time, somewhere on the floor. I backed up, feeling with my foot until I found it. The creature lunged again, and I swung the pipe, connecting with its head. This time, it staggered. I didn't wait to see if it would get up. I ran, sprinting through the factory, out the door, and into the night. I didn't stop until I was back in my car, driving as fast as I could back to town. I went to the cops again, told them everything. They thought I was crazy, but they searched the factory one more time. Still nothing. No creature, no bodies. Just an old, abandoned building. People kept disappearing, though. The town was in a panic. Curfews were set, search parties organized, but no one found a thing. I knew that creature was still out there, hunting. I warned everyone I could, but most just thought I was losing it. Then one night, Polly went missing. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed up and left town, moved as far away as I could. I tried to forget, to move on. But the memories haunted me. Years passed, and I built a new life. But every now and then, I'd hear about a disappearance in some small town, and I'd wonder if it was the same creature, if it was still out there hunting. I never went back to Fenville. I never told anyone about that night, not really. But I still think about Ernie, about Polly, about the others, and I wonder if there's something more to that old factory, something that no one ever figured out. I live with the fear, the uncertainty. I don't know what that creature was, where it came from, or if it's still out there, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget that night, and I'll never stop looking over my shoulder, just in case. So that's my story. Believe it or don't, it's what happened. And if you ever find yourself in an old abandoned place, and you hear something that doesn't quite belong, remember my story. Be careful, because sometimes the things we think are just stories, just myths, are all too real, and they might be waiting for their next victim. I never should have been here, I muttered to myself as I navigated the steep embankment, my boots slipping on the loose shale. There was a reason no one hiked this side of Ironclad Ridge, but I wasn't here for the views. My name is Wyatt Kimbrough, and being a park ranger in the untamed expanse of the Siskiyou wilderness had never been the kind of job you walked away from because of a little discomfort. The terrain was relentless, the solitude endless, and the dangers, well, they were supposed to be familiar. Yet nothing felt familiar today. My radio had gone silent 3 hours earlier, a dead zone nestled in the belly of the dense pine forest, leaving me to rely on old-fashioned instinct and my outdated map. I was responding to an emergency call, a distressed signal from a hiker who had been lost for over 2 days. When dispatch first received it, I thought it was some kind of equipment malfunction. No one should have survived that long out here without supplies or shelter. I never anticipated what I would find. The forest was eerily quiet as I descended into the narrow valley. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig had me on edge. But it wasn't just the usual wilderness sounds. Something was off. I could feel it. There's an instinct that takes over after years of patrolling the woods. Your body knows when something's wrong, even before your brain catches up. Ahead, I spotted a clearing marked by a single tree with a split trunk. I had been through this area many times, but I'd never seen this clearing before, almost as if the land had shifted beneath itself, exposing new pathways that had long been hidden. I glanced at the coordinates in my notebook. This was where the signal had pinged, but there was no sign of the hiker. I felt my stomach churn with unease. The air here was heavier, like the atmosphere itself was pressing down on me with invisible hands. I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone, though there was no sound to betray an intruder. It was just the feeling that eyes were on me. Then I smelled it, the stench of rotting flesh. I moved toward the source, finding a body slumped against the tree. It was a man, probably in his early 30s. His clothes were tattered, his face pale and gaunt. But it wasn't just the decay that unnerved me. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, like something had crushed him and then tried to piece him back together. There were deep gouges in his flesh, raw and jagged, and something that looked almost like bite marks. I swallowed hard. This wasn't the work of a bear or a mountain lion. I'd seen those attacks before. This was different. It didn't make any sense. If an animal had done this, why had it left the body? Predators didn't just abandon a fresh kill. I crouched down to inspect the wounds, noting that whatever had mauled him had powerful jaws, stronger than anything native to this region. And the bites. No animal I knew had teeth that matched these impressions. They were wide and uneven, almost like someone had taken a pair of shears to him. As I turned to leave, I heard a low thump behind me, a branch snapping. I gripped my rifle, though deep down I knew it wouldn't do much good if whatever had done this decided to come after me. I scanned the tree line, searching for movement, and then I saw it. Something moving between the trees just beyond the clearing. It was fast, too fast to be human, and its shape was distorted by the dense underbrush. But there was no mistaking it. Something was out there. I pressed myself against the tree and waited, my heart hammering in my chest as I tried to steady my breathing. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I stayed frozen, listening, watching. A flash of pale skin between the trees. No, not skin, fur. A hulking mass emerged from the shadows, just close enough for me to see it. The creature was enormous, almost bear-like in its size and bulk. But its face, God, its face was wrong. The snout was shorter than a bear's, more canine, with jagged tusks jutting out from the sides of its mouth like a wild boar. Its body was covered in thick, matted fur, but its legs were too long, too twisted, and they ended in massive, clawed feet, more like an alligator's than any mammal I'd ever seen. I could barely move. The creature lumbered toward the corpse, sniffing the air with loud, snorting breaths. It paused over the body, and for a moment, I thought it might tear into the remains. Instead, it did something far worse. With a deep, rumbling snort, it lifted its head and bellowed into the sky. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before, low and wet and thick with malice. I fought the urge to cover my ears as the sound racked through my bones. I watched in disbelief as the creature took hold of the dead man's body, lifting it effortlessly with its massive jaws. It slung the corpse over its shoulder like a rag doll, and disappeared back into the forest. I stayed crouched against that tree for what felt like an eternity, listening to the receding sounds of its footsteps. My mind was racing. This thing, it wasn't just some unknown predator. It was smart. It knew what it was doing. I waited for hours, praying it wouldn't come back, until the sky darkened into evening. Finally, when I was sure it was safe, I radioed in. Dispatch barely heard me through the static. I told them about the body, the location, but not about the creature. Who would believe me? I stayed put until first light, when a search team finally reached my position. We combed the area together, but there was nothing left. Not a body, not a scrap of clothing, not even a trace of blood. It was like the man had never existed. But I knew what I saw. The body had been real. And that creature, whatever it was real too. The search team found nothing, and they looked at me with thinly veiled suspicion, like I'd imagined the whole thing. But there were tracks in the dirt, heavy and deep, with claw marks that didn't match any species they'd ever cataloged. They didn't say anything outright, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Another ranger whispered something about me being off my meds. I didn't respond. There wasn't much left to say. Eventually they left. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. I stayed by the split tree, staring into the forest for hours, waiting for some sign of movement. As I sat there, I realized something. That thing, whatever it was still out there. I might be the only one who had seen it, but I knew I wasn't crazy. The creature had left tracks, and those would be enough to get someone to listen. For now, that was all I had. But it was enough. My name is Ann Bullock, and this happened to me in 2003. I've always been a simple guy, living in a quiet town in northern Montana. I worked at the local hardware store, a job I'd had since I was 22. I lived alone in a small cabin near the edge of town. It wasn't much, but it was mine, and it suited me just fine. Life was straightforward, and I liked it that way. One evening, I got a call from my buddy Orrin Skye. He was an old friend, a guy I went fishing with, the kind of friend you could count on. Orrin sounded shaken, which was unusual for him. He said his cousin, Finn, who had been staying with him, had gone missing. He asked if I could come over and help him look. It wasn't like Orrin to be rattled, so I grabbed my coat and headed out. Orrin lived a few miles out of town, closer to the woods. It was a peaceful spot, surrounded by tall pines and a small creek that ran behind his house. When I arrived, I found him pacing on the porch, a cigarette burning between his fingers. Thanks for coming, he said, his voice tight with worry. Finn went out to check the traps this morning and hasn't come back. I've looked everywhere I could think of. Let's start where he was last seen, I suggested. Orrin nodded, and we set off toward the woods. We walked in silence. The only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. I knew these woods well. They were where we hunted and fished, familiar territory. But that evening, they felt different, like the trees were holding their breath, watching us. We found Finn's traps empty and undisturbed. There was no sign of him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, we decided to head back. We hadn't found anything, and it was getting dark. Orrin was visibly upset, and I tried to reassure him. "We'll keep looking tomorrow first thing," I said. Maybe he just got turned around and is hunkered down somewhere. The next day, we gathered a few more friends and set out at dawn. We spread out, calling Finn's name, hoping for any sign of him. Hours passed, and nothing. It was like he had vanished into thin air. On the third day, the sheriff got involved. He organized a larger search party, and we combed through the woods with dogs, covering every inch. Still no trace of Finn. People in town started talking, coming up with their own theories. Some said he ran off. Others whispered about wild animals. But Oren and I knew Finn. He wouldn't just disappear. A week passed, and the search was called off. The town moved on, but Oren and I couldn't. We spent every free moment searching, hoping for a clue. One evening, as we sat on Oren's porch, exhausted and defeated, he turned to me. "Do you think something took him?" he asked, his eyes haunted. I didn't know how to answer. "I don't know, Oren. But whatever it is, we're going to find out." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Finn, about the way the woods felt that day. Something wasn't right. I decided to head back out, alone. This time I grabbed my flashlight and headed into the woods. The night was eerily quiet, the air heavy with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. I walked for hours, my flashlight casting long shadows on the trees. I was about to turn back when I heard it, a low guttural sound that sent a chill down my spine. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard, a mix between a growl and a howl. I froze, listening. The sound came again, closer this time. I turned off my flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. I crouched down, trying to see through the darkness. Then I saw it, a shadow moving between the trees. It was large, much larger than any animal I knew. I stayed still, barely breathing, as the shadow moved closer. The moonlight caught its shape, and I saw it clearly. It was a wolf, but not like any wolf I'd seen before. It stood on two legs, its eyes glowing in the dark. It sniffed the air, and I knew it had caught my scent. I turned and ran, branches whipping against my face. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps heavy on the forest floor. I stumbled, falling hard, and rolled onto my back. The creature was looming over me, its teeth bared. I reached for my knife, but it was too late. It lunged, and I felt a searing pain as its teeth sank into my shoulder. I don't know how I managed to get away. It was a blur of pain and fear, but somehow I found myself stumbling out of the woods and onto Oren's porch. He took one look at me and rushed me inside, slamming the door behind us. "Anne, what the hell happened?" he demanded, his face pale. I couldn't speak, the pain too intense. Oren grabbed the first aid kit and did his best to patch me up. As he worked, I told him what I saw. "A werewolf, Oren. I swear it was a werewolf." He stared at me, disbelief in his eyes. That sounds crazy." "I know, but I saw it. It bit me." We sat in silence, the reality of what I said sinking in. Oren looked at my wound, then back at me. "We need to get you to a hospital," he said. "No," I insisted. "We need to find Finn." The next few days were a blur of pain and fever. Oren stayed by my side, watching over me. My wound wasn't healing right, and I could feel something changing inside me. I was scared, but I didn't say anything to Oren. I didn't want to worry him more than he already was. One night, I woke up to find Orrin gone. I stumbled outside and found him standing at the edge of the woods, staring into the darkness. "Orrin, what are you doing?" I called out. He turned to me, his eyes wild. "I heard something, Anne. I think it's out there." I grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "You're not going in there alone." He shook me off. "I have to find Finn. I can't just sit here and do nothing." I knew he was right. We couldn't just sit around and wait for something to happen. We needed to find out what was going on once and for all. We armed ourselves with whatever we could find, knives, a shotgun, anything that might help, and headed into the woods. We walked for hours, following the sounds of the forest. Every rustle, every snap of a twig put us on edge. We were jumpy, scared, but determined. Then we heard it again, that same low, guttural sound I'd heard before. We followed it, moving as quietly as we could. The sound led us to a clearing. In the center stood the creature, its back to us. It was hunched over something, and as we got closer, we saw what it was. It was Finn, or what was left of him. The sight was gruesome, and I felt bile rise in my throat. Orrin let out a strangled cry, and the creature turned, its eyes locking onto us. It stood, blood dripping from its mouth, and snarled. Orrin raised the shotgun and fired, the blast echoing through the trees. The creature howled in pain but didn't go down. It lunged at Orrin, knocking the shotgun from his hands. I rushed forward, slashing with my knife. The blade bit into its flesh, and it turned on me, its eyes burning with rage. It swiped at me with its claws, and I felt a sharp pain as they raked across my chest. I staggered back, trying to stay on my feet. Orrin grabbed the shotgun and fired again, this time hitting the creature square in the chest. It let out a final, agonized howl before collapsing to the ground. We stood there, panting, staring at the lifeless body. "We did it," Orrin said, his voice shaking. "We killed it." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. We looked at Finn's remains, a mix of grief and relief washing over us. We had found him, but it was too late. We buried what we could find, marking the spot with a simple cross made from branches. As we made our way back to Orrin's house, we were silent, each lost in our thoughts. We knew life would never be the same. The town accepted our story of a wild animal attack, and Finn was mourned and laid to rest. But Orrin and I knew the truth. We had faced something out of a nightmare and survived. Weeks passed, and my wounds slowly healed. But there was something different about me. I could feel it in the way my senses sharpened, in the way my body responded to the moonlight. I kept it to myself, not wanting to worry Orrin or anyone else. One night, as I sat on my porch staring at the moon, Orrin joined me. He handed me a beer, and we sat in comfortable silence for a while. "Anne, do you ever think about that night?" he asked finally. "Every day," I admitted. "But we did what we had to do." He nodded, taking a sip of his beer. "Yeah, we did, but sometimes I wonder if there's more out there, if we just scratched the surface." I didn't have an answer for him. All I knew was that we had survived, and life went on. We were changed, scarred by what we had seen and done, but we were still here, and as long as we had each other, we could face whatever came our way. So we sat there, Two friends sharing a quiet evening. The memory of that night a shadow between us. We didn't know what the future held, but we knew one thing for sure. We would face it together, no matter what. I had been a park ranger for what felt like a good chunk of my life, and in that time, I had learned how to deal with just about anything. Poachers, forest fires, even the occasional mountain lion. My name's Roy Calder, and I've always prided myself on being level-headed and practical. I grew up in a small town in Maine, the kind of place where if you didn't know how to handle a rifle by the age of 12, you weren't much of anything. My father was a logger, and I guess you could say I followed the family trade, except instead of cutting the trees down, I spent my life making sure they stayed upright. Most people think being a ranger is all sunsets and hiking, but that's not the half of it. Sure, there's the beauty, but there's also the isolation. There are miles of forest out here where a person can go missing, and it could take days, maybe weeks, to find them, if at all. And that's where my day started. A simple missing person call. A local named Greg Henning had gone for a morning hike on one of the lesser-known trails and hadn't come back by afternoon. His wife was worried, and that meant I had to go looking. It wasn't uncommon for people to get lost, but Henning wasn't some city slicker. He was a regular, knew these woods like the back of his hand. Or so I thought. I strapped on my pack, radioed in my location to dispatch, and set off into the forest. I started at the entrance of the trail, a narrow, little-used path that wound its way deep into the woods. The trees here grew thick and twisted, their branches intertwining to create a canopy that blocked out most of the daylight. The ground beneath my boots was soft with damp leaves, the kind that swallowed up your footsteps, making the whole place feel unnervingly quiet. I kept my eyes peeled for any sign of Henning, broken branches, footprints, anything that might lead me in the right direction. But the further I went, the more I felt something was off. I'm not a man who jumps at shadows, but there was a stillness in the air that didn't sit right with me. The forest was too quiet, like all the animals had decided to pack up and leave at once. It was then that I saw it, something half buried under a pile of leaves. Henning's hat, not a good sign. I bent down to pick it up, and that's when I noticed the drag marks. They started just a few feet away from the hat, leading deeper into the forest, almost as if someone or something had pulled him through the underbrush. My gut clenched. No man could leave marks like these unless he was being dragged against his will. But what was doing the dragging? I followed the trail, moving quicker now, my hand resting on the hilt of the hunting knife strapped to my belt. The marks led to a small clearing, and that's where I saw it. Greg Henning, or what was left of him. His body was twisted in ways that a human body shouldn't be. Arms bent backward, legs mangled. But that wasn't the worst of it. No, the worst was his face. His mouth hung open in a silent scream, his eyes wide and empty. His chest had been torn open, ribs splayed out like the spokes of a broken umbrella. Something had done this to him, and it wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. I swallowed hard, forcing down the bile that had risen in my throat. This was no animal attack. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, nothing that belonged in these woods. But something was out here, and it was hunting. I heard a rustle behind me and spun around, knife in hand. But there was nothing there, just the wind. Or so I tried to tell myself. I knew better. I'd seen enough tracks and signs to know when I wasn't alone. Something was watching me, waiting. I turned back to Henning's body, trying to think through the panic that was starting to creep into my mind. I needed to get out of here, back to the station and call for backup. But as I took a step forward, I heard another sound, a low, wet huff, like the exhale of a massive creature. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. Slowly, I turned around. That's when I saw it. It stood at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the trees. But there was no mistaking it. The thing was enormous, easily over 7 feet tall and covered in coarse, matted fur. Its body was hunched, with long arms that almost dragged along the ground. Its head was oddly shaped, almost like that of a boar, with a snout that protruded forward, but longer and more grotesque. Rows of sharp, jagged teeth gleamed beneath its curled lip, and as it took a step forward, I could hear the sickening crackle of its joints, like old wood snapping under pressure. The smell hit me next, rotting flesh and wet fur. It was enough to make my eyes water. The creature took another step forward, and I could see it clearly now. Its eyes. Well, I didn't want to think about its eyes. Let's just say they didn't look like they belonged in the head of any creature I'd ever seen. Instinct took over. I bolted. I didn't care about making noise or staying quiet. All I could think about was getting away from that thing. My boots pounded against the forest floor as I ran, branches whipping against my face, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the underbrush, getting closer with every step. I burst through the tree line, the trail ahead in sight, and I ran for all I was worth. I didn't stop until I reached the station. I slammed the door behind me, locking it and grabbing the radio. My hand shook as I called for backup, breathless as I tried to explain what had happened. But even as I spoke, I knew there was no way they'd believe me. Hell, I wasn't sure I believed me. It didn't take long for the sheriff and a couple of deputies to arrive, guns drawn and ready for anything. I led them back to where I'd found Henning's body. But when we got there, it was gone. The clearing was empty, save for the bloody drag marks that led deeper into the forest. Whatever had killed him had taken the body, and whatever it was still out there. The sheriff looked at me, his eyes narrowing. "You're sure about what you saw, Calder?" I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I know what I saw, Sheriff. And whatever it was, it's not something that belongs in these woods." They searched the area for hours, but there was nothing to be found. No tracks, no signs of the creature, nothing except for the bloodstains on the ground. In the end, they chalked it up to a rogue animal, probably a bear, they said. But I knew better. I knew what I saw, and I knew it wasn't over. A few weeks later, another hiker went missing, and then another. Each time, the same signs, drag marks, blood stains, but no bodies. They called in wildlife experts, trackers, even some hunters, but none of them could find a trace of the creature. It wasn't until a month later that the killings stopped. But I never forgot that thing. Whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere, in the woods, waiting for its next prey. My name is Rhett Callahan, and this happened to me in 2003, a year I won't forget no matter how much I try. I grew up in a small town in Wyoming, where everyone knew everyone, and you couldn't sneeze without the whole town knowing. My old man ran a hardware store, and my mom was a school teacher. I wasn't anything special. Average grades, played some football in high school, worked at the family store after graduation. I guess you could say I was just a regular guy in a regular town. I never thought I'd end up with a story worth telling, but here we are. It all started on a Friday evening. I had just finished a long shift at the store and decided to unwind with a couple of beers at Jimmy's bar, the only watering hole in town worth mentioning. I met up with my buddy Clay and his girlfriend Marn. We shot some pool, had a few laughs, and talked about nothing in particular. It was just another night, or so I thought. Around midnight, Clay suggested we head up to the old Miller place. The Millers had moved out years ago, and the place had been abandoned ever since. It had become a local hangout spot for kids looking to get into trouble, or for folks like us who just wanted to escape the monotony of small-town life. I wasn't too keen on the idea. Something about that place always gave me the creeps, but I wasn't about to be the wet blanket. Besides, Clay was driving, and I was in no shape to argue. We piled into Clay's beat-up pickup truck and made our way out of town. The Miller place was about 10 miles out, nestled in a thick patch of woods. The road was bumpy, and the headlights barely cut through the darkness. By the time we got there, the full moon was high in the sky, casting eerie shadows over the old farmhouse. As we pulled up, Marn made a joke about the place being haunted. Clay laughed, but I could feel a knot forming in my stomach. We grabbed a couple of flashlights from the truck and made our way inside. The place was in worse shape than I remembered. Broken windows, peeling wallpaper, and the unmistakable smell of mold and damp earth. We wandered around, talking about how the Millers just up and left one day, leaving everything behind. It was like they had vanished into thin air. Clay suggested we explore the basement, and against my better judgment, I followed. The stairs creaked under our weight, and the air grew colder as we descended. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, rusty tools, and boxes of who knows what. Marn found an old lantern and managed to get it lit, casting flickering shadows on the walls. As we poked around, I noticed something odd. One of the walls didn't quite match the rest of the basement. It looked newer, like someone had patched it up hastily. I pointed it out to Clay, and he, being the curious idiot he was, decided to investigate. He grabbed a crowbar from a nearby shelf and started prying at the boards. After a few minutes of grunting and swearing, he managed to pull a section loose, revealing a narrow passageway. "Think we should go in?" Clay asked, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Man, I don't know," I replied. "This seems like a bad idea. Come on, Rhett. Where's your sense of adventure?" Marnay teased. Reluctantly, I agreed, and we squeezed through the opening one by one. The passage was cramped and smelled of damp earth. We shuffled forward, our flashlights barely piercing the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened up into a small room. In the center of the room was a large, old-fashioned wooden chest. Clay, ever the fearless leader, approached the chest and tried to open it. It was locked, but that didn't deter him. He pulled out a pocket knife and started fiddling with the lock. Marn and I watched, half expecting something to jump out at us. "Got it!" Clay exclaimed as the lock clicked open. He lifted the lid, and we peered inside. The chest was filled with old papers, photographs, and various trinkets. At first glance, it looked like a bunch of junk, but as we sifted through it, We realized it was all connected to the Millers. There were family photos, letters, and even a couple of old journals. One journal, in particular, caught my eye. It belonged to Thomas Miller, the patriarch of the family. I started flipping through the pages, and my blood ran cold. The entries detailed strange occurrences, howling at night, livestock disappearing, and sightings of a large, wolf-like creature. Thomas wrote about how he had tried to protect his family, how he had barricaded the house and set traps, but nothing seemed to work. The last entry was dated the day before the Millers vanished. It simply read, "It's here. Guys, we need to get out of here," I said, my voice trembling. "Why? What's the rush?" Clay asked, still rummaging through the chest. "This isn't just an abandoned house. Something happened to the Millers. Something bad." Before I could explain further, we heard a noise from the tunnel. It was a low, guttural sound that sent chills down my spine. We turned our flashlights toward the passage, but there was nothing there. "Did you hear that?" Marn whispered. "Yeah, we need to leave." "Now," I insisted. We hurried back through the tunnel, our footsteps echoing off the walls. As we emerged into the basement, I felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. The basement door slammed shut, and we heard the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking into place. "Who's there?" Clay shouted. But there was no response. We were trapped. Panic set in as we tried to force the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Our flashlights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Then we heard it again, the low, guttural sound, this time closer. "We need to find another way out," I said, trying to stay calm. We started searching the basement, looking for any other exits. Marn found a small window near the ceiling, but it was too high for us to reach. Clay grabbed a broken chair and used it to boost himself up. He managed to pry the window open and climb through, then reached down to help Marnie and me. As we scrambled out of the basement, we could hear the sound growing louder, more menacing. We didn't stick around to find out what it was. We ran to the truck and sped off, not looking back. The ride back to town was silent, each of us lost in our thoughts. When we finally got back to Jimmy's bar, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Clay was convinced it was just some prank, that someone was messing with us. But I knew better. Those journal entries, the noises, the locked door, it was all too real. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I started noticing strange things, scratches on my door, dead animals in the yard, and that same low, guttural sound at night. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was all in my head, but it was no use. One night, about a week after our visit to the Miller place, I woke up to the sound of breaking glass. I grabbed a baseball bat and crept downstairs, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the living room, I saw it, a large, wolf-like creature with glowing eyes and matted fur. It was rummaging through my things, knocking over furniture and growling softly. I froze, unsure of what to do. The creature turned and looked at me, its eyes piercing through the darkness. I knew I had to act fast. I swung the bat with all my might, but the creature dodged and lunged at me. Its claws raked across my arm, and I stumbled back, tripping over a chair. In a panic, I scrambled to my feet and ran for the front door. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy footsteps echoing in my ears. I threw open the door and bolted outside. not stopping until I reached the street. I turned to see the creature standing in the doorway, watching me with those glowing eyes. I didn't go back home that night. Instead, I went to the police station and told them everything. They didn't believe me, of course. They thought I was drunk or high, but they agreed to send a patrol car to check it out. I waited at the station, my arm bandaged and my nerves shot. When the officers returned, they said they hadn't found anything unusual. No sign of a break-in, no strange creatures, nothing. They chalked it up to a wild animal or a prank. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen. I couldn't stay in that town after that. I packed up my things and moved to the city, hoping to leave it all behind. But even now, years later, I still hear that low, guttural sound in my nightmares. I still see those glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. Clay and Marn stayed behind, and we lost touch over the years. I heard through the grapevine that Clay got married and had kids, and Marn moved away for college. They never mentioned the Miller place again, and neither did I. Some things are better left forgotten. I tried to move on with my life, but the memory of that night never really left me. I took a job at a warehouse, met a girl named Jessie, and eventually got married. We had a couple of kids, and life went on. But every now and then I'd catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye or hear a strange noise in the night, and I'd be reminded of that creature. One evening I was sitting on the porch watching the sunset when I heard a rustling in the bushes. I tensed up, gripping the armrest of my chair. A moment later, a stray cat emerged, and I let out a sigh of relief. But then I noticed something else, a set of footprints leading away from the house, too large to be the cat's. I knew I couldn't ignore it anymore. I needed to find out what had happened to the Millers and why that creature had targeted me. I decided to go back to the Miller place one last time, to face whatever was haunting me. I didn't tell Jessie where I was going. I didn't want to worry her. I just grabbed my old baseball bat, got in the car, and drove out to the old farmhouse. The place was even more run down than before, overgrown with weeds and vines. The front door hung loosely on its hinges, creaking in the wind. I stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was thick with dust, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. I made my way to the basement, flashlight in hand. As I descended the stairs, I felt a chill run down my spine. The basement was just as we had left it, cluttered with old furniture and tools. I approached the patched-up wall, now fully exposed. The passageway was still there, dark and foreboding. I took a deep breath and squeezed through, just as we had done all those years ago. The small room with the chest was empty, the contents long gone. I shone my flashlight around, searching for any clues. Then I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a trap door in the corner of the room. It was partially covered by dirt and debris, but it was there. I cleared away the debris and pried the trapdoor open. A set of wooden stairs led down into the darkness. I hesitated for a moment, then steeled myself and started down the stairs. The air grew colder and damper as I descended, and the sound of dripping water echoed off the walls. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a cavernous underground chamber. The walls were lined with strange symbols, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, stained with what looked like dried blood. As I approached the altar, I heard a low growl behind me. I turned to see the creature, its glowing eyes fixed on me. It was larger than I remembered, its fur matted and covered in dirt. It bared its teeth, and I knew there was no way out. I raised the baseball bat, ready to defend myself. The creature lunged at me, and I swung with all my might. The bat connected with its head, and the creature yelped in pain. But it wasn't enough. It swiped at me with its claws, knocking me to the ground. I struggled to my feet, blood dripping from my wounds. I could feel my strength fading, but I refused to give up. I swung the bat again, this time aiming for the creature's legs. It stumbled, giving me a moment to catch my breath. But the creature recovered quickly, its eyes burning with rage. It lunged at me again, and this time I wasn't fast enough. Its claws raked across my chest, and I fell to the ground, gasping for air. As I lay there bleeding and helpless, I realized this was it. This was how it would end. But then I heard a noise, a voice calling my name. It was Jessie. She had followed me, and she had brought a gun. The creature turned to face her, but she didn't hesitate. She fired a single shot, hitting the creature square in the chest. It let out a deafening howl and collapsed to the ground, dead. Jessie rushed to my side, tears streaming down her face. She called for help, and soon I was being loaded into an ambulance. The paramedics said I was lucky to be alive, that the creature's claws had narrowly missed my vital organs. I spent the next few weeks in the hospital, recovering from my injuries. The police investigated the Miller place and found evidence of ritualistic sacrifices and other gruesome activities. They believed the creature had been some kind of guardian, protecting the secrets hidden in the underground chamber. As for me, I was just glad to be alive. I knew I'd never forget that night, but I also knew I couldn't let it define me. I had a family to take care of, a life to live, and as long as I had Jessie by my side, I knew I could face anything. In the end, the Miller place was demolished, and the land was left to nature. The town moved on, and so did I. But every now and then, I still hear that low growl in my nightmares, a reminder of the night I came face to face with a monster. And though I'll never fully understand what happened, I know one thing for sure. I survived, and that's enough for me.